Welcome, curious minds and fellow fans of the bizarre. Tonight, we're not just dipping our toes, we're launching headfirst into the frosty, terrifying reality of being an American soldier fighting in World War II. Trust me, by the time we're done, you're going to be so deeply, profoundly grateful for that soft, warm mattress you're currently enjoying. Oh, and if you're masochistically enjoying these tales of icy terror and questionable hygiene, I'd really appreciate a like or subscribe. I'm super curious where you're all listening from, so drop a comment with your location and what time it is there. It always blows my mind how people are falling asleep to this all over the world. Alright, find that cozy spot. Take a nice, slow, luxurious breath and just let your body sink into whatever you're lying on. We're heading back to January 1945 into the frozen, pine-scented forests of eastern France. Brace yourselves. Welcome to the Colmar Pocket, where your toes go to die. So, congratulations. You just woke up in eastern France. It's January 1945, and you are absolutely freezing. Not the, ooh, I should grab another blanket kind of cold. I mean bone deep, can't feel your toes, eyelashes frozen together, your teeth are chattering so hard, they might crack cold. The first thing you notice is that you're sleeping on frozen ground. Not a mattress, not even a lumpy cot. Just dirt that's so frozen it might as well be concrete. You've got a single, stiff with ice wool blanket, dusted with a fresh layer of snow that fell while you managed those precious few minutes of fitful sleep. You're wearing the same clothes you've had on for nearly 2 weeks now. Wool socks that haven't been dry since Christmas, army-issue boots starting to gape at the seams, and layers of olive drab that smell like a charming blend of sweat, dirt, and the slightly metallic, sweet and utterly heartbreaking scent of, well, you've sadly gotten used to the smell of death. There's a steel helmet beside you, so cold that touching the metal with bare skin would be a genuinely painful mistake. When you finally manage to sit up, every muscle in your body screams in protest. Your back feels like it's been compressed against that frozen concrete slab. Your joints are stiff, protesting the relentless cold. Nearby, you can hear the sounds of other men stirring in their shallow foxholes. Someone coughs. Someone else mutters a creative curse word. Someone else, probably a farm boy from Iowa, whispers a prayer. This, my friend, is the Colmar Pocket, one of the last stubbornly held German strongholds in France. And you, lucky you, are a soldier in Company B of the 15th Infantry Regiment, 3rd Infantry Division of the United States Army. Just a few days ago, your company boasted over 100 men. Now, you're down to about 40. You've been fighting almost non-stop since landing in Italy nearly 2 years ago. The good news? You're still alive, which is infinitely better than a lot of guys can say. The bad news? The Germans are about to launch a massive counterattack, and you're precisely, spectacularly, right in their path. The Audie Murphy show, you have a front row seat. Look to your left. See that skinny kid, barely shaving, meticulously checking his M1 carbine? That's Second Lieutenant Audie Murphy. He looks like he should still be awkwardly asking girls to prom, doesn't he? Just 19 years old, barely 5 feet 5 inches, maybe 110 pounds soaking wet. You'd never guess it, but he's already the most decorated soldier in your company, sporting a Distinguished Service Cross, 2 Silver Stars and 2 Bronze Stars. The guys used to call him Baby because of his boyish face, but nobody makes that joke to his face anymore. Not after they saw what he did at Anzio, single-handedly taking out a German machine gun nest, or in France when he somehow killed 2 snipers and another machine gun position all by himself. The guy's either incredibly brave or possesses a serious, almost suicidal death wish. Probably both. Hey, he nods to you, his breath a visible cloud in the freezing air. Get some coffee if there's any left, gonna be a long day. You crawl out of your foxhole, your boots crunching on the pristine, deadly snow. The forest around you is beautiful in a stark, terrifying way. Tall pine trees, their branches heavy with snow, morning mist hanging eerily between the trunks. In the distance, through the trees, you can just make out the village of Holzspeer, about a mile away across open, snow-covered fields. German-held territory. The position you're holding isn't great. Your company is at the edge of woods shaped like a U, with open fields directly in front of you. There's a narrow road that leads from the woods to the village. The ground is so stubbornly frozen that digging proper deep foxholes has been nearly impossible. Most guys have only managed to scrape out shallow depressions, just enough to get their bodies marginally below ground level. You find your way to what passes for a mess area. It's just a slightly wider part of the forest where some poor, long-suffering cook is trying to heat coffee over a tiny, perpetually pathetic stove that gives off almost no heat. The coffee, when you get it, is barely warm and tastes suspiciously like mud mixed with desperation, but it's coffee. And the caffeine, no matter how weak, might just keep you alert enough to stay alive. Germans are moving, a sergeant says, his face weathered and lined far beyond his years. Scouts spotted activity in the village. Could be nothing. Could be everything. You take a sip of the terrible coffee and feel it hit your empty stomach. When was the last time you ate a real meal? You genuinely can't remember. The K rations you've been living on are better than nothing, but they're not exactly home cooking. A small can of processed meat, dubiously labelled as pork and beans, some biscuits hard enough to chip teeth, a chocolate bar that's frozen solid enough to be a blunt weapon, and a few precious cigarettes. Breakfast of champions, indeed. The sun is starting to rise, casting long, skeletal shadows through the trees. You hear the distant, constant rumble of artillery, a sound so familiar it's become like background noise, part of the atmospheric pressure. Your hands shake slightly, though whether from the numbing cold or the constant gnawing fear, you're not sure anymore. Lieutenant Murphy is moving among the men, checking positions, offering quiet words of encouragement. Despite his size and ludicrously young age, there's something about him that inspires an almost irrational confidence. Maybe it's the calm, steady way he speaks, or the simple, undeniable fact that he's survived so much already. When he looks at you, his eyes are ancient, far older than his boyish face. Keep your head down today, he tells you. Something feels off. Back at your shallow foxhole, you check your gear. Your M1 Garand rifle is your most valuable possession, your only true friend out here. 8 rounds in the clip, the cold metal biting against your gloved hands. You have several more clips in your ammunition pouches. Your canteen is half full of water that's partially frozen. You have a first aid packet, a bayonet, and a few grenades. Not much to stake your life on, but it's all you've got. The day the Germans brought tanks to your party, around 2 p.m, everything changes. First, there's the sound. A low, guttural rumbling that's distinct from artillery. It's mechanical, rhythmic, and getting louder, vibrating through the frozen ground. Tank engines. "They're coming!" someone shouts, a choked, desperate sound. Suddenly every man is alert, weapons instinctively ready. From the village of Holzwehr, emerging from the lingering mist, you see them. 6 German tanks, massive metal beasts, not just rolling but crawling across the snow-covered field toward your position. Behind them, moving in skirmish order, are German infantry. Not just a few, but hundreds of them. Someone near you whispers, "Jesus Christ." The odds are impossible. 40 of you, frozen and exhausted against hundreds of them plus tanks. Your company has nothing that can truly stop a German Panther tank. Nothing, that is, except the 2 M10 tank destroyers that have been providing support. One is positioned on the road leading to the village, the other about 40 yards ahead, closer to Holzwehr. Lieutenant Murphy is already on the radio, calling for artillery support. His voice is steady, almost unnervingly calm, but you can see the tension in his shoulders, the rigid set of his jaw. This is bad. Really, really bad. The German artillery opens up, and the world becomes a cacophony of noise and chaos. Shells explode among the trees, sending jagged splinters and whistling shrapnel flying in all directions. You press yourself into your shallow foxhole, trying to become one with the frozen earth, to disappear. When you dare to look up, you see one of your M10 tank destroyers take a direct hit. There's a blinding flash, a concussive explosion, and the commander and gunner are just gone. The surviving crew abandons the burning, twisted hulk and runs desperately for the dubious cover of the trees. The second M10 is firing continuously, its gun a frantic stutter, trying to slow the relentless German advance. but its shells are just bouncing harmlessly off the frontal armour of the Panthers. Then, as it tries to back up into the tree line for better cover, it slides disastrously off the road and gets stuck in a drainage ditch, its powerful gun now uselessly pointing at the sky. Lieutenant Murphy is shouting orders. Fall back to the secondary position. Move. You know what this means. Your current position is untenable. There's a stronger defensive line prepared a few hundred meters deeper in the woods, but someone has to cover the withdrawal. Murphy is still there, speaking into his field telephone, calling in artillery coordinates. He's standing fully exposed, directing fire on the advancing Germans. You think he must be clinically insane, but you're also profoundly grateful that someone is keeping the Germans busy while you retreat. As you move back through the trees, staying low, you look over your shoulder. What you see stops you in your tracks. Murphy is still there, alone now. The rest of the company is retreating. The M10 tank destroyer is a burning, billowing pillar of black smoke. And Murphy climbs on top of it. He's taken position behind the 50 caliber machine gun mounted on the burning tank destroyer. German bullets and artillery are impacting all around him. The tank could explode at any moment, turning him into a fine red mist. But there he is, firing the heavy machine gun at the advancing German infantry, cutting them down in swaths. You can't hear what he's saying over the sheer din of battle, but later you'll learn that when the artillery coordinator asked how close the Germans were, Murphy famously responded, "Just hold the phone and I'll let you talk to one of the bastards for an hour." Murphy stays on that burning tank destroyer, firing the 50 cal, calling in artillery strikes, holding off hundreds of German troops by himself. You watch from the tree line as the Germans try to flank him, as tank rounds explode terrifyingly close, as the M10 is repeatedly hit and engulfed in smoke. Twice, you're certain he's been killed. Twice, he miraculously emerges from the smoke, still firing. The ground around the tank destroyer becomes littered with German dead. The attack falters, stalls, and finally, miraculously, begins to recede. Only then does Murphy calmly climb down from the burning vehicle and walk back toward the American lines. He's limping from a leg wound, but he refuses evacuation. Instead, he organizes a counterattack, leading what's left of Company B back to reclaim the original position. The Germans, utterly demoralized, retreat all the way back to Holtzwihr. Later, you'll learn that Murphy personally killed or wounded approximately 50 German soldiers by himself. He stopped an attack by 6 tanks and 250 infantry. He saved what remained of Company B from certain destruction. It's the kind of story you'd dismiss as Hollywood nonsense if you hadn't been there. Another night, another battle, this time against the cold. As darkness falls, you're back in your foxhole at the edge of the woods. The temperature is dropping again, sinking well below freezing. Your hands are numb, your feet feel like solid blocks of ice, and you're exhausted beyond belief. But somehow, you're still alive. Murphy moves among the men, checking on everyone, making sure the wounded are being treated. When he passes your position, you notice that despite everything, his hands are steady, unwavering. "Get some rest," he tells you. "They'll be back tomorrow." You settle deeper into your shallow foxhole, pulling your stiff frozen blanket around you. The stars are coming out, brilliant pinpoints in the clear winter sky. You think about home, about warm beds and hot meals, about streets where no one is actively trying to kill you. You shift slightly, finding that small, almost imperceptible spot where the ground isn't quite as hard beneath your hip. The cold seeps through your layers, an insidious chill that penetrates to your very bones. But somehow your eyelids grow heavy, your breathing slows, and you feel your muscles relaxing one by one. In the distance you can still hear the occasional muffled sound of artillery, a ghostly thud. But here, in this moment, there's a strange kind of peace. You're still alive, your unit held. Tomorrow will bring what it brings. You yawn quietly, feeling your jaw crack from the cold. Your fingers finally start to warm up inside your gloves as you tuck them against your chest. The reassuring, almost comforting weight of your helmet on the ground beside you feels like a small piece of protection in this dangerous, brutal world. You take another slow, deep breath, watching it cloud in the freezing air, and settle in for another night in the frozen, deadly forests of France, where the snow continues to fall gently through the pine branches above. Morning after, the cold, the K-rations, and the kid named Jenkins. Morning comes too soon in the frozen forest, not with the gentle transition of sunlight filtering through curtains, but with the harsh, jarring voice of a sergeant kicking the bottom of your foxhole. "Up, Annam, soldier!" Germans didn't go home just because you're tired. Your body feels like it's made of lead and broken glass. Every joint aches from the relentless cold. Your back is one solid knot of pain from sleeping on frozen ground. Your mouth tastes like you've been chewing on old pennies. The temperature dropped even further overnight. They say it's the coldest winter in Europe in decades, and you believe it. Ice has formed on the inside of your helmet where your breath froze. Your canteen is now a solid block of ice. Even your shoelaces are stiff and uncooperative as you try to tighten your boots. Around you, the other men of Company B are going through the same morning ritual, groaning as they stretch frozen limbs, cursing under their breath as they discover which parts of their equipment have frozen solid overnight, trying to light cigarettes with numb fingers. "Hey, pass the matches," says the guy in the next foxhole over. He's new, a replacement who arrived just 3 days ago. Jenkins, or Johnson, something like that. They come and go so fast nowadays that you barely bother learning names. "Mine are wet." You toss him your matchbook. He's young, maybe 18, with a round face that still has baby fat. Poor kid looks like he should be delivering newspapers, not fighting Nazis. He'll either toughen up quick, or he'll die. There's not much middle ground out here. The sound of artillery starts up again in the distance. German 88s, probably. The distinctive crump has become as familiar as your own heartbeat. You've learned to tell the difference between outgoing and incoming. These are outgoing. German shells headed somewhere else. Small mercies. Breakfast, such as it is, comes in the form of more K-rations. The waxed cardboard box contains a small tin of powdered eggs that you mix with a little water to form a pale, unsettling yellow paste. There are also a couple of rock-hard biscuits, a small chocolate bar that's still frozen solid, and more of that awful instant coffee. Gourmet dining, army style. You eat mechanically, not because it tastes good, but because you desperately need the calories. The cold burns energy faster than summer combat. Just staying warm is a battle in itself. Lieutenant Murphy appears, walking the line and checking positions. There's a bandage visible under his pant leg where he was wounded yesterday, but he moves without any obvious pain. His face is gaunt, cheekbones sharp under skin that's weathered beyond his years. He nods to you as he passes. "Any movement from the village?" he asks. "Nothing yet, sir," you reply. "All quiet since dawn." He grunts acknowledgement. "They took a beating yesterday, but they'll be back. Keep your eyes open." You watch him move on, speaking briefly with each man. He looks tired. Hell, everyone looks tired. But there's a quiet competence about him that inspires confidence. You've seen officers who lead from far behind the lines, who treat enlisted men like disposable game pieces. Murphy isn't like that. He's right here in the dirt with you. The morning passes slowly, filled with the mind-numbing boredom of war. Hurry up and wait. Hours of nothing, punctuated by moments of sheer, gut-wrenching terror. You spend the time meticulously cleaning your rifle. The M1 Garand is a solid piece of engineering, a true beauty, but it needs care, especially in these brutal conditions. You field strip it, wiping down each part with an oily rag to prevent rust. The 8-round clip system is a vast improvement over the old bolt-action Springfield from the last war, the one your dad served in France in 1918, carrying one of those. He rarely talked about it. Around noon, a jeep arrives with mail and supplies. Letters from home are worth more than gold out here. You get 2, one from your mum and one from your girl back in Ohio. You save them, tucking them carefully inside your jacket. Letters are best read in private, where no one can see if they make you cry. There are also fresh socks, which might as well be Christmas presents. Nothing matters more in winter combat than keeping your feet dry. Trench foot has taken more men out of action than German bullets. You change your socks immediately, massaging feeling back into your toes. They're pale and wrinkled, but not black yet. No frostbite. Another small mercy. "Hey," says the kid who borrowed your matches. His name is Jenkins, you've confirmed. Is it true what they're saying about Lieutenant Murphy? That he took on a whole company of Germans by himself yesterday? You nod, tucking the damp socks inside your shirt to dry them with body heat. Saw it myself, climbed up on a burning tank destroyer and manned the 50 cal, held off the entire German attack for an hour. Jenkins whistles. They'll give him a medal for that, won't they? Probably, if we live long enough for the brass to hear about it. It's not that you're trying to scare the kid, but out here, hope is a dangerous thing. Better to expect the worst and be pleasantly surprised than the other way around. After lunch, more K rations, this time featuring a tin of processed meat product that might generously be called ham. You're assigned to a patrol. 6 men, led by a staff sergeant named Barlow, tasked with checking the area to the north of your position for any sign of German movement. Moving through the snow-covered forest requires a specific kind of attention. Step carefully, listen constantly, watch for tracks, broken branches, cigarette butts, anything that might indicate enemy presence. The pristine winter landscape plays cruel tricks on your eyes. Every shadow could be a German soldier. Every rustle could be someone taking aim at you. The patrol lasts 3 hours and reveals nothing except how utterly exhausted you all are. By the time you return to the company position, your legs feel like rubber and your lungs burn from the cold air. Lieutenant Murphy is meeting with the company's remaining officers when you get back. Their faces are grim and serious, and they're studying a map spread out on the hood of a jeep. Something's happening. Word filters down through the ranks. The Germans are pulling back from the Colmar pocket. Intelligence suggests they're redeploying forces to the east to counter the Russian advance. Your regiment is ordered to push forward tomorrow to maintain pressure and prevent any organised retreat. The advance, cherries in a bakery and a world of lies. That night, you eat your dinner, K-ration sitting on the edge of your foxhole, watching the sunset paint the snow-covered landscape in shades of pink and gold. It would be breathtakingly beautiful if it weren't a battlefield. Jenkins sits nearby, writing a letter home by the last of the fading daylight. What do you tell them, you ask? Your folks, I mean. He shrugs, that I'm fine, that it's not so bad, that the food's good and I'm making friends. He folds the paper carefully, his brow furrowed. What else can you say? They'd just worry more if they knew the truth. You nod. Your own letters home are filled with the same gentle, necessary lies. No point in telling them about the constant, gnawing fear. The cold that never leaves your bones. The men who disappear in explosions of red mist, there 1 second and gone the next. How do you end up here anyway? Jenkins asks you. You volunteer or get drafted? Volunteered, you say, chewing on a piece of hard candy from your ration kit. December 1941, right after Pearl Harbor, seemed like the right thing to do. I drafted, he says quietly. August last year. Hadn't even finished high school. You're about to respond when a whistle cuts through the cold air, followed by the unmistakable, terrifying sound of an incoming artillery shell. Your body reacts before your mind, diving headfirst into the foxhole. Jenkins follows a split second later, landing half on top of you as the world explodes around you. The German barrage lasts 20 minutes. 20 minutes of hell. The earth shakes violently. Trees shatter into splinters. Men scream somewhere nearby. All you can do is press yourself into the dirt at the bottom of your foxhole and pray that the next shell doesn't have your name on it. When it finally stops, the sudden silence is almost as shocking as the noise was. Your ears ring. Dirt and pine needles have somehow gotten inside your clothes, your mouth everywhere. You spit and blink, trying to clear your senses. You okay? You ask Jenkins, who's still half on top of you. He nods, his face pale in the growing darkness. Yeah, I think so. Slowly, carefully, you both peek over the edge of the foxhole. The forest has been transformed. Where there were once tall pines, there are now splintered stumps. Craters pockmark the pristine snow. The air smells of cordite and burning wood. Voices call out in the gloom. Officers and NCOs checking on their men. You hear Murphy's voice somewhere to your left, calm and steady. Medic! We need a medic here. The cry comes from nearby. You and Jenkins scramble out of your foxhole and move toward the sound. In the adjacent position, 2 men are bent over a third. Even in the fading light, you can see that the ground around them is dark with blood. It's Barlow, the sergeant who led your patrol earlier. He's been hit with shrapnel, a jagged piece of metal protruding from his thigh. His face is grey with shock and pain. The medic arrives, pushing past you with his bag of supplies. "Give me some space, fellas. Someone find me a goddamn light, no?" You pull out your Zippo and flick it on, holding it steady so the medic can see. He cuts away Barlow's pant leg, revealing a wound that makes your stomach turn. The sergeant grits his teeth, refusing to cry out, even as the medic probes the injury. "You're going to be okay, Sarge," the medic says, working quickly to clean and bandage the wound. "This is your ticket home." Barlow shakes his head weakly. "Can't leave my boys." "Not your choice, I'm afraid. This needs surgery." 2 men arrive with a stretcher, and they carefully load Barlow onto it. He reaches out and grabs your arm as they lift him. "Keep an eye on the new kid," he says, nodding toward Jenkins. "He's greener than grass." You nod. "Will do, Sarge. See you stateside." But you both know it's unlikely you'll ever see each other again. That's just how it is out here. People come and go. Mostly go. You don't dwell on it. The night grows darker and colder. The scattered clouds that provided the day's light snow have cleared, revealing a vast, awe-inspiring canopy of stars. The beauty of it strikes you as almost obscene, given the carnage on the ground. Lieutenant Murphy calls a meeting of the NCOs and a few experienced privates, including you. "The German artillery barrage was likely a prelude to another attack," he explains. "The enemy knows you're pushing forward tomorrow and wants to disrupt your preparations. Double the watch tonight," he orders. 2 men per position, 4-hour shifts. I want eyes on that village all night long." You're assigned the midnight to 4 a.m. watch with Jenkins. When the time comes, you settle into your foxhole together, rifle across your knees, eyes straining to pierce the impenetrable darkness. The temperature has plummeted, and your breath forms small clouds that instantly disappear in front of your face. "How do you stand it?" Jenkins whispers after about an hour of silence. "The waiting, I mean, knowing they're out there, might be watching us right now." You consider the question. You just do. You focus on the next minute, the next hour. Don't think too far ahead. "I'm scared," he admits, "all the time." "Everyone is," you say. "Only liars and crazy people say they aren't afraid out here." The conversation drops off after that. The cold makes talking an effort, and anyway, you need to listen more than you need to chat. The night is alive with small, unsettling sounds. The creak of frozen branches, the distant rumble of vehicles, the occasional pop of a flare illuminating the no man's land between your position and the village. Around 3 a.m., you spot movement at the edge of the woods. You tense, raising your rifle, but it's just a deer, a small doe, picking her way delicately through the snow. She freezes when she senses you, her large eyes reflecting the starlight. For a long moment, you stare at each other, 2 living things in a landscape of death. Then she turns and bounds away, white tail flashing in the darkness. When your watch ends, you wake the next shift and crawl back into your sleeping position. Despite the cold and discomfort, exhaustion claims you quickly. Your dreams are a jumbled mess of home and war, faces of friends both living and dead, the comforting sound of your mother's voice mixed with the terrifying whistle of falling artillery. The push from frozen field to holy horror. Dawn arrives with a thin grey light that does little to warm the frozen landscape. But there's a change in the air, a palpable sense of anticipation. Today, you move forward. Today, you take the fight to the enemy. As you prepare your gear for the advance, Lieutenant Murphy passes by your position. He looks even more tired than yesterday, if that's possible, but his eyes are clear and focused. "Ready?" he asks simply. You nod, securing your helmet strap. "Ready, sir." He clasps your shoulder briefly, the weight of his hand solid and reassuring through your layers of clothing. We push to the village, clear any resistance and keep going, 1 foot in front of the other. That's how we win this thing. The company forms up along the edge of the woods, facing the open field that leads to Holtzwihr. The morning fog is lifting, revealing the brutal scars from yesterday's battle. The burned-out tank destroyer, The dark forms of fallen German soldiers still lying in the snow, the churned earth from artillery impacts. You check your rifle one last time, making sure a round is chambered. Beside you, Jenkins is doing the same, his movements mechanical, face set in a mask of grim determination. He catches your eye and gives a small, almost imperceptible nod. He's terrified, but he'll move forward anyway. That's courage right there. The signal comes down the line. It's time. You take a deep breath of the cold air, feeling it fill your lungs. Your heart is pounding, but your hands are steady. You've done this before. You'll do it again. One foot in front of the other, like Murphy said. As you step out from the tree line into the open field, the rising sun breaks through the clouds, illuminating the snow in a dazzling display of light. For just a moment, it's breathtakingly beautiful. Then you're moving forward, boots crunching through the frozen crust, rifle at the ready. You shift slightly, adjusting your weight as you walk. The rhythm of marching forces your muscles to warm up, to loosen. Your breathing falls into a steady pattern, in through the nose, out through the mouth. Nice and easy. That's it. One step and then another, moving toward whatever comes next, the morning light growing stronger with each passing minute. The village of Holtzwihr looms ahead, a cluster of stone buildings with red tile roofs, now partially covered with snow. Smoke rises from a few chimneys. It looks almost peaceful from a distance, like something from a Christmas card. It's hard to believe it's full of Germans trying to kill you. The advance across the open field is the most vulnerable part, 200 yards of exposure with nowhere to hide. Lieutenant Murphy has called in artillery support to suppress any German resistance, but artillery is never precise. The shells land with thunderous impacts, kicking up fountains of snow and dirt around the village perimeter. You move in short rushes. 5 men go forward while others provide covering fire. Then another group moves up, leapfrogging toward the objective. The weight of your gear, rifle, ammunition, grenades, canteen, first aid kit, entrenching tool, feels heavier with each step through the knee-deep snow. Halfway across, the Germans open up with machine gun fire, the distinctive rattle of the MG42. Hitler's buzzsaw, the men call it, cuts through the air. Bullets snap overhead and kick up snow around your feet. You dive forward, pressing yourself into a shallow depression in the ground. "Contact front," someone shouts unnecessarily, as if the bullets weren't announcement enough. Next to you, Jenkins is flat on his belly, eyes wide with terror. You've been here before, but this is his first time under direct fire. You can see the raw panic rising in him. "Keep your head down," you tell him. "When I say move, we go together." 3 o'clock direction, toward that fallen tree. Got it. He nods, not trusting himself to speak. You wait for a pause in the firing, then tap his shoulder. "Move!" Both of you scramble up and sprint toward the fallen tree trunk about 15 yards away. The machine gun opens up again, but you're moving targets now, harder to hit. You slide into cover behind the tree just as bullets thunk into the wood. Jenkins is breathing hard, more from fear than exertion. "Jesus Christ," he gasps. "You're okay," you tell him. "Just keep moving forward. That's all you gotta do." All along the line, the company is doing the same agonizing dance. Rush, take cover, provide suppressing fire for others, rush again. It's agonizingly slow progress, but it's progress. Murphy is up ahead with the lead element, directing the advance. Even from a distance, you can pick him out. Not by his size, which is unimpressive, but by how he moves. Deliberate, focused. He points, gestures, and men respond instantly to his commands. Natural leadership. The artillery has done its job. Several buildings at the edge of Holtzwihr are damaged, and the German fire is becoming sporadic rather than sustained. You make another rush forward, closing the distance to the first buildings. Urban combat is its own special hell. The village consists of about 30 buildings clustered around a small central square. Each one could hide snipers, machine gun nests, or troops waiting to ambush you. Each window is a potential firing position, each doorway a possible death trap. You clear buildings in teams of 4. 1 man kicks in the door, 2 enter with weapons ready, covering different sectors, while the 4th provides security outside. It's a dangerous, nerve-wracking process. The first house you enter with Jenkins and two other men is a small farmhouse. The interior is freezing cold, but shows signs of recent occupation. Dirty dishes on the table, beds that have been slept in, a pot of something unidentifiable, now frozen solid, still sits on the stove. "Where are the civilians?" Jenkins asked, looking around at the abandoned home. "Evacuated, if they're lucky," you reply. "Or hiding in cellars, or dead." This place has changed hands 3 times in the last month. You continue through the village, building by building. Some are empty. In others you find German soldiers, sometimes alive and fighting, sometimes wounded, occasionally dead from the artillery barrage. The wounded are treated according to the rules of war, their weapons confiscated, and they're sent to the rear under guard. By midday, most of Holtzwihr is in American hands. The remaining Germans have retreated to the far side of the village. Company B has suffered only light casualties. 3 wounded, none killed. It feels like a victory, small but significant. You and Jenkins find yourselves in what was once a bakery. The ovens are cold, but the faint ghostly smell of bread still lingers. Your stomach growls in response. When was the last time you had fresh bread? Months ago at least. "Think there's anything to eat in here?" Jenkins asks, rummaging through cupboards. "Doubt it. Germans would have taken anything edible." But he persists, and to your surprise discovers a jar of preserved cherries hidden behind some flour sacks. The two of you sit on the floor and pass the jar back and forth, eating the sweet, sticky fruit with your fingers. It's the most delicious thing you've tasted in weeks. "Should we share?" Jenkins asks, his mouth stained red with cherry juice. You consider it for a moment, then shake your head. "Spoils of war, kid. Enjoy it while you can." Through the window you can see other soldiers moving through the village, securing positions, setting up machine guns at strategic points. Lieutenant Murphy is conferring with the other officers in the village square, maps spread out on the hood of a jeep that somehow made it this far forward. After finishing the cherries, you join a group assigned to check the church at the centre of the village. It's a small stone building with a modest steeple, probably 100 years old or more. The heavy wooden door is partially open. Inside, the church is dim and quiet, illuminated only by what thin sunlight filters through stained glass windows. The air smells of candle wax and ancient stone. Pews are arranged in neat rows, and a simple altar stands at the front. It seems utterly untouched by the war raging outside its walls, except for the bodies in the front pew. An elderly couple sits side by side, hands clasped together. From behind they might be praying, but when you approach you see the small, neat holes in the backs of their heads. Execution style. "Why?" Jenkins asks softly, his voice trembling slightly. "They were just old people. You've seen this before. Collaborators, maybe, or suspected of helping the Americans, or just in the way. You don't know the reason, and you never will. It's just another bitter taste of a war that cares nothing for innocence or age." You turn away, leaving the silent scene behind. The taste of cherries has vanished. Hello, dear listeners. Gather round, settle in, and get ready for a different kind of story tonight. Forget the shining legends of flawless heroes and valiant dragons. Tonight, we're delving into the cold, heavy, and often smelly truth beneath the armour. No glorifying here, just the raw, gritty reality of surviving in steel. Before we dive into the delightful world of medieval bruises and bad sleep, tell me, where are you all tuning in from? Are you cozying up in a modern apartment, maybe enduring a long commute, or perhaps like me, just enjoying a moment of peace hidden from the general chaos of life? Drop a comment below and let me know your location and the time. And if this kind of unvarnished storytelling brings you even a smidgen of peace, or at least keeps you from doom scrolling, then a quick like and subscribe would be greatly appreciated. It's oddly comforting to know who else is drifting off to the same slow march through history. So, dim the lights, or, just turn your phone screen down. Let the imaginary fire in your imagination warm those stone walls, settle in, and let's begin with the rather undignified making of a knight. You are 7 years old when the path to knighthood begins, not with a gleaming sword, but with a rather unsentimental farewell. Your parents, undoubtedly proud and perhaps a touch relieved to offload a small, perpetually dirty human, send you off to serve in the household of a noble lord. There are no tearful goodbyes written in ink or preserved in keepsakes, just a brisk pat on the shoulder, a bundle of surprisingly scratchy clothing, and the entire weight of expectation settling on your small, still-growing frame. No one asks if you are ready. In truth, readiness is utterly irrelevant. You are a page now. The castle looms above you, stone towers stretching into a grey, perpetually judgmental sky. Its silhouette promises both greatness and hardship, but mostly it promises chores. The gate creaks open, groaning like an old knight after a particularly heavy feast. What lies beyond is not a world of honour and glory, but one of scrubbing, serving, and desperately trying to avoid getting trampled by a particularly ill-tempered stable boy. Chivalry, you quickly realise, will come much, much later, after years of fetching, carrying, and cleaning up after horses and noblemen with equally foul temperaments. Your duties are endless, stretching from sunrise to well after dark. You run errands, sweep halls, often for the third time that day because dust apparently multiplies. Deliver messages, usually to someone who then yells at you for the message, not the messenger, and assist with meals. On especially lucky days, you're permitted to polish armour, which sounds glamorous until you realise it means meticulously scraping dried mud and, shall we say, equine deposits from heavy iron boots. Your hands are perpetually blistered, your back aches in places you didn't even know existed, and the knights, they barely notice you. You are not yet one of them. You are the help. The invisible, perpetually grimy help. But even in these early, unglamorous days, training begins. Wooden swords are handed out like brooms, and bruises bloom across your arms and shins with alarming frequency as you spar with other boys who, like you, are eager to prove something, usually by whacking each other vigorously. You're taught how to fall from a horse without immediately breaking your neck. You fall often. Some days, it feels like falling is the main lesson, punctuated by surprised grunts and the smell of fresh earth. No one praises you for bruising well, but they do scold you for weakness, which mostly means showing pain, crying, or looking generally pathetic. You learn quickly. Pain is to be swallowed, not displayed. Discipline is everything. Speak only when spoken to, bow deeper to those of higher rank, even if they just spilled ale on your head, and never, ever question a command, no matter how trivial or humiliating. Your mistakes are corrected with the back of a hand, usually a large calloused one, or a weak scrubbing chamber pots, which makes you question the very concept of noble living. One boy forgets to remove his cap in the presence of the lady of the house. He spends 2 days on his knees in the chapel, praying for humility, probably wondering if God had a sense of humour about headwear. No one forgets again. If your family is wealthy, a tutor may be assigned to teach you reading, writing, and perhaps a bit of Latin, though the Latin mostly seems useful for understanding church services and the incredibly depressing inscriptions on tombs. If not, you learn by imitation. You listen, you memorise prayers, you copy letters with shaky hands when the steward is generous enough to share a scrap of parchment. Literacy is a luxury. Muscle and obedience matter more. Still, you learn. You learn which fork to use, though most prefer fingers, which is far more practical. You learn to stand perfectly still for hours during court feasts, balancing platters of steaming meat while nobles talk politics and loudly complain about the wine. You learn to become a ghost when tempers flare, and to disappear entirely when drunken knights start boasting about past battles, which inevitably leads to more yelling and possibly a thrown goblet. Every moment is an education in survival, like a very intense, very unscheduled, and very painful masterclass in avoiding trouble. Mornings begin with Mass. The castle chapel is cold year-round, and your breath fogs in the air as you kneel on unforgiving stone floors and try not to fall asleep during the incredibly long liturgy. Faith is not optional. It is as much a part of your training as swordplay. You are taught to fear hellfire, to respect the church and its very powerful landholdings, and to confess regularly, mostly so the priests know all your dirty little secrets. They speak of divine purpose, of holy duty. You nod along, trying to stay awake, mostly praying not to get sick, because there are few remedies and fewer recoveries. Meals are brief, usually consisting of bread, cheese and meat if you're lucky. Vegetables are suspect. Many believe raw greens cause illness, which is probably true given the sanitation of the era, and so you develop a steady diet of salted meat and dry crusts. You eat quickly, knowing your next soul-crushing task waits. On rare feast days there may be roast pig or honeyed oat cakes. These days are remembered for years, like hazy, delicious dreams glimpsed through smoke. In the evenings, the great hall grows lively. Minstrels sing ballads recounting tales of Arthur and Roland and saints who slayed dragons, and presumably their own laundry. You sit on the edges near the fire trying to catch every word. The songs are meant to inspire, but you are often too tired to be moved. You think more of your sore feet than of chivalric deeds. Still, something stirs in you. A hope, perhaps, that someday someone will sing of you, even if it's just about your remarkable ability to clean a latrine with dignity. You sleep where you can, often in the servants' quarters, shoulder to shoulder with other boys on straw pallets that smell vaguely of sweat, mildew, and existential dread. Some nights, you are pulled from sleep to help with late arrivals or unexpected guests. You learn to rise without complaint, to work through exhaustion, to never let your eyes betray fatigue. A knight, you're told, must be ready at any hour. The training starts here with the grim reality of forced midnight errands. You're not alone. Other pages suffer with you. You form silent friendships, built on shared glances, knowing nods, and muttered complaints that would get you a week in the stocks if anyone overheard. Together, you learn the rhythms of castle life. You learn which knights are cruel, and which will look the other way when you steal a second helping of stew. You learn who to trust, who to fear, and which hidden corners of the castle offer a fleeting moment's peace from the endless demands. There are moments of levity, a jest from the cook, who surprisingly has a dark sense of humour, a clumsy knight tripping over a sleepy hound, a stolen apple that tastes like pure freedom. You cling to these moments. They remind you that life exists beyond duty, that laughter still has a place, even here, amidst the stone and grit. Occasionally, you catch a glimpse of the world beyond the walls, merchants arriving with silks and exotic spices, a troupe of travelling performers who smell suspiciously like unwashed animals, or a noble woman riding past with her ridiculously large retinue. These sights feel foreign, like stories glimpsed through a thick fog. You're not part of that world yet, but maybe one day. Maybe. At times, doubt creeps in. The stories of glory feel impossibly distant. The reality is far more grinding. You wonder if all of this, the aching limbs, the scoldings, the constant low-level hunger, is truly the path to honour. But every so often you see a knight ride out in gleaming armour, pennant flying, and your chest tightens with the thought, someday that could be me, if I don't die from an infected blister first. Your lessons in humility do not stop with bruises and hunger. There are also ceremonies to attend, even though you're barely more than background noise in them. You observe as nobles gather, dressed in fine fabrics you're not allowed to touch, much less wear. You're reminded by their casual glances and sometimes their cutting words that your position is somewhere between useful and entirely invisible. When dignitaries visit, the castle becomes a bustling, anxiety-ridden theatre. You help prepare guest rooms, polish silver until your arms ache, and sweep the same corridors 3 times over. If anything is out of place, the pages are blamed, and if something goes wrong, say, a particularly ill-tempered dog bites a visiting bishop's leg, well, let's just say it helps to know how to look busy while being nowhere near the problem. You quickly master the art of looking furiously industrious while being completely unhelpful. On festival days, there is music, dancing, and entirely too much wine, at least for the adults. You're allowed to watch from the corners, soaking in the sounds and sights while pretending not to be watching too intently, because that would be creepy. Occasionally, someone slips you a sweetmeat or a bit of cake, and for a moment, the burdens of your position feel lighter, almost fluffy. But these small kindnesses do not erase the reality. Your place is to serve, observe, and remember, because remembering who's important is key to not getting yelled at. Some pages find escape in books if they can read. The old steward's chamber holds a handful of illuminated manuscripts, heavy, bound in leather, and guarded as fiercely as the Lord's own armoury. On lucky evenings, you're allowed to sit beside a flickering fire and listen as an older scribe reads aloud tales of Roman generals, who also seem to have a lot of problems, or saints who endured unspeakable trials, which sounds remarkably similar to your daily life. These stories feed the mind while your body slowly, achingly heals from the day's chores. There are warnings too, spoken in hushed tones or muttered by older, more cynical servants. They tell you of pages who failed to advance, boys who cracked under the pressure, or were sent home in disgrace. Sometimes they vanish without explanation, probably sent to a monastery or forced to become a very polite sheep herder. Sometimes you overhear things you were never meant to hear, whispers of plots, scandals, or unusually bad harvests. You quickly learn when to speak, when to nod, and when to keep your head down and look utterly oblivious. The castle is your crucible, and every hour spent within its walls forges you into something harder, leaner, more capable. Not a knight, not yet, but no longer a child. You are a creature in transition, battered, disciplined, and quietly, stubbornly determined. So when you lie awake at night staring at the wooden beams above your straw-filled mattress, which probably has bedbugs, let's be honest, you think not just of what you've endured, but of what lies ahead, the next phase, the next challenge, the next painful step on the path that will one day, if the gods, your lord, and your very tired body all permit, make you a knight. But for now, you are a page, and that, you decide, is enough. For now. At the age of 14, the apron strings of pagehood are ceremoniously snipped, though not with any kindness or softness. You are no longer a page, you are now a squire, and while this new title may sound like a promotion, it comes with considerably fewer sweetmeats, and far, far more bruises. You have graduated from polishing floors to polishing armour, from fetching goblets to fetching the man who might be dying in one. Your new role is personal, intimate even. You are assigned to a knight, and you're expected to serve him as faithfully as a shadow. Where he goes, you go. If he rides into battle, you follow, probably praying a lot. If he falls, you run into the carnage to help him up, risking your own life in the process. You're no longer just a general castle grunt. You are the squire of a warrior, and your days are shaped by his demands, his moods, and his alarming tendency to get into fights. The physical training increases tenfold. Riding a warhorse, for instance, is not the elegant glide you once imagined from the ballads. These beasts are enormous, bred for power and war, and often more temperamental than most noblemen, after a particularly bad hangover. Mounting them is a small battle in itself. Controlling them, a constant sweaty negotiation. Your thighs ache, your spine jars with every thunderous step, and your backside hasn't felt normal since Michaelmas. Sword training intensifies. You now wield live blades, not to kill, usually, but sharp enough to cause serious concern if your opponent happens to be better rested or less distracted than you. You spar daily, your body covered in bruises that never quite fade before new ones bloom. Every session is an exercise in humility. For every swing you land, you take 3 in return. The knight you serve doesn't expect grace. He expects grit and a surprising tolerance for pain. But perhaps the most tiresome, soul-crushing part of your duties is equipment care. Armour, you quickly learn, is not just metal. It is an ecosystem. Sweat, grime, and the occasional lost slug somehow make their way into the joints of plate mail. You clean it, polish it, inspect every hinge and strap with the meticulousness of a nervous surgeon. If the greaves pinch or the helmet visor sticks mid-battle, that's your fault. If your knight dies because you missed a cracked buckle, you'll likely wish you'd died first, just to avoid the angry ghost of your former master. Weapons need sharpening daily. Lances must be tested for structural integrity, usually by whacking them against a tree. Shields examined for cracks. Your knight's life and your rapidly developing reputation depends on the absolute precision of your work. No one thanks you when everything goes right, but everyone notices when it doesn't. And then there are tournaments. They were romanticised when you were a page, colourful affairs of trumpets and cheering maidens. Now you see the blunted swords break bones. You are the one saddling the horse, carrying the ridiculously long lances, wiping the blood from your knight's cheek so he can smile for the crowd, and hopefully not pass out. If he wins, you collect the prize money, which he mostly keeps. If he loses, you collect his broken ribs and what remains of his dignity. It's like being a medieval sports therapist, but with more impalement risk. When real war comes, and it always does because medieval lords really loved a good skirmish, you march beside your knight into mud, rain, and uncertainty. Campaigns are long, uncomfortable affairs. Food is scarce. Sleep is scarcer. Your armour, if you have any, chafes in places you didn't know existed. You begin to understand the real meaning of exhaustion when your limbs move, only because you know you must, not because they want to. Battle is not glorious. It is a cacophony of screams, the clang of metal and orders lost in the wind, the sickening clash of bodies, the stench of blood and sweat, the sudden, terrible silence of a dying man. These become your grim education. You learn to distinguish between fear that sharpens you and fear that paralyzes you. You pray the former shows up more often. You're not there to fight, not yet. But that does not mean you are safe. When your knight is unhorsed, it is your job to reach him, lift him, pull him out of danger. Imagine dragging a man in full armour, each piece weighing more than a holiday roast, across a muddy field while arrows fall like very sharp rain. It is not heroic, it is back-breaking, and the reward is usually just the chance to do it again tomorrow. When your knight is injured, you tend to his wounds, often with surprisingly little medical knowledge. If he is captured, you're expected to negotiate or deliver messages to secure his release. Sometimes this means dealing with men who would rather see him rot in a dungeon, or worse, make him pay an exorbitant ransom. You learn diplomacy not from tutors but from sheer necessity. Your words must be careful, your posture humble, your tone respectful. Even your silence becomes a powerful tool. There are moments, rare but real, when you feel a flicker of pride, when you lead your knight's horse into a camp and heads turn to look, when he nods at you after a battle, bloodied but alive, a silent acknowledgement of your indispensable role. These moments are fleeting, like sunlight through arrow slits, but they matter, they keep you going. Back at the castle, your duties continue. You train younger pages, passing on the same hard lessons you once learned, perhaps with a touch more or less sympathy than you received. You serve at banquets, help organise hunts, and remain at your knight's side whenever guests of importance arrive. Your sword is worn, your boots are cracked, and you move like a man twice your age, but you are no longer merely a servant. You are being watched, evaluated, measured. The priests still expect your prayers, your lord still expects your loyalty, and your body expects rest, which it rarely receives, but there is no turning back. The only way forward is through. You begin to think about your own coat of arms. What colours? What symbols? You dream about the moment of dubbing, the sword tapping your shoulders, the moment you rise, not as a squire, but as a knight. It feels impossibly far, it feels inevitable, it feels both. Then there are the hard days. The days when you bury a fellow squire trampled beneath a warhorse, or run through by a lance that didn't look blunted enough. No one sings songs for squires. No one writes poems for the boys who almost made it. You learn to carry grief without showing it. You learn to keep working even as the ground shifts beneath you, because the world doesn't stop for tears. If you are lucky, your knight teaches you more than just battle. He teaches you how to think, how to judge a man's character, how to read a battlefield, how to lead. If he is truly wise, he teaches you when to speak and when to hold your tongue, how to pick your battles, and how to lose with a shred of grace. These are not things armour can protect you from, but they are just as vital. Winter brings new challenges. You now understand that a sword is only as effective as the hand that can still feel its hilt. Your fingers crack from cold, and the metal of your knight's armour feels like ice as you buckle it on each morning. Snow turns the training yard into a mire of frozen mud. Horses slip. So do you. You do not complain. The weather, like war, does not care how you feel. There is talk among the older squires, talk of glory, of rebellion in the east, of a king's summons. You listen, absorb, calculate. You've seen enough to know that glory often looks suspiciously like a fresh grave. Still, you would ride out tomorrow if called. The waiting is often worse than the war. You write your first letter. It is stiff, clumsy, and formal, addressed to your parents if they are still alive and telling them little. You're not even sure where to send it, but writing it feels important, like anchoring yourself, like proving you're still someone beneath the bruises, sweat, and steel. One night after a feast, your knight, drunk on mead and nostalgia, tells you of his first campaign. He describes the rain, the hunger, the inexplicable thrill of surviving a desperate charge. Then he grows quiet. He stares into the fire and names 3 men who did not return. You do not speak. You are meant to listen and remember. You practice daily, sometimes in secret. You mimic your knight's stance, his footwork, the way he holds his blade just before a strike. You copy everything, hoping that imitation will one day become instinct. You bleed, you limp, you learn. Then one morning, without fanfare, your name is called. You are to ride with your knight, not as an observer, but as his second. There is no sleep the night before. No sleep is needed. When you mount your horse, you are ready. Not perfect, not fearless, but ready. Your story is still being written, but already it is etched into the cold iron of swords, the dust of roads, the calluses on your hands. You are no longer a boy, not quite a man, but closer now. You are a squire, and you are becoming. You're 21 years old, or near enough. Some squires are knighted younger, some older, but the number doesn't matter half so much as the fact that someone in authority has finally decided you're ready. Ready to kneel, ready to swear, ready, in theory, to kill and die with a little more official ceremony attached. There's no sudden transformation. You don't wake up with a deeper voice or a miraculously firmer jawline. You're still sore from yesterday's training, still have mud on your boots and a scar across your shoulder that won't quite heal. But this is the moment your entire youth has crawled toward. Your body bruised, your pride battered, your hands hardened by years of polishing, sharpening, carrying, and serving. It has all led here, to the day of your knighthood. It begins with solitude. You're given a chamber, small and cold, in which to pray, reflect, and fast through the night. There's nothing glamorous about it, just stone walls, a single sputtering candle, and a chapel-supplied blanket that somehow manages to be both thin and incredibly scratchy. You kneel on the floor, bones aching, stomach grumbling, and try not to think about the warmth of the kitchens or the tantalizing scent of roasting pork wafting from below. This vigil is meant to purify the soul, to prepare you to accept the sacred duties of a knight. You're expected to meditate on the responsibilities ahead, defending the weak. Good luck with that. Serving your lord, most of whom are quite demanding, upholding the church, which has many rules, and fighting with honour, which sounds very noble but often involves a lot of mud. In practice, you spend as much time wondering whether anyone would notice if you had a tiny sip of water, or sat down for 5 blessed minutes. You're not alone in your discomfort. Dozens of squires have kept this vigil before you, some trembling with anticipation, others feigning serenity. You wonder which you are. You try to remember all the prayers, the creeds, the proper posture. You try not to think about the rumours of squires vomiting from nerves during the ceremony, or passing out mid-kneel. That would be unfortunate. Memorable, but unfortunate. Come dawn, you are escorted to the main hall. It is transformed for the occasion. Banners hang, candles flicker, and nobles, knights, and priests gather in ceremonial dress, whispering politely behind gloved hands. A hush falls as you enter. Your name is announced. You kneel. Your lord, or perhaps the king, depending on your station and how important you are, approaches. He carries a sword, a symbol of service and power. It may not be his own blade. Some lords keep a ceremonial sword just for this purpose, polished to a mirror shine and never actually used in battle. You try not to look too closely. You try not to shake. The sword taps your shoulders, left, then right. The dubbing. In some traditions, you're also given a symbolic slap, a reminder of the physical and moral pain you must now endure without complaint. It's less of a blow and more of a firm pat, but the message is clear. A knight's duty is not to comfort, but to sacrifice, and occasionally get slapped. Then comes the oath. You speak solemnly, pledging loyalty to your liege, to God, and to the increasingly aspirational ideals of chivalry. You promise to defend the weak, to protect women, to speak truth, and to fight with honour. You repeat the words with as much gravity as you can muster, though you silently wonder how many knights still actually live by them, especially the truth part. With the oath complete, you rise. Not as a boy, not as a servant, but as a knight. The change is subtle, internal, and yet profound. People who barely glanced at you yesterday now nod in solemn approval. Your peers clap your shoulder, their expressions a mixture of respect and mild envy. Your lord offers a tight-lipped smile, which by noble standards might as well be a standing ovation and a confetti cannon. There may be a feast afterward, depending on the wealth of your lord or the mood of the court. If so, you sit a little higher at the table, drink from a finer cup, and receive congratulations from nobles you once served wine to. It's quite the upgrade from the straw pallet. Some squires are knighted on battlefields, their ceremony improvised amidst carnage, which is much more dramatic, but less comfortable. Others receive the full pageantry. Either way, the weight of the title settles on your shoulders, heavy as chainmail. Knighthood, as it turns out, is not a destination, but a doorway, a very heavy, creaky doorway that leads to more responsibility. The world does not slow down for you to enjoy your new status. Your duties expand immediately. You're now expected to lead men, not just follow them, to make decisions, not simply obey, to ride at the front, not the rear. The same sword that dubbed you a knight is now yours to wield, and no one will double-check your choices anymore. If you err, it will be public, and it will be costly. You're also now accountable in new ways. A knight's word is binding. Your signature carries weight. Your absence at court is noted, and your presence in church is assumed. So no skipping mass, even if your foot hurts. If you drink too deeply or speak too freely, it reflects not only on you but on your household, your banner, and your liege. A slip of the tongue can sour alliances. A drunken scuffle can undo months of delicate diplomacy. In short, your margin for error shrinks dramatically the moment your shoulder is tapped with a sword. Suddenly, everyone expects you to be a grown-up. Your responsibilities extend beyond battle. If your lord grants you land, and hopefully he does because knights need to eat, you are expected to manage it wisely. That means collecting taxes from those perpetually hungry peasants, settling disputes among peasants, usually about a cow or a chicken, maintaining roads, which are always muddy, and ensuring the harvest is strong. Knights are often imagined as warriors alone, but in truth they are administrators, enforcers, and landlords. Your sword may rest in its scabbard for months at a time, but your seal is pressed into wax almost daily. It's like being a medieval CEO, but with more potential for disembowelment. You also now have your own squire. The irony is not lost on you. He is young, uncertain, and probably as eager to please and terrified as you once were. You teach him to polish your armour just so, to saddle your horse without bruising its haunches, to pour wine without spilling. You correct him gently at first, then more firmly, because you're a knight now. Damn it. He reminds you of yourself. It is humbling, and slightly amusing, to see how far you've come and how far you still have to go. There is also the matter of your coat of arms. If you haven't had one before, it must now be chosen. Colours, symbols, family mottos, they all matter. They identify you on the field of battle and in court. They speak before you do. A red lion rampant on a field of gold says something very different than a black cross on a white bend. Choose wisely, or pay a herald to help, because you don't want to accidentally declare yourself the knight of the fluffy bunnies. Your new armour is fitted to your frame, assuming your lord is generous or your family still has coin to spare. Full plate is expensive, and every piece must be custom made. greaves for your legs, gauntlets for your hands, a cuirass for your chest. You stand still as the blacksmiths measure and clink their fingers, leaving soot on your skin. The weight is impressive. Walking in it feels like learning to move all over again, like being a particularly clumsy robot. But you feel safe inside it too, as if metal might guard not only your body but your newly elevated name. You take your first formal ride through the village, not as a servant trailing behind a retinue, but at its head. Children run to the roadside, their mouths agape. Old men bow stiffly. A woman tosses you a flower, hopefully not a rotten one. You try not to look too pleased, maintaining a stoic, knightly expression. The peasants don't cheer exactly, but they do stare, and in the medieval world, attention is a kind of applause. That night, in the solitude of your chamber, you remove each piece of armour slowly, methodically. You place your sword with care. You stare at your reflection in the polished plate and try to see what others saw today. A knight, a protector, a leader. You do not quite believe it yet, but you will. Not everything changes overnight. You still train each day. You still wake early and pray, mostly for the pain in your knee to go away. You still limp after a long ride and wince when a blade catches your elbow during training. But your name is called with more weight now. You are consulted, not commanded. The youngest squires eye you with something like awe or fear, or possibly both. War will come again. You know this. And when it does, your position in the vanguard will be expected. No more standing behind a shield wall. No more waiting for orders. You will lead the charge, raise your voice above the din, and be the first to cross the field. If fortune favours you, you may return with honour. If not, your coat of arms will be carried home without you, probably quite muddy. This is the cost of the accolade. This is the burden of the oath. But still, you are proud, not of your status but of your survival. You endured the long years, the cold vigils, the humiliation, the relentless training, the fear. And now, you wear the title as a second skin. You are a knight, and your real service has only just begun. You do not become a knight and immediately feel powerful. You become a knight, and then you are handed 60 pounds of steel and told to get on a horse. The first real lesson of knighthood is not how to fight, but how to walk, breathe, and not fall over in your own armour. At first, it's chainmail, a horrifyingly heavy shirt of interlocking rings that drapes over your shoulders like an iron tunic. It's not as heavy as it looks, but it clings to you, drags at your limbs, and catches every single drop of sweat your body produces. Beneath it, you wear a padded gambeson, quilted linen stuffed with wool or rags, which smells absolutely awful after a single skirmish, and even worse after a week. But it keeps the mail from grinding against your skin like a particularly aggressive cheese grater, so you tolerate the stench. As warfare evolves, so does your kit. Plate armour begins to replace mail, at first just a breastplate and greaves, then pauldrons for your shoulders, vambraces for your forearms, sabatons to encase your feet, articulated joints, riveted segments, each edition designed to protect without pinching, though they almost always manage to do both. Eventually, you are sheathed in metal from crown to toe, and it's less like wearing clothes and more like being folded into a walking bell. The helmet is the absolute worst. It muffles your hearing, narrows your vision to an alarming degree, and steams up with your own breath in battle, making you feel like a heavily armoured, very confused tea kettle. In battle, it protects your skull, mostly. Outside of battle, it functions primarily to give you a throbbing headache and make you look vaguely ridiculous. Some helms have visors you can lift, which helps with breathing, spitting, and occasionally seeing where you're going, though it also makes your face an easier target. Trade-offs are everywhere in armour. Mobility, surprisingly, is not impossible. You can run, squat, mount a horse, even roll if trained well. But everything takes effort. You are not agile, you are deliberate, and you quickly learn to conserve movement like a man counting his last coins. After all, if your opponent wears nothing heavier than boiled leather, he'll He'll be darting around while you resemble a mobile sculpture of St. George, probably covered in bird droppings. Then there's the maintenance. Every single piece must be cleaned, oiled, inspected. A single rusted rivet can jam a joint. A dented chest plate can buckle under a second blow. Your squire essentially becomes a blacksmith's apprentice overnight, scrubbing and hammering late into the evening. If he forgets a strap or fails to fasten your cuisses, thigh armour, correctly, you notice it painfully and immediately. And let's not forget the weapons. Your sword is your constant companion, but not your only one. It is not the slim rapier of modern imagination, but a broad, weighty blade meant for hacking, not fencing. Its edge is kept sharp, but not razor thin, better to survive impact. You carry it at your side, but draw it only when necessary. The sword is both symbol and tool, and in your hand it becomes an extension of your very tired will. Then there's the lance. A knight without a lance is like a fish without gills, utterly useless in open battle. The lance is not delicate. It is a sharpened pole, roughly 10 feet long, meant to be couched under your arm and driven like a battering ram into whoever's unlucky enough to be across the field on horseback. It turns your momentum into deadly force, but it is also unwieldy, easy to miss with, and once broken, mostly good for poking campfires. The mace is a brutal companion, short, stubby and blunt. No finesse, no elegance, just a lump of iron on a stick designed to cave in helmets and crack ribs. Useful when your enemy's armour laughs off blades. When subtlety fails, the mace makes its point with savage clarity. Axes are similar, less common among knights, more typical of mercenaries or those from northern stock, but in close quarters, an axe can hook a shield, split a helm, or drag a man off a horse. It's not considered gentlemanly, but neither, to be fair, is medieval warfare. Shields serve both offensive and defensive roles. You carry one, usually kite-shaped or heater style, slung across your back or strapped to your forearm. It bears your coat of arms, a bright splash of symbolism amidst the mud and smoke. You learn to punch with it, to deflect, to absorb force. A good shield might save your life. A bad one might become your coffin lid. Siege weapons are a different beast altogether. Catapults, trebuchets, and battering rams, handled by engineers and lower soldiers. You observe them more than operate them, unless you're particularly unlucky. But you'll definitely learn to fear them. No armour can save you from a boulder. When battle comes, your kit is both saviour and prison. On the charge, you ride with couched lance, shield raised, visor down. Your world becomes a tunnel of noise and blur. Impact is sudden and absolute. You hit or are hit. You fall or you do not. And if you do fall, it is up to someone else, perhaps your very anxious squire, to drag you clear before the trampling begins. After the charge, if you are still upright, comes the melee. Sword drawn, you engage man to man. It is not graceful. It is a messy, grunting symphony of blood and clanging steel. You swing, you block, you pray. You aim not for heroics, but for joints, armpits, behind the knees, visor slits, the weak points. Every knight has them, and if you don't find theirs, they'll certainly find yours. In the aftermath, assuming you survive, you learn the lesser-known role of a knight, repairman. You remove your armour piece by piece, every dent and scratch telling its own small, painful story. If a rivet snapped or a strap tore, it's noted, recorded, and mended. Your sword is cleaned, inspected, re-oiled. Every weapon dulled must be sharpened. You don't sleep until your gear is ready again, because next time, it could mean your life. You begin to appreciate the subtle differences between good steel and bad. You learn the smiths by name, the balance of a sword, the precise weight of a shield, the exact line where a helmet should rest against your brow. All become second nature. You grow fussy about details that once seemed trivial, the type of leather used in your gauntlets, the weight distribution of a new axe, the way a visor latches shut. Some knights personalise their equipment with flair, engrave pommels, crests etched into breastplates, gilt inlays. You may do the same if coin and vanity permit. But beneath the ornament lies the same brutal reality. Armour is not costume. It is coffin prevention. There are downsides, of course. Armour is expensive. Your share of spoils from war or tournaments often vanishes into repairs and replacements. And then there's the matter of heat. Summer in a full suit of plate is like walking inside a forge, especially in the midday sun. You sweat buckets, faint if you're not careful, and attract flies with all the grace of a walking roast. Despite it all, you come to trust your gear like a second skin. You've tested it under arrow fire. You've felt the jolt of a mace strike echo through your ribs and known the armor did its job. It protects, yes, but it also transforms you. You walk taller in it. People part when they see you coming. Children point, commoners bow. And yet, you know this. The steel does not make you invincible. It merely postpones the inevitable. You can fight well, prepare thoroughly, and equip yourself with the finest gear. But in the end, it's still just you, a very expensive tin can, hoping for a bit of luck. Hey there, thrill seekers, history fanatics, and anyone currently regretting their life choices. Tonight, you'll step into a different kind of history. Forget marble palaces or grand senatorial halls. We're diving into the blood-soaked sand, the iron bars, and the echoing corridors beneath the arena. You'll live the life of a Roman gladiator, from your first day in chains to your last step onto the killing ground. You'll train, bleed, fight, and perform, not for glory, but for the fleeting applause of a crowd that never remembers your name. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you a bit of peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from, and what time it is right now. It's strangely comforting to see who else is drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights, turn on a fan for that soft background hum, settle in, and let's begin. At the moment, you lose your freedom. You do not remember the first time you heard the word gladiator. Perhaps it was shouted from a street corner in some distant market square, carried on the scent of roasting meat and fresh olives, a tale told by a man with too much wine and too few teeth. Or perhaps it was a whisper in a soldier's tent, as spoils were counted and prisoners chosen, a casual remark tossed out as casually as one might discuss the weather. You didn't know then that the word would one day define your existence. It is strange, in a way, how little control a man can have over his own life. One moment you are free, a soldier perhaps, or a farmer, or merely an unlucky soul caught on the wrong side of Rome's endless thirst for conquest. The next, you are shackled, your wrists rubbed raw by iron that does not care if you are noble or common, brave or cowardly. You are cargo now, a thing to be bought, used, and discarded. You have travelled far. The sun here burns differently, glaring down upon a city that seems to pulse with wealth and cruelty in equal measure. The streets of Rome stretch before you, crowded with citizens dressed in brilliant white togas and poor souls in threadbare tunics. You see children darting between market stalls, vendors hawking dates and fish and bolts of purple cloth. Somewhere in the distance laughter rings out from a tavern. It is a city alive with sound and ambition, and none of it has any place for you. The market where you are taken is not the kind where respectable Romans shop for olive oil or garum. This is the slave market, tucked behind the grander forums and the temples gleaming with marble. Here, men and women are displayed like livestock, their value assessed not in talent or virtue, but in the strength of their limbs and the health of their teeth. You stand with a group of fellow captives, the stink of fear and sweat hanging thick in the air. Some cry openly, others stare blankly ahead. A few, the ones who have perhaps seen too much already, wear an expression of grim resignation. You try to hold yourself steady, though your knees ache and your stomach is hollow with hunger. Days in transit have left you gaunt and dirty, your hair matted with dust. The auction begins. A stout man with a booming voice strides to the front, barking out prices as buyers stroll past. One by one, your fellow captives are dragged onto a crude wooden platform and turned this way and that, as if they were cuts of meat at a butcher's stall. Muscles are squeezed, teeth are inspected, old scars prodded. You watch a wiry man with haunted eyes sell for a pitiful sum. A young woman weeps as she is claimed by a leering merchant. Then it is your turn. Rough hands shove you forward. You climb onto the platform, blinking against the midday glare. Below you, a crowd of buyers mutters and murmurs, eyes flitting over your frame. You are stripped of the remnants of your clothing, left standing naked before them all. The humiliation burns hotter than the sun. You remind yourself not to flinch, not to look away. Show weakness here, and your price will plummet, and with it, any hope of surviving what lies ahead. A man steps forward from the throng. He is tall, broad of shoulder, his tunic dyed a rich crimson. Around his neck hangs a chain of gold, and at his side is a short staff, the mark of a Lannister, a trainer and owner of gladiators. You've heard of such men. They run the Ludus, the grim schools where fighters are shaped into tools of blood and spectacle. To be bought by such a man is no mercy. It means a life of training, pain, and the endless roar of the amphitheatre. The Lannister gestures to the auctioneer. They speak in low tones, glancing your way. He inspects you himself, gripping your arms, thumping your chest, forcing your mouth open to peer at your teeth. You meet his gaze, hoping to project some measure of strength. He grunts, apparently satisfied. A price is agreed upon. You are sold. Iron shackles are fastened once more around your wrists, and you are led away from the market, past streets teeming with life. You catch snatches of conversation, talk of politics, of the latest military victories, of the upcoming games. Oh yes, the games, someone says. Word is there will be a great spectacle next month, lions and gladiators, and no shortage of blood. The words sink deep into your gut. The Lannister's slaves march you through a heavy iron gate into the courtyard of the Ludus. This is to be your new home, though calling it such feels like mockery. The walls loom high, topped with iron spikes to deter escape. Within the compound, men of every hue and origin toil and sweat beneath the gaze of armed guards. Some train with wooden swords against straw dummies. Others spar beneath the harsh commands of drill masters. The scent here is a pungent blend of sweat, leather, and old blood. You're taken first to the scribes, who record your name, or what passes for it now. Many captives lose even that small piece of identity, given instead a new name chosen by their owner, a name that will look good on posters and thrill the crowd. You may be lucky and keep your old name. You may be reborn as Scaevola or Spiculus, or some other moniker meant to sound suitably fearsome. Either way, the man you were is gone. Next comes branding. You're forced to kneel as a hot iron is pressed to your thigh. The searing pain eclipses all else, and the scent of your own burning flesh nearly makes you retch. The mark identifies you as property of this particular Ludus, a thing to be returned if lost, a thing that can be replaced. Finally, you are shown to your cell. It is a narrow stone chamber, scarcely large enough to stretch out in. The floor is cold, the air damp. A thin straw pallet and a coarse blanket are your only comforts. Still, you are too exhausted to care. You collapse upon the straw, your body aching from days of travel and the fresh torment of the brand. Sleep does not come easily. The sounds of the Ludus seep through the walls. The clash of wooden swords, the bark of orders, the low moans of the wounded. Somewhere nearby, a man sobs softly. You wonder who he was and what path led him here. You wonder the same about yourself. In the morning, training begins. You are hauled from your cell before the sun has fully risen, thrust into a yard where a grim-faced drill master awaits. His voice is rough from years of shouting, his gaze cold as iron. He wastes no time. You are handed a wooden sword and told to fight. Not well, not bravely, but precisely. Every movement is dissected. Every mistake earns a blow from his staff. The training ground is a pitiless place. You learn to march in formation, to lunge and parry, to anticipate the movements of an opponent. The wooden sword feels awkward at first, its weight unfamiliar, but muscle memory comes with repetition and the certainty that failure means punishment. Already, you see the results upon the bodies of your fellow trainees. Bruises dark as wine, welts across backs and arms, noses broken and left to heal crooked. There is little respite. Meals are brief and uninspiring. Thick barley porridge with occasional scraps of meat or dried fruit, meant to fuel the body, not delight the palate. You eat in silence, wary of the guards and your fellow gladiators alike. Trust is a luxury here, and friendship can swiftly turn to betrayal when the arena demands it. At night, you return to your cell, muscles trembling with exhaustion. You tend your bruises as best you can using what little cloth and water is available. The thought creeps in, unbidden. How many days will pass before you are deemed ready for the arena? How many nights will you spend in this stone coffin dreading the dawn? And yet, a strange thing happens as days blur into weeks. Your body begins to harden. The wooden sword no longer feels so foreign in your grip. Your feet learn to dance across the sand, your eyes to read the stance of an opponent. The bruises remain, but the pain dulls, or perhaps you simply grow used to it. The drill master watches you closely. You cannot tell whether he sees promise in you, or merely another body to be flung into the pit. But you fight harder, train longer, not out of loyalty or pride, but because survival depends upon it. One evening, as the sun dips low and the shadows lengthen, you overhear a conversation between two veteran fighters. "The games are coming soon," one says, voice low. "A dozen new men to be sent in. Few will last a day, without asking that you will be among them." And so you lie upon your straw that night, staring at the cracked ceiling of your cell. The word gladiator echoes in your mind. Not a story, not a boast, not a distant spectacle, but a fate you cannot escape. The crowd will soon roar for your blood, and you will have no choice but to give it. The first lesson you learn in the Ludus is this: your body is not your own. It belongs to the Lanista now, and by extension, to the crowd. You may think of yourself as a man, but the daily routine here will soon teach you otherwise. You are a tool, to be sharpened, displayed and broken for the amusement of others. Whether you live or die is a secondary concern, provided you entertain. Your days begin long before the sun rises. In the darkness of your cell, you stir at the sound of iron keys turning in the heavy lock. The door creaks open, and a guard's voice, coarse from too many years spent barking orders, jolts you fully awake. "Out now!" The drill master waits. You swing your legs off the straw pallet, muscles already protesting. Sleep was fitful at best. The cold stone beneath your blanket seemed to seep into your bones. Your shoulder throbs from yesterday's blow with a wooden staff, a correction as the drill master called it. You bite back a groan. Pain is expected here. Complaining about it is not. Stepping into the corridor, you join the line of fellow gladiators in training. Some are fresh, like you, eyes wide and limbs uncertain. Others bear the hardened expressions of men who have seen the inside of the amphitheatre and returned. They do not speak. They march in grim silence toward the training yard, each step measured, each glance wary. The yard itself is a harsh expanse of packed dirt, encircled by high stone walls. Wooden posts, scarred from countless strikes, stand like skeletal trees, targets for thrusts and slashes. To one side, racks of training weapons await. Wooden swords, heavy shields, and blunted-edged daggers. On the far end stands the drill master, a broad-shouldered brute with arms like tree trunks and a face that looks as though it was carved from granite. His eyes sweep over the gathered men with a mixture of disdain and grim amusement. "Form ranks," he bellows. "You are here to fight, not to shuffle like old women." You move quickly to obey. Hesitation earns only one thing here: pain. The drill master carries a stout wooden staff, worn smooth from years of use, not for demonstration, but for striking. You have already seen men doubled over from its blows, ribs cracked beneath its merciless arc. The staff does not discriminate. Tall or short, strong or weak, it punishes all who falter. Training begins with footwork. You're taught to move in the sand with balance and speed, not the clumsy stomping of a brawler, but the measured steps of a dancer. At first, it feels unnatural. Your feet drag, you stumble. A sharp crack across your thigh reminds you to correct your posture. Pain is a swift instructor. Next come the drills. You are paired with another trainee and handed a wooden sword, a rudis. Deceptively simple in appearance, its weight is intended to build strength, heavier than the real gladius you will one day wield in the arena. You are shown the basic strikes: overhead slash, thrust to the belly, cut to the thigh. Each movement must be precise. Sloppiness is punished with a jab of the staff or a derisive shout. Again, the drill master commands. And again. You will do this until your arms fall off, and then you will use your teeth. You lose count of the repetitions. Sweat pours from your brow, stinging your eyes. Your grip slips. Blisters bloom upon your palms. When you falter, the staff finds your ribs. Hold it like a man, not a fishwife, the drill master sneers. You grit your teeth and press on. Between drills, you glimpse the veterans sparring at the far end of the yard. Their movements are swift, fluid, a deadly dance honed by countless hours of practice. They strike with controlled ferocity, eyes locked, bodies coiled like serpents. You watch with a mixture of awe and dread. These are the men who survive in the arena. You wonder if you will ever match their skill, or if you will die before the chance. When the sun reaches its zenith, the drill master calls a brief halt. You are herded toward a shaded corner, where large earthen jars of water await. You drink greedily, the cool liquid a rare comfort. Beside the jars sits a large wooden trough filled with barley porridge, thick, coarse, and utterly joyless. Hordiari, they call you behind your backs. Barley men. It is not a compliment. The diet of a gladiator is designed to build bulk and endurance, not pleasure. The palate, barley porridge, beans and occasional scraps of meat, forms the staple fare. Fresh fruit is a rarity. Wine, if given, is watered down to the point of insult. The aim is to keep you strong, not happy. As you eat, you overhear snatches of conversation. A veteran speaks in low tones to another. 2 days more, and they send us to the arena. New batch of Germans, I hear. Should be a fine slaughter. The words chill you more than the morning air. You are not yet ready. No one ever is. After the brief meal, training resumes. Now the focus shifts to defense. You are handed a heavy wooden shield and taught the art of blocking and parrying. The shield strains your already aching arms. The drill master demonstrates with cruel efficiency, striking from angles you failed to anticipate. You learn quickly that a poorly held shield is an invitation to pain. As the hours grind on, exhaustion sets in. Your legs tremble, your breath comes in ragged gasps. Yet the drill master shows no mercy. You think the enemy will tire first, he shouts. You think the crowd cares if you're weary? Fight through it, or die. The final drill of the day is the most brutal. The pell, a tall wooden post meant to simulate an opponent. You are ordered to strike it repeatedly, overhead, side cuts, thrusts, without pause. Each blow sends shockwaves through your arms. The wood does not yield, neither does the drill master. Harder, faster, he roars. Strike as though your life depends upon it, because it does. By the time the sun dips low, you are scarcely able to lift your sword. Blisters weep blood. Your tunic clings to your sweat-drenched body. Yet you stand in ranks once more as the drill master surveys you. Some of you may live to fight in the arena, he says. Most of you will not. Remember this, the crowd does not cheer for the timid. They cheer for blood. Learn to give it to them, or be the one bleeding. With that grim benediction, you are dismissed. Staggering, you return to your cell. The corridor is eerily quiet. The day has left even the bravest men broken with fatigue. You collapse onto your pallet, too weary to care about the filth that clings to your skin. Sleep is no kinder tonight than it was before. Bruises throb, muscles cramp. You shift restlessly, haunted by visions of the arena. You've seen the amphitheatre from a distance, a towering colossus of stone and sand. Soon you will stand within its pit, beneath the gaze of thousands. The thought coils in your stomach like a serpent. Dawn comes all too soon. Again the key turns in the lock. Again the guard's voice shatters the fragile peace. You rise, body stiff, and shuffle toward the yard. Another day of the same torment awaits. This is your life now. A ceaseless cycle of sweat, pain, and fear. You are being forged into a weapon, but whether you will survive long enough to wield it remains to be seen. And as the whip cracks once more in the morning light, you know this much is certain. In the ludus, mercy is as rare as wine. It is one thing to learn how to fight. It is quite another to learn how to die properly. In the ludus, both are equally important. You would think that in a school designed to turn men into living weapons, the instructors would focus solely on helping you survive. And they do, up to a point. But the grim reality is that no matter how skilled you become, no matter how strong or fast, there will come a day when some other man or beast bests you. On that day, you must face death with a certain flair. No one wants to see a gladiator blubbering and begging on the sand. They want to see courage, defiance, and perhaps even a touch of nobility, especially if you're about to be skewered like a roast pig. The first time the drill master says the words, "learn to die," you think you've misheard. But no, he means exactly what he says. After a brutal morning spent hacking at the pell until your arms turn to jelly, you and the others are summoned to the central yard. A wooden platform has been erected there, low and circular, an imitation of the raised stage in the amphitheatre. The drill master, his scarred face betraying neither warmth nor malice, simply weary professionalism, strides onto the platform. In his hand is a rudess, the same type of wooden training sword you've grown both to hate and to respect. "You've learned to strike," he says, voice carrying easily across the yard. "You've learned to block. You've learned to endure. Now you must learn to die." A ripple of uneasy glances passes through your ranks. You're all thinking the same thing. We came here to survive, not to rehearse our deaths. But no one speaks. You know better than to question an order in this place. The drill master beckons one of the veteran fighters forward, a Gaul with a jagged scar across his cheek and arms corded with muscle. The man mounts the platform with casual ease, as though walking to a tavern stage, not to a mock execution. "Watch," the drill master commands, "and remember, what follows is equal parts theatre and grim ritual." The Gaul assumes a combat stance, then feigns receiving a fatal blow to the side. He staggers, dropping to one knee, his expression a carefully controlled mix of pain and defiance. Slowly he raises the index finger of his left hand, the ad digitum gesture, signalling submission and pleading for mercy. In a real arena, this moment would be met with roaring approval or baying cries for blood from the crowd. The editor of the games, seated in his box, would render the final judgment. Thumbs up and you live, thumbs down and you die. Here, the drill master plays both judge and crowd. He gives a curt nod, and the Gaul collapses fully to the sand, eyes closing, body relaxing into the final stillness of death. "Again," the drill master says. The Gaul repeats the performance, this time showing what happens when no mercy is granted. Instead of raising the finger, he staggers to his feet one last time, defiant to the end, then falls in a dramatic sprawl, as if slain outright. The lesson is clear. Not only must you fight well, you must also know how to fall. The crowd expects a show. They want blood, yes, but also poetry in motion. A gladiator who dies with grace and defiance may be remembered. One who dies whimpering will be forgotten, or worse, scorned. Now it is your turn. You ascend the platform with leaden feet, your heart hammering as though this mock death might be real. The drill master instructs you to imagine a mortal wound. "Feel the blade," he says. "Feel your strength leaving you, then die well." It feels absurd at first. You stagger and clutch your side in what you hope looks like pain, then sink to your knees, hesitating before raising your finger. Too slow. A crack across your back from the staff corrects that. "Faster," the drill master snaps. "You will not have the luxury of thinking when you bleed for real." You try again and again. With each repetition, the act becomes less awkward. You learn to fall in a way that will not break your bones but still looks convincing. You practice gasping convincingly, not flopping about like a dying fish. You master the subtle art of keeping one eye half open to judge the crowd's reaction while pretending to be at death's door. There is a grim humour in it all, though no one dares laugh. You catch glimpses of your fellow trainees exaggerating their stumbles or perfecting a stoic, statuesque death pose. One man, a wiry Greek, manages to fall so elegantly that even the veterans murmur approval. "Perhaps you'll make a fine corpse one day," a grizzled veteran quips. The Greek grins faintly. It is the first smile you've seen in days. Of course, not every death in the arena is planned. Sometimes a blade finds its mark unexpectedly, and the only performance is the involuntary twitching of limbs as life slips away. But the drill master insists that even in the chaos of battle, you must remember your role. A good death may earn the editor's mercy. A poor one seals your fate. In between these morbid rehearsals, your combat training continues. The rudis is gradually replaced with real steel, first dulled, then sharpened. You're assigned a gladiator type based on your physique and fighting style. The options are many, each with its own distinct flair. If you are tall and broad, you may become a Mamilo, wielding a heavy shield and short sword, your head encased in a gleaming helmet. If you are agile and wiry, you might train as a Retiarius, armed with trident and net, darting about like a fisherman gone mad. Others become Secutores or Hoplamachi, each type designed to create varied and thrilling matches. You, as it happens, are chosen as a Secutor, a hunter of the net fighters. Your armor is designed to allow pursuit, your helmet smooth and rounded to deflect the Retiarius's trident. It is a role requiring relentless aggression and stamina, neither of which comes naturally to you. But here, you have no say. You are shaped according to the whims of the Lanista and the entertainment needs of the arena. The first time you spar with a Retiarius is a humbling affair. The net, wielded with surprising skill, tangles your legs and sends you sprawling. The trident's blunted tines thump your chest and ribs with bruising force. You rise gasping, only to be caught again. The drill master watches impassively. Better to learn this lesson here, he says, than when the trident is real. You train relentlessly, bruises multiplying with each passing day. The net becomes less mysterious. You learn to cut it away, to close the distance before the Retiarius can strike. You spar against other Secutores, refining your footwork, mastering the brutal rhythm of attack and guard. Yet always, the lessons on dying return. You're reminded constantly, one slip, one missed block, and all your training will end in a final public performance of the most permanent kind. At night, back in your cell, you sometimes wonder at the strange transformation overtaking you. Weeks ago, you were a prisoner, uncertain even how to grip a sword. Now you move with the weary grace of a predator. Your muscles harden, your reflexes sharpen. You think less about survival and more about the next blow, the next feint, the next moment of spectacle. It is a kind of madness, this world of the gladiator. Men cheer for your pain, wager on your suffering, revel in your blood. And here you are, being trained not only to feed their appetites, but to do so with artistry. You lie on the straw, listening to the snores and coughs of your fellow captives. Somewhere in the distance, a lyre plays a mournful tune. Perhaps a wealthy Roman entertains his guests even now, speaking of the new batch of fighters soon to grace the sands. You close your eyes, picturing the arena once more, but not the structure. You know its towering walls and iron gates well enough by now. No, you imagine the faces, the eager crowd, the calculating editor, the pitiless eyes of your opponent. And in that imagined space, you rehearse the final act, the slow collapse, the raised finger, the resolute stare. If fate decrees that your moment will come, you will meet it with grim dignity. Because here, in the shadow of Rome's greatest theatre of blood, even death must be performed to perfection. You soon discover that the worst enemy in the ludus is not the drill master's staff, the blisters blooming on your palms, or even the certainty of future bloodshed. No, the cruelest torment is found in the friendships you cannot help but form. It happened slowly at first. When you first arrived, gaunt and bruised from captivity in the market, the other gladiators barely acknowledged you. They had seen too many wide-eyed newcomers to waste kindness on one more dead man walking. Yet, as the days grind on and you survive each round of training, something shifts. You begin to share space in the yard with the same cluster of men. You spar against them, fall beside them, rise with them again. You sweat and bleed on the same stretch of sand, stumble to the same troughs for water, curse beneath your breath during endless drills. And somewhere in that weary rhythm, grudging nods turn into brief words, words into conversation, into a strange and fragile form of camaraderie. There is Marcus, an ex-legionary, whose towering frame earned him a Mamillo's shield and gladius. He speaks little of his past, but fights with terrifying efficiency, as though every opponent were a ghost from some long-forgotten battlefield. There is Foe, the wiry Greek, who somehow manages to turn even the bleakest drills into a chance for sardonic wit. At least in the arena, he quips one sweltering afternoon, the crowd will be too loud to hear the drill master shout. There is Varro, a Gaul with a booming laugh and a fondness for dice games, though his luck at them seems inversely proportional to his skill with a blade. And then there is you, still a newcomer in many ways, still learning the grim choreography of combat and death, yet no longer entirely alone. The bonds form not because you seek them out, but because the alternative is unthinkable. In this place of iron and blood, a man without allies is a man already half dead. You may not trust these men fully. Trust here is a fragile coin, but you learn to value their presence. A nod from Marcus across the yard, a muttered joke from Foe as the sun beats down, a shared loaf of coarse bread from Varro when rations run thin. Small moments, but they matter. Of course, the unspoken truth shadows every word and gesture. At any time, the editor of the games or the whims of the Lanista might decide that you and Marcus, or Foe or Varro, will face each other beneath the roar of the crowd. And when that day comes, all camaraderie must fall away beneath the cold weight of survival. You tell yourself you will be ready if that day comes. You tell yourself it is better not to grow too close. Yet the heart rarely heeds such logic. Shared hardship breeds a kind of brotherhood that defies reason. The ludus itself encourages these uneasy bonds, though not out of kindness. The Lanista knows that a fighter who trains in complete isolation becomes brittle, prone to despair. A man who fights for something, even the faint kinship of his fellows, fights harder. And so, during rare hours of rest, you are allowed to mingle in the courtyard, to sit by the brazier when the chill creeps in, to speak in low tones beneath the gaze of the guards. It is during one such evening that you find yourself seated with Marcus, Foe, and Varro, the four of you passing a battered jug of watered wine between weary hands. The day's drills have left your bodies aching, but for a brief moment, the sting of the lash and the press of the shield are distant memories. You fight well, Marcus says quietly, staring into the flickering flames. Better than when you first came. You nod, unsure whether to feel pride or dread at the compliment. Foe smirks. At this rate, they'll have him in the arena by next moon. We should start betting. Varro laughs, the sound rolling across the courtyard like distant thunder. I will wager 5 denarii he survives his first bout, and another 5 he spends the winnings on better wine than this. You chuckle along with them, though an iron knot tightens in your gut. The arena. Your first fight. The thought has haunted your nights more than you care to admit. To hear it spoken of so casually is both comforting and terrifying. As the evening wears on, the conversation drifts from tales of distant lands to rumours of an upcoming festival where particularly grand games are planned. You learn that Foe once studied rhetoric before fate delivered him here, that Varro has a wife and son in a village far beyond the reach of Rome's legions, that Marcus fought in Germania and saw things no man should see, and you speak little of your past. It is easier that way. The manure matters less with each passing day. Yet even as laughter flickers like the firelight, the shadow remains. Each of you knows that one day, perhaps sooner than any of you wish, you may be ordered to draw steel against one another. And when that moment comes, there will be no time for hesitation, no space for mercy. The first time you witness this bitter truth is during a paired sparring match arranged for the Lanista's amusement. The fighters called are Antonius and Gaius, 2 men who have trained side by side for nearly a year, their friendship evident to all. They step into the sand with grim faces, offering each other a brief clasp of forearms before the signal is given. What follows is brutal and swift. There is no room for restraint. The drill master watches closely, as does the Lanista from his shaded seat. Blades flash, shields crash. Gaius gains the advantage with a sharp thrust to Antonius's thigh. Blood spatters the sand. The drill master calls a halt and healers rush in, yet the damage is done, not only to Antonius's flesh, but to the bond between the two men. That night, the courtyard is quieter than usual. Even Foe offers no quips. The reality of your life is clearer than ever. You may drink with a man one evening, and be expected to spill his blood the next, and yet the friendships persist. You need them, even knowing the risk. Without them, the grind of the ludus would hollow you out from within. It is the knowing glance from Marcus when the drill master's gaze lingers too long, the whispered advice from Foe, the rough hand of Varro hauling you to your feet after a bruising fall. You give such aid in return, though part of you wonders if each small kindness is a seed of future regret. One particularly sweltering afternoon, as you and Foe rest between rounds of net and trident drills, he leans close and murmurs, "When the time comes, if it comes, strike clean." No hesitation. That is the only mercy we can offer. You nod, throat tight. It is a grim pact, unspoken yet understood among all who wear the gladiator's harness. Fight as though your life depends on it, because it does, and when the blade must fall upon a friend, make it swift. As the days turn to weeks, the bonds deepen despite your efforts to remain detached. Perhaps it is human nature, refusing to be entirely crushed by the cold machinery of the games. Or perhaps it is simple madness, clinging to the illusion of connection in a world designed to strip it away. In the quieter moments, you sometimes catch yourself imagining a different life, one where you might have known these men as comrades in a legion, or merchants sharing wine in a bustling tavern, not as fellow instruments of death. But such thoughts are dangerous. You push them aside. One morning, a new list is posted outside the drill master's quarters, the roster for the next games. Your name, or the one assigned to you, is on it, and just below it, you see the name of one of your friends. The time for rehearsals is over. The arena awaits. Hello. Welcome, one and all. Before we dive headfirst into the fascinating, bizarre, and often hilariously inconvenient world of the Soviet Union, I have a burning question for all you intrepid listeners and viewers out there. Seriously, I'm genuinely curious. Where in the glorious, interconnected world are you joining us from right now? Are you cozied up in California, brewing your morning coffee? Perhaps it's a late-night listen in London, or maybe you're just waking up to this madness in Melbourne. Drop a comment, send a smoke signal, or telepathically transmit your location and the current time, because it absolutely blows my mind that people are falling asleep, waking up, or just trying to survive their commute while listening to me prattle on about shared toilets and questionable 5-year plans. It's a truly global party, and you, my friends, are the star guests. All right, now that we've established our global commune, let's get down to brass tacks. The Soviet Union. Ah, the very name conjures images, doesn't it? For many of us in the West, our understanding of this colossal ideological experiment was largely shaped by Hollywood. You know the drill. Cold War thrillers, steely-eyed KGB agents lurking in the shadows, concrete jungles as far as the eye can see, and a pervasive sense of grim, grey despair. Every Russian apparently lived in a perpetual state of existential dread, subsisting on borscht and propaganda. Well, let me tell you, comrades, the reality was way more bizarre, often funnier, and in some ways infinitely more frustrating than any spy movie could ever truly capture. Forget James Bond's gadgets. Soviet citizens were masters of improvisation, navigating a daily obstacle course of shortages, bureaucracy, and the relentless pursuit of, well, a toilet that wasn't already occupied. Imagine, if you will, waking up in a place where your personal bathroom wasn't personal at all. I'm talking about a toilet and shower shared with, say, 7 other families. Yes, you heard that right. Not just your eccentric Aunt Mildred and her 10 cats, but complete strangers. Every single morning became a strategic military operation just to brush your teeth without someone pounding on the door, threatening to report you to the building committee for excessive gargling. That, my friends, was daily life for millions of Soviet citizens, and while you, my fortunate listeners, lie there in your soft beds, with your private bathrooms just steps away, let me paint you a vivid, slightly comical, and utterly authentic picture of what it meant to wake up on the other side of the Iron Curtain. Oh, And if these stories are tickling your funny bone, or just making you incredibly grateful for indoor plumbing, I'd really appreciate a like or subscribe. It helps us spread the word, and who knows, maybe we can collectively raise enough awareness to prevent future shared bathroom nightmares. Leningrad, 1953. The Communal Apartment Awakening. Alright everybody, get comfortable. Seriously, adjust those pillows, pull up that blanket, because where we're going, you're going to want to be cozy. We're heading back to the Soviet Union of the 1950s. Specifically, we're dropping you right into a Soviet communal apartment in Leningrad, 1953. Stalin has just shuffled off his mortal coil, or rather, been gently encouraged off it by history. But his legacy, much like a stubborn stain on a communal bathtub, is everywhere around you. The air in your room is chilly. Forget perfectly regulated thermostats. Central heating exists, but it's about as consistent as a politician's promise. Your breath makes little clouds in the morning air, adding a whimsical touch to your impending hypothermia. The thin blanket you've piled with an impressive array of coats, socks, and perhaps a small, anxious hamster for extra warmth has left you with a slight backache. Not quite your comfy memory foam, perfectly temperature-controlled haven, is it? Your ears are the first to wake up. They pick up the symphony of communal living before your eyes fully open. The clatter of pots in the shared kitchen. Probably a frantic scramble for the single available burner. Someone's argument. Likely a passionate debate about who borrowed the last of the sugar without asking. A toilet flushing through ancient pipes that groan like they're being tortured. A sound that will forever haunt your dreams. And of course, the obligatory baby crying in the room next door, reminding everyone that even in socialism, babies have their capitalist demands for attention. The walls in these old pre-revolutionary apartments are thick, built for a different era, but the doors, paper thin. Sound travels in strange, unpredictable ways, sometimes amplifying the most mundane noises into booming pronouncements. You, my friend, are one of the lucky ones. Your family has a room to itself. A single room, mind you, not an apartment. It measures about 150 square feet, roughly the size of a very generous walk-in closet in a western suburb. This tiny space is your entire universe. It's where you sleep, eat, when you're not wrestling for kitchen access, entertain guests, who are probably sitting on your bed, and store literally everything you own. Privacy? That's a luxury that simply doesn't exist here. The concept would seem almost bourgeois. You swing your legs over the side of the narrow bed that cleverly doubles as a couch during the day. Your parents, meanwhile, are performing their own contortionist act on the fold-out bed on the opposite wall. The small table between you will later be cleared for meals, because multifunctionality is the name of the game. Your clothing hangs on hooks along the wall. No closet, no dresser. Space is far too precious to waste on such decadent luxuries. Time to face the morning challenge, the bathroom in a communal apartment with 8 families. Timing, my friends, is everything. Too early and you'll be shivering in the cold, contemplating whether frostbite is worth being first in line. Too late, and you'll be standing in a queue, possibly making yourself late for work or school. The unwritten schedule, grudgingly followed by everyone, gives each family a precious 15 minutes. Some mornings that's barely enough time to use the toilet, splash water on your face, and conduct a lightning-fast toothbrushing operation. You grab your toiletry kit. Everyone keeps their personal items separate, a small bastion of individuality, and your towel. You open your door carefully, trying to avoid the infamous squeak that might wake the neighbour's perpetually angry baby. An angry neighbour is the last thing you need this early. They might accidentally forget to tell you when the hot water is actually hot. You step into the long, dimly lit corridor that connects all the rooms, illuminated by a single, mournful yellow bulb. The parquet flooring, once elegant in pre-revolutionary times, when this was a grand, single apartment for a wealthy family, is now worn down by decades of frantic foot traffic. The wallpaper is peeling in places, revealing layers beneath like geological strata, each representing a different, equally drab era of Soviet history. The bathroom door is closed. Bad sign. You sigh. This is normal. This is life. The daily negotiation of shared space that every Soviet citizen learns from childhood. While you wait for the bathroom to liberate itself, you might as well check the day schedule posted near the kitchen entrance. This is an informal system to manage kitchen time slots, especially for dinner when everyone is simultaneously trying to cook something that vaguely resembles a meal. The kitchen itself is a strange, fascinating mix of private and public. Each family has their own designated shelf in the single, often ancient refrigerator, their own tiny cabinet for dry goods, usually guarded with the ferocity of a dragon protecting its hoard, and often their own cooking burner. The single gas stove has been modified over the years to accommodate multiple pots simultaneously, with 4 or 5 burners of varying reliability. Some enterprising families have even installed their own separate electric burners, technically not allowed, but a necessary evil to avoid the inevitable conflicts over cooking times. Imagine the tension. It's like a cooking show where everyone is perpetually running out of ingredients and threatening to report each other to the HOA. The bathroom ritual and morning fuel. Finally, the bathroom door opens. Steam billows out, as if a small personal cloud has just been unleashed. Nikolva, the elderly widow who seems to take the longest despite having the least hair to wash, emerges, her thin strands wrapped in a towel. She gives you a curt nod as she passes, a silent acknowledgement of your shared purgatory. Dmitry Petrovich, the factory foreman who lives in the room near the entrance, gestures for you to go ahead. His need is less urgent than yours. A small kindness in a system where small kindnesses matter enormously. The bathroom is basic. A stained tub with a shower attachment, a toilet with a chain pull, a cracked sink. But this morning, a miracle. The hot water is actually hot. A good omen for the day ahead. You rush through your routine, keeping one eye on your watch. 7 minutes. 8. You need to leave enough time for others. Punctuality, even for a shared shower, is a civic duty. Back in your family's room, your mother is already up, heating water on the small electric burner that's technically not allowed, but that everyone has anyway. It's for tea, the lifeblood of any Russian morning. The samovar, a family heirloom that somehow survived the revolution, the civil war, the purges, and the Great Patriotic War. What Russians stoically call World War II. Sits ready to serve. Hurry, she says, not unkindly. Your father has already gone to the bread line. This too is part of the daily choreography. Your father, a man of quiet determination, rises before dawn 3 times a week to stand in line at the bakery. Fresh bread is one of the reliable pleasures of Soviet life, and the state keeps it affordable. But you have to be willing to wait for it. On his assigned days, your father brings back enough for your family and for the Nyazevs down the hall. On alternate days, Mr. Nyazev does the same. These unofficial arrangements, these systems of mutual aid, are how people truly survive. It's a beautiful, if somewhat desperate, ballet of community. Your mother hands you a cup of strong black tea and a bowl of kasha, buckwheat porridge, sweetened with a precious spoonful of sugar. You eat quickly, standing up to save time. The routine is so ingrained you barely notice it anymore. They're saying there might be oranges at the gastronome today, your mother says, referring to the state food shop 3 blocks away. I'll try to go during my lunch break. Oranges. The word itself feels exotic, a burst of vibrant colour in the monochrome winter. They appear rarely, these southern fruits, making their way to Leningrad from Soviet Georgia, or sometimes even from abroad. Their scarcity makes them special. If your mother is lucky enough to get some, one will be saved for a special occasion, maybe even New Year's, still months away. An orange on New Year's. Now, that's luxury. The daily commute, a public spectacle. You finish your tea, grab your heavy wool coat from its hook, practical rather than fashionable, because style isn't a priority in the Soviet 1950s. Functionality matters more than fashion. Before leaving, you check yourself in the small mirror near the door. Your clothes are clean and presentable, if not exactly stylish. You're ready to face the day. Outside the apartment, the stairwell is dark and smells faintly of cabbage and tobacco. The elevator, installed sometime in the 1930s, has been broken for as long as anyone can remember. You walk down 5 flights, your footsteps echoing in the stairwell. The street greets you with a blast of cold air. October in Leningrad means the beginning of the long, slow descent into winter. The sky is the colour of wet cement, and a light drizzle falls, not quite rain, but enough to dampen your spirits along with your coat. People hurry along the sidewalks, collars turned up, heads down against the weather. The tram stop is crowded with workers heading to the morning shift. You join the huddle, stamping your feet against the cold. When the tram finally arrives, it's already full, but somehow everyone manages to squeeze aboard, bodies pressed together in a strange intimacy that nobody acknowledges. It's like a sardine can, but with more layers of practical, unstylish clothing. The tram rattles through the streets of Leningrad, past the grand buildings of the imperial era, now divided into communal apartments like yours, past newer apartment blocks, built hastily after the war to address the desperate housing shortage. The city is a layer cake of history. Baroque palaces alongside constructivist workers' clubs, alongside classical Stalinist architecture. Through the fogged windows, you catch glimpses of the city waking up, lines already forming outside shops, women with string bags hoping for a delivery of something worth buying, street sweepers in orange vests clearing the previous day's debris, posters on walls proclaiming the success of the latest 5-year plan, showing happy workers exceeding their quotas, their faces alight with socialist fervour. The reality inside the tram is, shall we say, less enthusiastic. Faces are tired, resigned to another day of work in factories or offices, where initiative is rarely rewarded, and meeting the plan is what matters, not actual productivity or innovation. Yet there's a certain security too. Everyone has a job, everyone has a place, however humble. At your stop, you squeeze your way to the exit, mumbling "excuse me" and "pardon" as you step on toes and brush against damp coats. Outside again, you join the stream of workers heading toward the factory gates. The Kirov Works spreads out before you, a sprawling complex of buildings where thousands of workers produce machinery for the Soviet state. Smokestacks release plumes into the grey sky, and the sound of metal on metal creates a constant industrial backdrop. The factory is a city unto itself with its own rhythms and hierarchies. At the gate, you show your papers to the guard, who barely glances at them. He sees you every day, after all. Inside, you head to your section, nodding to colleagues along the way. The changing room is humid with the body heat of workers removing street clothes and donning work attire. Conversation is muted, practical. Who has heard about a shipment of winter boots coming to the department store? Whose child is sick? Which section of the factory might exceed its quota this month, earning everyone a bonus? The factory floor, building socialism one part at a time. Your locker contains your work clothes, sturdy pants, a thick shirt, protective gear for your specific job. You change quickly. The workday waits for no one, and tardiness can mean trouble with the shift supervisor, or worse, attention from the party representative, who keeps a watchful eye on worker discipline. The factory floor is already humming with activity when you arrive at your station. The noise is immediate and enveloping, machines pounding metal, screeching against metal, the shouts of foremen making themselves heard above the din. The air is thick with the smell of oil and hot metal, and the sweat of hundreds of workers. Your job is precise and repetitive, operating a lathe that shapes metal components for tractors. These tractors will go to collective farms across the Soviet Union, part of the endless drive to mechanize agriculture and increase production. You take pride in your work, despite the monotony. There's something satisfying about seeing the raw metal transformed into a useful part, about knowing your hands have created something that will help feed the country. The morning passes in the familiar rhythm of work. Your hands move almost without conscious thought, muscle memory taking over. Your mind wanders, as it often does, to dreams and plans, maybe saving enough for a radio, maybe one day getting your own apartment through the factory housing list, though the wait is years long, maybe seeing your name on the board of top workers, earning a little extra money and respect. Around you, the great machine of Soviet industry grinds on, workers at their stations, each a cog in the vast apparatus of the state economy, quotas to meet, plans to fulfill, the new Soviet man and woman building socialism through labour. But the reality is more complex than the propaganda posters suggest. You see how corners are cut when materials run short, how quality is sacrificed for quantity when the end of the month approaches and quotas loom, how the official numbers reported upward bear little resemblance to what's actually produced. You see too the small resistances. Workers slowing down when supervisors aren't watching, saving their energy. The jokes whispered during breaks. Subtle mockeries of the system everyone depends on but few fully believe in anymore. The informal networks that ensure you can get the parts you need when official channels fail. This, my friends, is the double reality of Soviet life in the 1950s. The official story of socialist progress marching ever forward, and the lived experience of ordinary people navigating shortages, bureaucracy, and the thousand small frustrations of daily existence. Mid-morning, the factory horn sounds for the first break. 10 minutes to stretch, to grab a quick smoke for those who do, to exchange a few words with colleagues. The factory cafeteria is open, serving weak tea and basic snacks. Some workers bring their own food from home, a sandwich perhaps, or leftover kasha from breakfast. You step outside for a moment, grateful for the fresh air despite the drizzle. The factory yard is grey concrete, but beyond the walls you can see the city, and beyond that, glimpses of the Baltic Sea. Even through the industrial haze, there's a certain beauty to Leningrad, the city built by Peter the Great as Russia's window to the west, the city that survived 900 days of Nazi siege during the war. The horn sounds again. Break over. Back to the machines. Back to the quotas. Back to building the socialist future, one tractor part at a time. The day stretches ahead, predictable in its demands, yet full of the small human dramas that unfold in any workplace. The lathe spins up again, metal shavings curling away from the blade. Another component takes shape under your practiced hands. Another small piece of the Soviet economy slides into place. The morning shift continues, each hour marked by the factory clock that everyone watches with the same intensity. Time moves differently here, stretching out during the long hours of work, then suddenly accelerating as the end of the shift approaches. There's a rhythm to factory life, as predictable as the seasons, yet never quite the same from day to day. You work steadily, your mind half on the task and half elsewhere. On the evening ahead, on the letter you received yesterday from a cousin in Moscow, on the rumour that the factory might exceed its monthly quota, meaning bonus pay for everyone. Small hopes and concerns, the very texture of ordinary life. Around you, the great industrial symphony plays on, the sounds of machinery, of human voices calling instructions or warnings, of metal and wood and the basic materials of production. This is the sound of socialism being built, or so the slogans say. The reality, as always, is more complicated. But for now, the work continues, carrying you through the morning toward whatever the rest of the day might bring. Moscow, 1962, the thaw and personal space. The factory horn blares, signalling the change of shift. But wait, we're not just changing shifts, we're changing years. It's now 1962, and the Soviet Union has evolved since Stalin's death. Khrushchev's thaw has brought subtle yet significant changes to everyday life. The pervasive fear that once permeated everything has lessened, though it hasn't disappeared entirely. People speak a little more freely, though they still watch what they say and where they say it. And you, my friend, have moved up in the world. After years of faithful service at the Kirov Works, you've been promoted to section supervisor at a newer factory in Moscow. The capital city pulses with an energy that Leningrad, for all its beauty, couldn't match. Moscow is the heart of Soviet power, where decisions that affect millions are made behind the Kremlin walls. More importantly, and prepare yourselves for this earth-shattering revelation, you now have your own apartment. Not a cramped room in a communal, but an actual one-bedroom apartment in one of the new Khrushchevka buildings sprouting across Moscow. These 5-story apartment blocks are basic, cheaply constructed with thin walls and tiny kitchens, but they offer something precious, something almost unheard of just a decade ago. Privacy, your own entrance, your own bathroom, your own kitchen. After years of communal living, this feels like unimaginable luxury. A toilet all to yourself, the dreams of a nation. The buildings themselves are identical, row after row of rectangular blocks arranged in neat micro-districts. From the outside, they look like giant filing cabinets for humans, but inside, each apartment, people create homes applying their own touches to the standardized spaces. Your apartment has a small balcony where you've bravely placed a few plants that valiantly struggle against Moscow's pollution. The furniture is standard Soviet issue, functional rather than beautiful, but it's yours, all yours. Your morning routine is gloriously different now. You wake to an alarm clock instead of the cacophony of neighbours. The bathroom is free whenever you need it. Breakfast is still tea and perhaps bread with butter, but you prepare it in your own kitchen, at your own pace. Small freedoms, but they matter more than words can say. Your commute has changed too. The Moscow metro is a marvel of Soviet engineering and architecture. Unlike the utilitarian subway systems of many Western cities, Moscow's stations are underground palaces decorated with mosaics, sculptures, and chandeliers. Propaganda, yes, but beautiful propaganda, designed to elevate the daily experience of the ordinary worker, to suggest that the Soviet system values them enough to make even transit beautiful. It's like riding to work through a museum, albeit one with questionable ventilation during rush hour. You stand on the crowded platform, surrounded by workers heading to factories, offices, and construction sites across the capital. The train arrives precisely on schedule. The Moscow metro is famously reliable, and you squeeze aboard with dozens of others. Despite the crowd, there's a peculiar silence. Few people chat during the Moscow commute. Some read newspapers or books, but most just stare ahead, lost in thought, saving energy for the workday ahead. New responsibilities, the supervisor's balancing act. Your stop is in an industrial district on Moscow's outskirts. The factory itself is newer than the Kirov works, built during the post-war industrial expansion. It produces components for Soviet televisions, still a luxury item for many families, but increasingly common as the Soviet standard of living slowly rises. As section supervisor, you have responsibilities beyond your own productivity. You oversee 20 workers, making sure they meet their quotas, maintaining discipline, and dealing with the inevitable problems that arise when materials run short or machinery breaks down. It's a delicate position, caught between the relentless demands of upper management and the often grim realities faced by workers on the floor. It's like being a tightrope walker, but the tightrope is made of red tape, and there are hungry bureaucrats waiting below. You arrive early, as always. Good supervisors set an example. Your office is little more than a glass-walled cubicle at the edge of the factory floor, but it represents your rise within the system. On the desk sits a photo of your family, a telephone that connects to other departments, and stacks of paperwork, the endless documentation that oils the gears of the Soviet bureaucracy. The morning meeting with other supervisors is the first order of business. The factory director, Comrade Volkov, presides. He's a party man, competent enough, but owing his position more to political reliability than technical expertise. His deputy, the chief engineer, Sokolov, is the one who really understands how things work. This division between political authority and practical knowledge is typical throughout the Soviet system. It's like having two captains on a ship, one who knows how to navigate and one who knows all the right songs to sing. "Comrades," Volkov begins, adjusting his glasses, "I've just come from the ministry meeting. The planned targets for the third quarter have been increased. We're expected to raise production by 12%. A murmur runs through the room. 12% is substantial, especially mid-year, when resources have already been allocated based on the original plan. Where are we supposed to get the additional materials? Asks Antonina Kuznetsova, supervisor of the assembly section. She's been at the factory since it opened and isn't afraid to ask difficult questions. You can almost see the gears turning in her head, trying to make the impossible possible. Volkov shrugs slightly. The ministry assures us the supply increases will follow. In the meantime, we must find reserves within our current allocations. Everyone knows what this means. Reserves is code for cutting corners, for making do, for the 1,000 improvisations that keep Soviet factories running despite the rigid planning system. It's understood, but never officially acknowledged, that meeting targets often requires creative solutions that might not strictly follow regulations. It's the unwritten rulebook of Soviet industry. The meeting continues with updates on various issues. A delayed shipment of components from Sverdlovsk. A visit from party officials next week. Cue collective eye rolls. The upcoming factory sports competition. Throughout, there's the unspoken subtext that everyone understands. The official goals and the practical realities rarely align perfectly, and the gap must be navigated carefully, with a healthy dose of "we'll figure it out." After the meeting, you head to your section to greet the workers as they arrive. You know each of them, their strengths and weaknesses, their family situations, their ambitions or lack thereof. There's Malik, a talented technician who drinks too much. Galina, a young woman recently graduated from technical school. Old Fyodor, who remembers the war and works with meticulous care, but at his own pace. "Good morning, comrades," you say as they gather. "We have new targets from above, 12% increase." The responses are predictable. Groans, eye-rolling, a few muttered comments. But there's no real resistance. Everyone knows how the system works. Targets increase, workers adapt, life goes on. "We'll start by checking our inventory," you continue. Galina, Nikolai, go through the storage room, count everything, including the unofficial reserves. Everyone understands. The unofficial reserves are components and materials hidden away for emergencies, a common practice in Soviet factories where official supply channels often fail to deliver on time. It's technically against regulations, but without such measures, production would frequently grind to a halt. It's like a secret stash of emergency snacks, but for industrial components, navigating shortages and unofficial solutions. As the workers disperse to their stations, you feel the familiar tension of your position. You're responsible for meeting the planned targets, which means pushing your workers to produce more, faster. But you also know their capabilities and limitations. Push too hard and quality suffers or machinery breaks down. Not hard enough, and you miss the targets, with consequences for everyone's bonuses, and possibly your position. It's a constant balancing act, a high-stakes game of industrial Jenga. The factory day falls into its rhythm. Machines hum, components move along the production line. Workers perform their specialized tasks with varying degrees of enthusiasm and precision. Your job is to keep it all flowing, to solve problems before they become crises, to maintain the delicate balance between quantity and quality that the plan demands. Mid-morning, the first crisis hits. A machine on the assembly line stops working. The operator, Ivan, looks up with frustration. "Same problem as last month, Comrade Supervisor. The motor's overheating." You examine the machine. It should have been replaced years ago, but the new equipment promised by the ministry never arrived. "Get Pyotr from maintenance," you tell a nearby worker. Then to Ivan, "Can you work on the backup unit meanwhile?" The backup unit is older and slower, but it functions. This is another unofficial adaptation, keeping old equipment running past its scheduled replacement, finding workarounds for chronic shortages. Soviet factories excel at improvisation, at making do with what's available rather than what's actually needed. Pyotr arrives, toolbox in hand. He's nearing retirement age, with decades of experience fixing machinery that official protocols would have scrapped long ago. "Again?" he sighs, seeing the problem. "I'll see what I can do, but we need the new part from Kharkiv." "Is there anything in the workshop we could use?" you ask, meaning, can you fabricate something that will work well enough? Pyotr considers. "Maybe. Let me check what Sergei's been hoarding." He heads off toward the maintenance workshop, where Sergei, the head of maintenance, keeps his own unofficial inventory of parts salvaged from other machines or fabricated in-house. This is how things actually get done, through personal connections, unofficial channels, and creative interpretations of the rules. The formal system, with its rigid plans and centralized allocation of resources, is too slow and unresponsive to meet the daily challenges of production. So, a parallel system has evolved, one that everyone participates in, but nobody officially acknowledges. By noon, Pyotr has the machine running again, though he warns it won't last long without the proper replacement part. You make a note to call your counterpart at the Kharkiv factory. You once helped them out with some capacitors during a shortage, and perhaps they'll return the favour. The Soviet system thrives on these reciprocal favours, a subtle barter economy beneath the veneer of central planning. The lunch break offers a brief respite. The factory cafeteria serves basic but filling food at heavily subsidised prices. Cabbage soup, cotlety, meat patties, with mashed potatoes, compote to drink. Food is fuel here, not an experience to be savoured. Workers eat quickly, some reading the factory newspaper, others discussing last night's hockey match or sharing family news. You sit with the other supervisors, the conversation a mix of shop talk and careful gossip. Who's being considered for promotion to the central office? Is it true that the electronics factory across town received a shipment of Japanese components? Will the summer vacation schedules be approved soon? Information is a valuable currency in the Soviet system, and these informal exchanges are how much of it circulates. Official channels provide only selective facts, so people rely on personal networks to fill in the gaps. The result is a society where rumours flourish alongside official pronouncements, where truth is often somewhere in the middle, and where everyone becomes skilled at reading between the lines. Paperwork, politics, and personal ambition. Your afternoon is consumed with the paperwork that documents everything the section produces. The Soviet economy runs on documentation, forms filed in triplicate, reports for various departments, statistics that travel up the hierarchy to become part of the vast data collection that supposedly guides central planning. How much of this information actually influences decisions at the top is unclear, but the paperwork must be completed nonetheless. At your desk, you fill out production reports while keeping one eye on the factory floor through the glass partition. You've become adept at this division of attention, satisfying the bureaucracy while still managing actual production. It's a skill every successful Soviet manager develops. A knock at your door interrupts the paperwork. It's Dmitri from the personnel department, a young man with ambitions beyond his current position. His visits usually mean either a problem or an opportunity, sometimes both. Comrade supervisor, he says with a formality that suggests official business. The party committee is reviewing candidates for the advanced training program in Moscow. Your name has been mentioned. This is significant news. The advanced training program could lead to a position at the ministry level, a considerable step up in both responsibility and privileges. But such opportunities in the Soviet system always come with political dimensions. I'm honoured, you reply carefully. Who has recommended me? The question is important. Sponsorship matters in the Soviet hierarchy, and knowing who supports you helps navigate the invisible currents of power. Dmitri smiles slightly. Comrade Sokolov spoke highly of your technical abilities, and of course your participation in last year's voluntary weekend work project was noted favourably. The translation is clear. The chief engineer values your competence, and your visible enthusiasm for officially promoted activities has been recognised. This is how advancement works, a combination of genuine ability and demonstrated political reliability. Not party membership necessarily, many managers aren't party members, but at least a willingness to participate in the rituals that affirm loyalty to the system. The committee would like to see more involvement in the factory's political education sessions, Dmitri adds. Perhaps you could lead one next month. The topic is technical innovation in service to socialist construction. And there's the implicit bargain. Show more political engagement, and the path to advancement opens wider. It's not crude coercion. You could decline without immediate consequences, but the incentives are clear. I'd be happy to prepare something, you say, knowing that an evening or two of research and writing is a small price for potential career advancement. After Dmitri leaves, you return to the production floor for the final hours of the shift. The afternoon energy is different, a combination of fatigue and the push to complete the day's quotas. Workers move with practiced efficiency, their bodies knowing the routines even as their minds might wander to evening plans or personal concerns. You make your rounds, checking quality, offering encouragement or correction as needed, maintaining the human connections that keep things running smoothly. A word of praise here, a suggestion there, a quiet warning to a worker whose attention is slipping. These micro-interactions are as important as the formal procedures in maintaining productivity. As the end of the shift approaches, there's the usual acceleration of activity. Nobody wants to leave tasks unfinished for the evening shift, partly from professional pride, and partly because incomplete work reflects badly on the section's performance metrics. The last hour sees a flurry of completions, quality checks and handovers. Finally, the horn sounds, signalling the end of the day shift. Workers quickly clean their stations, a point of Soviet industrial discipline, before heading to the changing rooms. The evening shift workers are already arriving, creating a brief overlap where information is exchanged, issues highlighted, continuity maintained. Your day isn't quite over. There's a final meeting with the other supervisors to review the day's production and address any issues before tomorrow. But as you walk toward the administration building, you feel the subtle shift from work self to private self beginning. Soon you'll leave the factory gates and, despite the system's attempts to blur the boundaries between work and personal life, you'll step into a different role as neighbour, family member, friend, individual. This separation isn't complete in Soviet society, where one's work identity carries significant weight in all aspects of life. But it's there. It's a quiet defiance, a small reclaiming of self in a system that demands so much. And with that, my friends, we conclude our journey through a day in the life of a Soviet citizen. From the communal chaos of Leningrad in the 50s to the slightly more private existence of Moscow in the 60s, it's clear that life under the Red Banner was a fascinating, frustrating, and often surprisingly human experience. What do you think? Did anything surprise you about daily life in the Soviet Union? Or perhaps something resonated with experiences in your own life, even in a completely different context? I'd love to hear your thoughts, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you enjoyed this peek behind the Iron Curtain. Your support helps us continue to explore the hidden corners of history. Until next time, comrades, stay curious and appreciate your private bathrooms. Hello, dear listeners, or should I say, dear viewers, because I'm super curious. Where in the world are you watching this video from? Drop a comment below with your location and the time. It always blows my mind how people are falling asleep to my dulcet tones all over the globe. Oh, and while you're at it, give that like button a quick tap. You know, for good karma. Alright, buckle up, buttercups, because tonight we're diving headfirst into the glorious, perplexing, and utterly bonkers world of Victorian social rules. Trust me, these folks had some seriously bizarre ideas about proper behaviour that'll make your most awkward modern moments seem like a walk in the park. Or, rather, a very slow, deliberately paced, and heavily chaperoned walk in the park. So, imagine this. Congratulations, you've just woken up in London, circa 1850. Your eyes blink open to find yourself in a narrow iron bed frame. Forget your memory foam mattress. This one's stuffed with horsehair. Slightly prickly, slightly lumpy, like sleeping on a grumpy hedgehog. The room is chilly. Really chilly. The fire you fell asleep to has died down to glowing embers, leaving just enough light to make out the shadowy, bulky wardrobe, the washstand with its ceramic basin, and a dressing table with a tiny smudged mirror. Outside, you hear the distant clatter of iron-rimmed carriage wheels on cobblestones, a dog barks, and the air. Oh, the air. It smells of coal smoke. Always coal smoke in London. It seeps in through every crack, under every door, through every window frame, mixing with the faint scent of bergamot oil from the perfume bottle on your dressing table. That sharp, citrusy smell everyone's dabbing on these days. The sheets around you are cotton, not particularly soft, but at least they're clean. And your nightgown? Flannel, buttoned right up to your chin. Good heavens. Imagine someone seeing your neck or wrists while you're sleeping. The scandal. On the table beside your bed sits a small bell. You reach for it and give it a tentative ring. Almost immediately you hear footsteps on the stairs, and your maid, Mary, appears at the door, already fully dressed despite the ungodly hour. "Good morning, miss," she says with a small curtsy. "Shall I draw the curtains?" Without waiting for your answer, she crosses to the window and pulls back heavy velvet drapes, letting in the weak, grey London daylight. The glass is smeared with soot from the countless chimneys belching smoke into the air. "What would you like to wear today, miss?" Mary asks, moving to the wardrobe and opening it to reveal an array of dresses, each more elaborate than the last. And here, my friends, is where your crash course in Victorian social rules truly begins. Because what you wear, how you speak, how you walk, who you talk to, when you talk to them, and basically everything else you do today will be governed by the most complex unwritten social code humans have ever created. The Victorians were essentially playing life on expert mode. One wrong move, and boom, social disgrace. You have a morning call with Mrs. Hartley at 11, Mary reminds you, as she selects a day dress in a deep blue, and then tea with your cousin Emily at 4 o'clock. Now, these morning calls are your first head-scratcher. Despite the name, they never, ever happen in the morning. Morning calls take place between 3 and 5 in the afternoon. I know it makes zero sense, but call them afternoon calls, and people will look at you like you've lost your mind. Oh, and they last exactly 15 minutes. Not 14, not 16, 15. And you better have a pocket watch to time yourself, because overstaying is considered extremely rude. Mary helps you into your clothes, which, let me tell you, is a whole process. First, the chemise, basically a long cotton slip, then the corset. Oh boy, the corset. Mary puts it around your waist and starts pulling the laces tighter. Tighter, you gasp, remembering that a proper Victorian lady is supposed to have a waist you can span with your hands. Yes, miss, Mary says, yanking harder until you can barely breathe, your ribs shifting slightly, your lungs only expanding about halfway. This, my dear, is fashion. Next come the petticoats. 1, 2, 3 of them, each adding a layer of bulk to your lower half. Then the crinoline, a cage-like structure made of steel hoops that makes your skirt bell out around you like a giant lampshade. Finally, the dress goes over it all, with its tight bodice and enormous skirt. By the time you're done, you're wearing about 15 pounds of clothing. Mary does your hair, pulling it back severely from your face and arranging it in a neat bun at the nape of your neck. No flyaways allowed. Everything controlled. Everything proper. "Will you be wearing gloves or mittens today, miss?" Mary asks, holding up both options. "Gloves," you say, remembering that a proper Victorian lady never, ever shows her bare hands in public. Ever. Your hands should remain mysteriously concealed at all times, like some kind of weird, hand-based modesty rule. As Mary helps you with your gloves, you remember another cardinal rule: no perfume. Queen Victoria herself has declared that the heavy, musky perfumes of the previous era are vulgar. Instead, you dab a little lemon and bergamot oil on your handkerchief, just enough to smell clean, not enough to suggest you're trying to seduce anyone with your scandalous scent. Fully dressed, you make your way downstairs for breakfast. The house is coming alive around you. Servants scurry about, dusting, sweeping, polishing. The cook has been up since 5 a.m. preparing the morning meal. In the dining room, your father sits at the head of the table, newspaper in hand. Your mother is at the other end, already writing correspondence. They're both fully dressed, because Victorians wouldn't dream of appearing at breakfast in anything resembling casual clothes. "Good morning," you say, taking your seat. Your father lowers his newspaper just enough to nod at you, then raises it again. Public displays of affection, even between family members, are not the Victorian way. No hugs, no kisses on the cheek. Breakfast is substantial. Eggs, bacon, kidneys, toast, porridge. Victorians eat a lot at breakfast. It's their biggest meal of the day. You pick at yours, your corset making it impossible to take more than tiny bites. "Remember, Jane," your mother says, not looking up from her letter. "Mrs. Hartley's daughter has just become engaged. Be sure to congratulate her, but don't ask any details about the wedding. That would be presumptuous." You nod, making a mental note. This is typical of the invisible rulebook that governs Victorian society. You must acknowledge important life events, but never appear too interested in them. Curiosity is vulgar. After breakfast, you have a few hours before your morning call. You decide to work on your needlepoint, a suitably feminine pursuit. Idle hands are the devil's workshop after all, and a proper Victorian lady is never idle. You sit by the window in the drawing room, stitching a pattern of flowers onto a piece of linen. Your mother joins you, taking up her own needlework. "I saw Mrs. Fairchild yesterday," she says casually. "Her son has returned from university." You keep your eyes on your stitching, even though your heart beats a little faster. Thomas Fairchild. You danced with him at a ball last season before he went away to Oxford. He had kind eyes and didn't step on your feet, which, frankly, puts him ahead of most of the young men you've danced with. "How nice," you say, your voice carefully neutral. "She mentioned he asked after you," your mother continues, watching your reaction closely. You feel your cheeks warm, but keep your expression composed. "Did he?" That's very civil of him. Your mother smiles slightly, satisfied with your restrained response. Showing too much interest in a young man would be improper. The game of Victorian courtship is all about pretending you're not playing it. At precisely 11:15, you put on your bonnet, gloves, and cloak and set out with your mother for Mrs. Hartley's house. You carry a small card case containing your visiting cards, little pieces of paper with your name printed on them. These are essential to the ritual of morning calls. Mrs. Hartley lives just a few streets away, but walking too quickly would be unladylike. You adopt the proper Victorian lady's pace. Small steps, back straight, eyes modestly downcast. Your enormous skirt swings as you walk, occasionally threatening to knock over small children or dogs who get too close. People pass you on the street. Men tip their hats. You acknowledge them with the slightest nod, never making eye contact with strangers. A gentleman would never speak to a lady he hasn't been formally introduced to, and a lady would certainly never speak to a strange gentleman. You arrive at Mrs. Hartley's at precisely 11 o'clock. Punctuality is crucial. Being early is as bad as being late. Both suggest you don't have enough engagements to fill your day, which would be embarrassing. The butler answers the door. You hand him your visiting cards, one from you and one from your mother. He takes them on a small silver tray and shows you into the drawing room, where Mrs. Hartley and her daughter Charlotte are waiting. Everyone curtsies. No one hugs or kisses cheeks. Physical contact is kept to an absolute minimum. "How kind of you to call," Mrs. Hartley says, gesturing for you to sit down. You arrange yourself carefully on a small sofa, mindful of your enormous skirt. Sitting gracefully in a crinoline is an art form. You must perch right on the edge of your seat to accommodate the steel cage around your lower half. "We were so pleased to hear your happy news," your mother says to Charlotte, who blushes appropriately. "Thank you," Charlotte murmurs, eyes downcast. "Mr. Edwards is very kind." And that's it. That's all the information you're going to get about Charlotte's engagement. Not what her fiancé is like, not when the wedding will be, not how they met or whether she loves him. Those questions would be prying, and Victorians do not pry. The conversation moves on to safe topics. The weather, cloudy but not raining. Recent sermons at church, uplifting but not too long. And a musical performance you all attended, accomplished but not showy. Everything is described in the most moderate terms possible. Strong opinions are for the lower classes. After exactly 15 minutes, your mother gives an almost imperceptible nod. That's your cue. You both stand up. "It was so lovely to see you," Mrs. Hartley says, also standing. More curtsies, more pleasantries, then you're back out on the street. Morning call successfully completed. "That went well," your mother says as you walk home. "Charlotte looked well, didn't she?" "Very well." You agree. In Victorian conversation, "well" is the highest praise one can give. Back at home, you have a light luncheon, then spend the afternoon reading an improving book. Nothing too exciting or romantic, of course. Novels that stir the emotions are considered potentially dangerous for young ladies. At 4 o'clock, you have tea with your cousin Emily, who comes to your house. The ritual is similar to the morning call, but slightly less formal since Emily is family. You still maintain perfect posture, still speak in measured tones about appropriate subjects, still avoid anything that might be considered gossip. After Emily leaves, you have a few hours before dinner. You practice the piano for exactly 1 hour, enough to maintain your skills without suggesting that you harbour inappropriate ambitions of becoming a professional musician. Dinner is at 7 p.m, a relatively informal family meal since you're not entertaining guests. Still, you change into a different dress, slightly fancier than your day dress, but not as elaborate as an evening gown. Victorians change clothes multiple times a day, each outfit precisely calibrated to the specific social context. At the dinner table, conversation is polite, but not particularly personal. Your father discusses business matters with your brother. Your mother mentions charity work she's involved with. You listen attentively, occasionally offering a gentle opinion when directly addressed. After dinner, you all retire to the drawing room. Your brother and father might have brandy and cigars in the study, but ladies don't drink anything stronger than sherry, and they certainly don't smoke. Instead, you play the piano for the family or work on your needlepoint some more. By 10 o'clock, everyone is ready for bed. Another day of Victorian propriety successfully navigated. As Mary helps you undress, removing the layers one by one, You finally feel like you can breathe again when the corset comes off. "Will you need anything else, miss?" Mary asks, as she helps you into your nightgown. "No, thank you, Mary," you say, settling into bed with a small sigh of relief. She curtsies and leaves, taking the oil lamp with her. The room falls into darkness, except for the faint glow from the banked fire in the grate. You lie there thinking about the day, all those rules, all that restraint. It's exhausting. But there's also something almost comforting about knowing exactly what's expected of you at every moment. As you drift towards sleep, you wonder what tomorrow will bring in this world of rigid propriety and hidden feelings. You'll need to navigate a formal dinner party, which means a whole new set of rules to remember. But that can wait until morning. For now, you let the distant sounds of the city lull you toward dreams. Your last thought before sleep takes you is of Thomas Fairchild and his kind eyes. In this world where so much is restrained and controlled, even the smallest connection feels significant. You wonder if you'll see him soon, and what complicated dance of social rules you'll have to perform if you do. Outside, fog rolls in from the Thames, wrapping the city in its damp embrace. Gas lamps cast hazy halos of light on the cobblestone streets. A carriage passes, wheels clattering. A night watchman calls the hour, and all across London, behind the prim facades of countless houses, Victorians lie in their beds, constrained by their social rules, even in their dreams. Morning arrives with the sound of Mary drawing back your curtains again. The pale winter sun barely penetrates the ever-present London fog. Another day of Victorian propriety awaits you. "Good morning, miss," Mary says, placing a cup of hot chocolate on your bedside table. "It's going to be a busy day." You sip the chocolate as Mary lays out your morning dress. Today is indeed important. You're attending a formal dinner party at the Fairchilds' house. Yes, those Fairchilds. Thomas will be there. The morning passes in a blur of preparations. Your mother insists you practice piano for 2 hours instead of the usual one. "The Fairchilds may ask you to play," she explains. "Mrs. Fairchild mentioned their new pianoforte. It would be rude to decline." Another Victorian rule to remember: never refuse a direct request to demonstrate an accomplishment, but also never appear too eager to show off. It's a delicate balance. After lunch, you take a light walk in the nearby park with your mother. The crisp winter air is actually cleaner than inside most homes, where coal fires fill the rooms with a fine layer of soot. Ladies stroll along the pathways, nodding politely to acquaintances. Gentlemen tip their hats as they pass. "Remember," your mother says quietly as you walk, "at dinner, you'll be seated according to rank. Don't appear surprised by your placement, whatever it may be." You nod. The Victorian dinner table is a battlefield of social hierarchy. The most important male guest sits to the right of the hostess. The most important female guest sits to the right of the host. Everyone else is arranged in descending order of social importance. Being seated near the bottom of the table is a clear message about your status. Back at home, preparation for the evening begins in earnest. A formal dinner party requires your finest appearance. Mary runs a bath for you, adding a few drops of rose oil to the water. The bathroom is chilly despite the small fire burning in the grate. You bathe quickly, shivering as you step out onto the cold floor. Then the dressing begins. Tonight requires full evening dress. Your corset is laced even tighter than usual. Your crinoline is wider. Your gown is pale blue silk with delicate lace trim. The neckline is lower than your day dress, showing your collarbones and a hint of shoulder. The maximum amount of skin a respectable unmarried woman can display. Your hair's arranged in an elaborate style, with small silk flowers pinned among the curls. A light dusting of rice powder on your face gives you the fashionable pale complexion. No rouge, though. Only actresses and women of questionable virtue wear obvious makeup. "You look beautiful, miss," Mary says, stepping back to admire her work. You barely recognise yourself in the mirror. You look exactly like a proper Victorian young lady should. Poised, controlled, elegant. Your waist impossibly small, your skirt ridiculously wide. Fashion is suffering, but fashion must be obeyed. Your father has arranged for a carriage to take you to the Fairchilds. It's a cold night, and walking would ruin your carefully arranged appearance. Plus, arriving in a carriage rather than on foot displays your family's prosperity. The carriage pulls up outside a large townhouse, on one of London's most fashionable streets. Lights blaze from every window. A footman in livery opens the carriage door and helps you step down. Inside, the house is warm and bright. Gas lighting, the latest modern convenience, illuminates the entrance hall. A maid takes your cloak, revealing your evening finery. The butler announces your family as you enter the drawing room, Mr. and Mrs. Wilson and Miss Jane Wilson. All heads turn. You feel your cheeks warm, but keep your expression composed as you make your curtsies to Mr. and Mrs. Fairchild. And there, standing beside his mother, is Thomas. He's taller than you remember, his evening clothes emphasizing his broad shoulders. He bows perfectly, not too deep, which would seem obsequious, but not too shallow, which would be disrespectful. "Miss Wilson," he says, his voice deeper than you recall. "How pleasant to see you again." "Mr. Fairchild," you reply, your voice carefully modulated. "I trust Oxford agrees with you." The smallest of smiles crosses his face. "It does, thank you, though London has attractions that Oxford cannot claim." Is he flirting with you? It's so hard to tell with Victorian men. Their compliments are buried under layers of propriety. More guests arrive, the drawing room fills with the murmur of polite conversation. Everyone stands. Sitting before dinner would suggest eagerness to eat, which would be vulgar. You notice Charlotte Hartley and her fiancé, Mr. Edwards, across the room. They stand a respectable distance apart. No touching, no meaningful glances. To the casual observer, they might not even be engaged. When all the guests have arrived, the butler announces that dinner is served. Now comes the complex choreography of entering the dining room. The host, Mr. Fairchild, offers his arm to the highest-ranking female guest. The highest-ranking male guest offers his arm to the hostess. Everyone else pairs off according to status, forming a procession into the dining room. You find yourself paired with a middle-aged gentleman you've never met before. Thomas, you notice, is escorting an elderly lady with an elaborate turban of fabric on her head. The dining room dazzles with crystal, silver, and candlelight. The table gleams with polished silver and fine china. Each place setting has an intimidating array of utensils: fish forks, soup spoons, dessert spoons, multiple knives, and more. Using the wrong utensil would be a social catastrophe. You're seated about halfway down the table, not at the bottom, which is encouraging, but not near the top either. Thomas is on the opposite side, several seats away. During a Victorian dinner, you primarily converse with the gentleman seated to your left and right, never across the table. The gentleman to your right turns to you. "I understand you're acquainted with my nephew, Miss Wilson. Charles Pembroke, I believe. You danced at Lady Hamilton's ball last season." You search your memory. Yes, you did dance with a Mr. Pembroke. He stepped on your feet 3 times and talked exclusively about his horse. "Yes, indeed," you say pleasantly. "Mr. Pembroke is an accomplished dancer." A small white lie in the service of social harmony. The dinner progresses through multiple courses. Soup, fish, meat, game, dessert, each with its own set of serving rituals and appropriate utensils. You carefully take small bites, chewing quietly. A lady is never seen to eat heartily, even if she's starving. Conversation around the table is carefully balanced between interesting and inoffensive. Politics, religion, money, and anything personal are strictly avoided. Instead, people discuss recent theatrical performances, exhibitions at the Royal Academy, the weather, and travels to acceptable destinations like Italy or France. You notice Thomas watching you from across the table. When your eyes meet, he quickly looks away. In this world of rigid social rules, even eye contact can be loaded with meaning. After dessert comes the most gendered ritual of the Victorian dinner party. Mrs. Fairchild catches the eye of the highest-ranking female guest and rises from her seat. This is the signal for all the ladies to leave the dining room, leaving the gentlemen to their port and cigars. You follow the procession of women back to the drawing room. This gender segregation serves multiple purposes in Victorian society. It allows the men to discuss male topics like business and politics. It gives women a chance to use the chamber pot if needed, a necessity given the voluminous skirts that make frequent bathroom trips difficult. And it preserves the fiction that ladies are too delicate to be exposed to cigars and strong drink. In the drawing room, the women arrange themselves in conversational groups. Mrs. Fairchild ensures that Charlotte and her fiancé's mother are seated together, a sign of approval for the upcoming marriage. "Will you play for us, Miss Wilson?" Mrs. Fairchild asked, gesturing to the pianoforte in the corner. Ah, here it is, the dreaded request. You can't refuse, but you also can't appear too eager. "If you wish it, Mrs. Fairchild," you say modestly, "though I'm sure there are more accomplished musicians present." "Nonsense," Mrs. Fairchild says. "We've all heard of your talent." You move to the piano, arranging your enormous skirt as best you can on the small bench. You play a piece by Mozart, technically challenging enough to show skill, but not so flamboyant as to seem showy. You keep your posture perfect, your face composed in a slight smile. No grimacing or swaying with the music. That would be considered overly emotional. When you finish, the ladies applaud politely. You acknowledge their approval with a modest nod, then return to your seat. Your hands are trembling slightly, but no one notices. A proper Victorian lady never shows nervousness. About half an hour after the ladies left the dining room, the gentlemen joined them. The smell of cigars clings to their clothes. Some have high colour in their cheeks from the port. The older men settle into chairs, while the younger ones circulate among the ladies. Thomas makes his way to your side, stopping to exchange pleasantries with several other guests first, to avoid appearing too eager. "I enjoyed your performance, Miss Wilson," he says, when he finally reaches you. "Mozart, was it not?" "Yes," you reply. "His sonata in C major." "You play with great feeling," he says, then adds quickly, "but appropriate restraint, of course." You smile slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Fairchild. I understand you're studying classics at Oxford?" And so begins the Victorian version of flirtation, a carefully controlled conversation about impersonal topics, with real meaning hidden between the lines. You discuss books, nothing too romantic, music, nothing too passionate, and art, nothing too avant-garde. All the while, you're assessing each other. Is he intelligent? Is she well-read? Would our temperaments suit? You notice Mrs. Fairchild watching you both with a satisfied expression. Mothers are the primary architects of Victorian matches. No doubt she invited your family tonight specifically to throw you and Thomas together. After what seems like only a few minutes, but is actually nearly half an hour, Thomas reluctantly excuses himself. "I should speak with Miss Hartley and offer my congratulations on her engagement," he says. "Of course," you reply, hiding your disappointment. "It was pleasant conversing with you, Mr. Fairchild." He bows slightly. "The pleasure was mine, Miss Wilson." As he walks away, your mother appears at your side. "He seems quite attentive," she murmurs. "Does he?" you say, pretending you hadn't noticed. Your mother isn't fooled. "Don't appear too interested, Jane. Nothing scares away a potential suitor faster than an eager young lady." The evening continues with more music, some card games, and continuous circulation of guests around the room. Everyone is careful to speak to everyone else. No one stays in one conversation too long. The appearance of social harmony is paramount. At precisely 11 o'clock, the first guests begin to leave. This signals that it's acceptable for others to depart as well. The Victorians have strict rules even about when to end a party. Your father catches your mother's eye, and she nods slightly. Time to go. You make your farewells to the hosts, thanking them properly for their hospitality. Thomas is nearby and bows to you one last time. "Until we meet again, Miss Wilson," he says softly. "Good evening, Mr. Fairchild," you reply, your voice giving away nothing of your inner thoughts. Outside, your carriage is waiting. As you settle into the seat, you finally allow yourself a small sigh of relief. The evening went well. No social missteps, and Thomas seemed genuinely interested in you. "A successful evening," your father declares as the carriage pulls away. This is high praise from him indeed. "Your mother agrees," your mother says. "Mrs. Fairchild mentioned they're hosting a small musical evening next week. We're to receive an invitation." Your heart beats a little faster. Another opportunity to see Thomas. Back at home, Mary helps you undress, carefully hanging up your evening gown and putting away your jewellery. Your hair, so elaborately arranged, tumbles down your back as she removes the pins. "Did you enjoy yourself, miss?" Mary asks as she brushes out your hair. "It was a pleasant evening," you say, maintaining your composure even with your lady's maid. Servants observe everything and gossip among themselves. Any show of excitement about Thomas might reach his household through the servants' network. When Mary leaves, You sit at your dressing table for a moment, looking at your reflection. Behind your composed expression, your mind is racing. Did Thomas really seek you out specifically? What did his mother's watchful gaze mean? Will he call on you, or must you wait to meet again at the musical evening? Dating in the Victorian era is like playing chess while blindfolded. Every move matters, but half the time you don't even know you're making a move. And the stakes are high. Your entire future happiness depends on making a good match. You move to the window, pulling back the curtains slightly to look out at the foggy London night. Gas lamps create halos of light in the mist. A lone, handsome cab clatters past on the cobblestones. Somewhere out there, Thomas Fairchild is perhaps thinking of you too. But in this world of rigid propriety and hidden feelings, who can tell? You'll have to wait and see what the next social encounter brings, and what new rules you'll need to navigate. Your next encounter with Thomas Fairchild comes sooner than expected. The very next day, in fact. You're reading in the front parlour, half-heartedly turning pages of a suitably improving book about botany, when Mary appears at the door. "Mr. Thomas Fairchild is here, miss," she announces. "He's asking if you and your mother are receiving visitors." Your heart jumps, but your face remains perfectly composed. "Please tell him we are, Mary, and inform my mother." A proper Victorian young lady is never, ever left alone with a gentleman caller. Your mother must be present for the entire visit. Even stepping out of the room for a minute would be scandalous. Mary curtsies and disappears. You have about 30 seconds to prepare yourself. You check your hair in the small mirror above the fireplace, straighten your posture, and pick up your book again, arranging yourself to look naturally occupied. When he enters, the door opens, and there's Thomas, looking even more handsome in daylight. His formal morning clothes fit him perfectly. Dark coat, perfectly tied cravat, polished boots. He's carrying his top hat and gloves. A gentleman always removes his hat indoors, but keeps his gloves on until seated. "Miss Wilson," he says, bowing, "I hope I find you well today." "Quite well, thank you, Mr. Fairchild," you reply, setting your book aside and gesturing to a chair. "Please be seated. My mother will join us momentarily." Thomas sits, finally removing his gloves and placing them inside his hat. This is the Victorian equivalent of getting comfortable. "I enjoyed the evening at your parents' home last night," you say, keeping your tone pleasant but not overly warm. "As did I," he replies. "My mother was particularly impressed with your musical performance." Before you can respond, your mother enters the room. Thomas immediately stands. A gentleman always rises when a lady enters. "Mr. Fairchild," your mother says, smiling. "What a pleasant surprise." Thomas bows again. "Mrs. Wilson, I hope I'm not calling at an inconvenient time." "Not at all," your mother assures him, taking a seat on the sofa beside you. Now the real dance begins. "I've come to extend an invitation," Thomas says. "My mother is hosting a small musical evening next Tuesday. She hopes Miss Wilson and your good selves will be able to attend." "Ah, so that's why he's here. Not just to see you, but as his mother's messenger. Still, he could have sent a servant with a written invitation. The fact that he came personally means something." "How kind," your mother says. "We would be delighted to accept." "Excellent," Thomas says, his eyes flickering to you. "My mother also mentioned she would be grateful if Miss Wilson might consider performing. Your rendition of Mozart last night was much admired. Now you understand completely. Mrs. Fairchild wants to show you off to her friends. You're being evaluated as a potential daughter-in-law." "I would be happy to play," you say modestly, though I'm sure your mother has engaged more accomplished musicians. Thomas shakes his head. "None that I'm aware of. Your talent would be the highlight of the evening." Is he actually complimenting you directly? That's borderline scandalous in Victorian terms. Your mother smoothly steps in. "My daughter practices diligently, Mr. Fairchild. We're grateful for the opportunity to share the fruits of her hard work." The conversation continues with this kind of formal back and forth, covering mutual acquaintances, upcoming social events. Thomas is careful to address most of his remarks to your mother, only occasionally looking at you directly. This is proper Victorian form. After exactly 15 minutes, the prescribed length for a morning call, Thomas stands. "I've taken enough of your time, Mrs. Wilson, Miss Wilson," he says. "I'll convey your acceptance to my mother. She'll be most pleased. Your mother rings for Mary, who appears to show Thomas out. He bows to both of you, his eyes lingering on you for just a moment longer than strictly necessary. When the door closes behind him, your mother turns to you with a satisfied expression. "Well," she says, "it seems the Fairchilds have taken an interest in you." You try to look only mildly pleased. "Mrs. Fairchild is very kind to include us in her musical evening." Your mother gives you a knowing look. "It wasn't Mrs. Fairchild who just called on us, was it?" Before you can respond, the bell rings again. Mary appears moments later. "Miss Charlotte Hartley and Mrs. Hartley, ma'am," she announces. More visitors. The morning call circuit is in full swing. Charlotte enters with her mother, both dressed in the height of fashion. Charlotte looks radiant. Engagement agrees with her, apparently. After the usual pleasantries, Charlotte leans forward slightly, her eyes bright with excitement. "Have you heard about Mrs. Pembroke?" she asks in a low voice. Your mother raises an eyebrow. "What about her?" Mrs. Hartley clucks her tongue. And that, my dear friends, is where we leave our intrepid Victorian heroine for now. Who knows what scandalous gossip awaits, or what new rules she'll accidentally break in her quest for love and acceptance. What do you think of Jane's adventures so far? Would you survive a day in Victorian England, or would you commit a social faux pas before breakfast? Let me know in the comments. Hello, aspiring time traveller. Get ready to ditch your memory foam, because we're about to plunge headfirst into a world where everything you thought you knew about love and relationships gets gloriously, hilariously, and surprisingly turned on its head. Forget everything your history teacher told you about ancient civilizations being stuffy and repressed. Ancient Egypt, they were basically the free-spirited, open-minded rebels of the ancient world. Welcome to ancient Egypt, where normal is backwards. When the Greek historian Herodotus first stepped off that boat onto Egyptian soil, he basically lost his mind. I mean, imagine visiting a place where everything you thought was normal is completely backwards. That's exactly what Egypt was for him. He straight up accused them of reversing the ordinary practices of mankind. Marriage, love, public affection, all of it seemed upside down to this poor guy. And honestly, he wasn't entirely wrong. The way Egyptians approached relationships was pretty wild compared to other ancient civilizations. You see, the Greeks kept their women practically locked away, shrouded in mystery, barely allowed out of the house. Egyptian women, on the other hand, they were out and about, running businesses, making deals, and generally living their best lives with a shocking amount of freedom. It was like a cultural slap in the face for poor old Herodotus, who probably went home and immediately wrote a sternly worded letter to his local philosopher about the moral decay of the world. Oh, and if you're enjoying these stories, I'd really appreciate a like or subscribe. It helps me know you're out there, listening. I'm super curious where you're all listening from, so drop a comment with your location and what time it is there. It always blows my mind how people are falling asleep to this all over the world, from a cozy evening in Bucharest to a bright morning on the other side of the planet. Knowing that you're drifting off to tales of ancient romance makes my day. Alright, find that cozy spot, take a nice slow breath, and just let your body sink into whatever you're lying on. We're heading back to ancient Egypt, so congratulations. You just woke up in the land of pharaohs, pyramids, and surprisingly progressive relationships. The first thing that hits you is the heat. Not the gentle warmth of modern central heating, but that bone-deep desert heat that makes your skin prickle with sweat almost instantly, as if your pores are staging a tiny protest. You're lying on a reed mat that crackles beneath you, a far cry from your memory foam mattress back home. Through the small window cut high into the mud brick wall, you can see the sky is just beginning to lighten, turning that distinctive Egyptian blue that artists have tried to capture for centuries, a blue so intense it almost hums. The smells around you are just as intense. There's the earthy scent of the Nile, a muddy sweetness that seems to permeate everything, clinging to the very air. Closer, you catch whiffs of cooking fires starting up outside, the tantalizing aroma of bread baking somewhere nearby, promising a simple but satisfying breakfast. And then there's another, more exotic smell, the distinct aroma of kefi incense burning in a small copper dish near the door. It's a mixture of myrrh, frankincense, and raisins, a concoction that was supposed to please the gods and purify the home. though you suspect it also did a pretty good job of masking the less pleasant odours of village life. You sit up, and your bare feet touch the packed earth floor, surprisingly cool against your skin despite the growing heat of the day. Outside, you hear voices calling to each other, the rhythmic clatter of pottery as someone prepares for the day's tasks, and the distant bray of a donkey pulling a cart, the soundtrack of ancient morning life. Life is already bustling, and the sun has barely kissed the horizon. Welcome to Egypt. The year is... well, Egyptians wouldn't recognize our calendar system, but let's say it's around 1400 BCE, during what we now call the New Kingdom. This was the era of legendary pharaohs like Akhenaten, Tutankhamun, and the formidable Hatshepsut, a woman who ruled Egypt as a king, beard and all. You're about to learn something pretty fascinating about this place. Love and marriage here aren't what you'd expect at all. Now, if you're lying there thinking about all those History Channel documentaries about Egyptian pharaohs marrying their sisters and weird incest stuff, I'm going to stop you right there. Yes, royal marriages were often between siblings, a way to keep the royal bloodline pure and consolidated power within the ruling family. But that was basically just for the royal family. The top 1% of the 1%. Regular folks like you and me? Totally different story. For most ancient Egyptians, marriage was surprisingly practical, yet deeply personal. A fascinating mix of business arrangement and genuine affection that would honestly put some modern relationships to shame. They weren't afraid to blend the pragmatic with the passionate. So, here's the first thing that would have blown Herodotus's mind, and probably yours too. Marriage in ancient Egypt wasn't a religious ceremony at all. In fact, there wasn't even a ceremony. No white dress, no walking down the aisle, no "you may now kiss the bride," no awkward speeches from distant relatives. None of that pomp and circumstance. You shift slightly on your reed mat, finding a more comfortable position, the sounds of the waking village continuing outside your window, women talking as they head to the Nile for water, the cheerful laughter of children, the rhythmic scraping of dough being kneaded for the morning bread, a reassuring symphony of daily life. Basically, here's how Egyptian marriage worked. When a young man was ready, usually around 16 to 20 years old, he'd look for a partner. Girls were typically younger, often just after their first menses, around 12 to 14. Young by our standards? Sure. But when life expectancy was a grim 30 to 35 years for common folk, you didn't exactly have time to spend a decade finding yourself before settling down and producing heirs. Time was of the essence. You stretch and stand up, your joints cracking pleasantly, a little protest from your ancient body. Across the small room, a clay jar of water sits waiting. You dip a cloth into it and wipe the night sweat from your face and neck. The water is cool against your skin, a small mercy in this relentless heat. The most important thing for marriage wasn't love, at least not initially. It was stability. A man needed to have a job, some kind of income, his own house, a basic foundation for a family. Women weren't expected to bring financial stability to the marriage, but they did bring essential domestic skills and often a dowry of household items, things like linens, pottery, furniture, maybe even a few prized cooking implements. When families agreed on a match, and yes, parents usually had a major say, acting like ancient matchmakers, they'd draw up what was essentially a prenuptial agreement. This contract laid out what property each person brought into the marriage, and, crucially, what would happen to it if things didn't work out. Pretty modern, right? It showed a remarkable foresight for protecting women's assets. But here's where it gets really interesting. Once all the negotiations were done, there was no big ceremony, no priest blessing the union, no signatures on a marriage certificate. The woman simply gathered her belongings and moved into the man's house. That's it. That was the whole wedding. The moment she crossed his threshold with her stuff, they were considered married, as legally binding as any modern ceremony. Outside your window, you notice a young woman carrying a small wooden chest toward a house down the street. Following her are two older women with baskets of linens, pottery, and other household goods. You're witnessing exactly this. A new bride moving her possessions into her husband's home, the beginning of a marriage, ancient Egyptian style. The young woman looks nervous but excited, clutching a small carved bird in her free hand, perhaps a good luck charm. The neighbours have come out to watch and call good wishes, their voices blending into a cheerful murmur. There's a festive atmosphere, even without a formal ceremony. A few musicians have appeared, playing simple reed flutes and small hand drums, their melodies weaving through the morning air. The rhythm is hypnotic, a gentle pulse that seems to match the beating of your own heart as you watch this intimate slice of history unfolding before you. Your body feels heavy and comfortable as you lean against the cool mud brick wall, observing this scene from across the millennia. Now, you might be thinking, this all sounds pretty transactional. And yeah, there was definitely a practical aspect to it. Marriage was about alliances, producing heirs, and creating a stable household unit in a challenging environment. But here's the thing that made Egyptian marriage different from a lot of other ancient cultures, and truly revolutionary for its time. Women had rights, like serious rights. Rights that women in Greece or Rome or basically anywhere else wouldn't get for thousands of years. For starters, that prenuptial agreement we talked about. It protected the woman's property. Whatever she brought into the marriage remained hers. The husband couldn't touch it. She could also inherit property from her parents independently of her husband, and she could buy and sell property without his permission. This meant an Egyptian woman could be a landowner, a businesswoman, an independent economic force, a stark contrast to her counterparts in other ancient societies, where women were often legally considered property themselves. You decide to follow the small wedding procession, your bare feet padding softly on the packed earth of the street, the fine dust rising slightly with each step. The heat is building as the sun climbs higher, and you can feel sweat beginning to trickle down your back, a constant companion in this climate. The smell of bread baking, now mingled with the tantalizing aroma of roasting fish, makes your stomach rumble. You haven't eaten yet today, and the thought of food is a powerful motivator. The crowd turns down another street, a narrow alleyway that provides some blessed shade, and you follow, drawn by the music and the contagious cheer of the celebration. You feel your shoulders relax a bit as you escape the direct sun, a small moment of relief. What's really wild is that Egyptian women could divorce their husbands just like that. If things weren't working out, a woman could simply leave, taking all her original property plus a divorce settlement that was usually about 1/3 of the marital assets. In a world where women were basically considered property themselves in most places, this was revolutionary. Imagine Herodotus's face when he heard that. Of course, men could divorce their wives too, but they'd have to pay up. And either way, any children from the marriage would stay with the mother. The father might provide some support, but custody defaulted to mom. Again, mind-blowing for the ancient world. This legal framework suggests a society that placed significant value on the well-being and autonomy of women, a concept almost unheard of elsewhere. The procession has stopped at a modest but well-kept house, its mud brick walls adorned with fresh paint in vibrant blues and reds. The young bride is being welcomed by her new husband, a man perhaps a few years older than her, his face flushed with a mixture of nervousness and eagerness to please. He looks like he just won the lottery, which, in a way, he has. His friends are clapping him on the back, making jokes that make him blush even deeper. The bride's mother is wiping away tears, but they seem to be happy ones, tears of pride and relief. You lean against a wall across the street, your body feeling pleasantly heavy as you observe this intimate moment, this simple beginning happening before you. This simple, ceremony-free wedding is the foundation of Egyptian family life, a bedrock of community and tradition. But the really interesting thing about Egyptian marriage wasn't just the legal stuff. It was the emotions. Despite marriages often being arranged for practical reasons, Egyptians actually valued romantic love a lot. It wasn't just a byproduct, it was an aspiration. You close your eyes for a moment, feeling the rough texture of the mud brick wall against your back, grounding you in this ancient moment, connecting you to the lives lived here thousands of years ago. When you open them again, the bride and groom are sharing a shy smile. Despite all the practical arrangements that brought them here, there's a genuine warmth between them, a spark of affection that promises something deeper. The evidence for love in ancient Egypt is everywhere once you start looking. Their poetry is full of it, passionate, romantic verses that could rival anything from Shakespeare to your favourite modern love song. Imagine hearing this. To hear your voice is pomegranate wine to me. I draw life from hearing it. Could I see you with every glance, it would be better for me than to eat or to drink. Beautiful, right? This kind of love poetry was incredibly popular, especially during the New Kingdom period. Egyptians loved to express their feelings about each other, and they weren't shy about physical affection either. They were surprisingly tactile. As you watch, the new husband takes his wife's hand and leads her into their home. The threshold moment, the actual marriage in Egyptian terms, has already happened, but this entrance together is clearly meaningful to them both, a symbolic step into their shared future. The crowd cheers, the musicians play more enthusiastically, and someone breaks out jars of beer to share around. You can almost taste the thick, slightly sweet Egyptian beer in the air. It was much heartier than our modern beers, more like a meal in a jar, often flavoured with dates or honey, and surprisingly nutritious. The celebration is getting livelier now, and you feel your own spirits lifting as you watch, a warmth spreading through you that has nothing to do with the sun. Now, here's another fascinating thing about Egyptian marriage. They believed it continued into the afterlife. Egyptians were obsessed with eternity, right? All those pyramids and mummies and elaborate tombs. Well, they thought a good marriage would last forever, literally. Couples were often buried together, or in adjoining tombs, with paintings showing them holding hands, embracing, sometimes even with their children around them, a beautiful tableau of eternal family life. That's why being a good spouse was so important. Nobody wanted to be stuck with a jerk for all eternity. This belief actually encouraged people to work on their relationships and treat each other well because, hey, till death do us part wasn't a thing. It was forever and ever, including the afterlife. It put a whole new spin on marital counselling. The wedding celebration is spreading now, with neighbours bringing out food to share. The scent of fresh bread, roasted fish from the Nile, and sweet honey cakes fills the air. Your stomach growls again, a polite but firm reminder that you still haven't eaten. A kind-looking older woman, her face lined with a lifetime of sun and smiles, notices you standing alone and gestures for you to join them. You hesitate. You're not exactly dressed in period-appropriate clothing. Your modern attire would be anachronistic, to say the least. But her smile is so welcoming that you find yourself moving forward anyway. She presses a piece of warm, fresh bread into your hand. It's denser than modern bread, with a nutty flavour from the coarse ground emmer wheat it's made from. The crust is perfectly crisp, the inside still steaming. It might be the most delicious thing you've ever tasted, or maybe it's just the magic of eating bread that was baked 3,400 years ago, a literal taste of history. Your body feels increasingly heavy and comfortable as you eat, the simple pleasure of good food and friendly company washing over you, a profound sense of peace. You find a spot to sit on a low stone wall, your muscles relaxing as you continue to observe the celebration, feeling fully immersed in this ancient moment. Love, lust and lotus flowers, the bedroom and beyond. Let's talk about what happened in the bedroom, because that's where things get really interesting, and probably where poor Herodotus truly needed a fainting couch. Unlike many ancient cultures, and honestly plenty of modern ones, Egyptians had a pretty healthy attitude towards sex. They saw it as a natural, normal part of life, not something shameful or solely for procreation. It was a source of pleasure, connection and joy. And this is where poor Herodotus really lost it. Egyptians were openly affectionate with each other. They held hands in public, embraced, and generally weren't shy about showing their feelings. This was shocking to Greeks like Herodotus, who lived in a society where women were basically kept secluded, veiled, and public displays of affection were a big no-no, considered scandalous. The music has shifted to a slower, more sensual rhythm. A few couples have begun dancing, their movements fluid and graceful. It's not the highly choreographed dancing of temple ceremonies, but something more natural and spontaneous, an expression of joy and connection. The newly married couple joins in, clearly a bit shy with each other still, but moving together with increasing confidence, their movements mirroring each other. You feel your own body swaying slightly to the rhythm, the weight of it pleasantly heavy against the stone wall where you sit. The bread sits warm in your stomach, and someone has handed you a small cup of beer. It's thick and rich, almost like a meal in itself, with a tangy sweetness that's nothing like modern beer. What's more, Premarital sex wasn't taboo in ancient Egypt. There's no direct word for virgin in the ancient Egyptian language, which tells you a lot about their attitudes. Young people were expected to explore their sexuality before marriage. It wasn't stigmatized, especially for women. Can you imagine how revolutionary this would seem to Herodotus, or pretty much any other ancient civilization that prized female virginity above all else? Of course, once you were married, fidelity was important. Both husbands and wives were expected to be faithful to each other. Adultery was considered a serious offence, though it was defined somewhat differently for men and women. A married woman sleeping with anyone other than her husband was adultery. For men, sleeping with another man's wife was adultery, but having relations with an unmarried woman wasn't seen the same way. A bit of a double standard perhaps, but still more progressive than many contemporaries. The dance continues, growing more energetic. The bride and groom are laughing now, their initial shyness giving way to uninhibited joy. Their bodies move in harmony, already learning each other's rhythms, a beautiful and organic unfolding of their partnership. It's beautiful to watch this beginning of a partnership that will shape their lives. You sip your beer slowly, feeling the pleasant weight of your body against the wall, the gentle fatigue of the day settling into your muscles. The afternoon sun casts long shadows now, and the quality of light has changed, that magical golden hour that photographers chase. A warm, soft glow that bathes the village in a benevolent light. Speaking of expectations in marriage, let's talk about children. Like most ancient societies, Egyptians wanted children. Lots of them. High infant mortality rates meant that having many children was the best way to ensure some survived to adulthood. But unlike other ancient cultures, Egyptians valued daughters almost as much as sons. Almost, but not quite. Sons were still preferred for carrying on the family name and taking care of parents in their old age, but daughters were valued too, seen as blessings and important members of the family unit. And female infanticide, the horrifying practice of killing unwanted baby girls, doesn't seem to have been a thing in Egypt, like it was in many other ancient cultures. Another point for ancient Egypt: the party is winding down now as evening approaches. The bride and groom have retreated into their new home, probably for some well-deserved rest, and neighbours are beginning to drift away, their conversations softening to murmurs. The musicians pack up their instruments, accepting thanks and payment from the bride's father, who looks utterly exhausted, but content. You finish your beer, feeling pleasantly tired now, your limbs feeling heavy, your eyelids wanting to droop, a gentle invitation to sleep. The stone wall beneath you is still warm from the day's heat, comforting against your back, radiating a gentle warmth. But before we wrap up this first part of our journey into Egyptian love and marriage, there's one more fascinating aspect to explore: fertility and pregnancy. Egyptians had a weird but surprisingly effective method for determining if a woman was pregnant. She would pee on barley and emmer wheat seeds. If the barley sprouted, she was supposedly pregnant with a boy. If the emmer wheat sprouted, it would be a girl. If neither sprouted, she wasn't pregnant at all. Here's the crazy part. Modern scientists have tested this, and it actually works about 70% of the time for detecting pregnancy, though not for predicting gender. Turns out, pregnancy hormones in urine can indeed stimulate seed growth. They were accidentally onto something. The streets are quieter now as dusk falls. Oil lamps are being lit in windows, casting a warm, flickering glow, turning the mud brick houses into inviting beacons. The temperature is finally dropping, bringing blessed relief from the day's heat. A cool balm after the sun's relentless embrace. Your body feels increasingly heavy, sinking into a pleasant state of relaxation, your muscles loosening. Childbirth itself was dangerous business, of course. It was handled by midwives, not physicians, and was viewed as a natural process rather than a medical event. Women gave birth in a squatting position on special birthing bricks, surrounded by other women who would provide support and encouragement. Amulets and prayers to gods like Taweret, a hippo goddess who protected mothers and children, and Bes, a dwarf god who scared away evil spirits, were essential parts of the process, a blend of practical support and spiritual protection. If a child survived to age 5, they could generally look forward to a decent lifespan for the ancient world, about 30 to 35 years for common folks, and up to 50 to 60 years for the upper classes. who had better nutrition and didn't have to do hard physical labor. As darkness falls completely, the village grows quiet. Only the occasional bark of a dog or a distant laugh breaks the silence, a gentle hum of life. The stars above are brilliant in a way you never see in the modern world, unpolluted by electric lights. The Milky Way stretches across the sky like a river of stars, a cosmic mirror of their beloved Nile, and you can understand why the Egyptians saw the sky as a cosmic extension of their life-giving river. Your body feels incredibly heavy now, sinking into the ground beneath you, becoming one with the earth. Your breathing has slowed, becoming deep and regular. The sights and sounds of ancient Egypt are fading slightly as your awareness turns inward. You feel yourself drifting, floating on the current of history. The warm stone against your back, the lingering taste of bread and beer on your tongue, the distant music still echoing in your ears. All of it merges into a gentle cocoon of sensation. Tomorrow we'll explore more about Egyptian love and marriage, the poetry they wrote to each other, the perfumes they wore to seduce their partners, the elaborate tombs they built to be together for eternity. But for now, you're here in this moment, your body relaxed and comfortable, your mind full of images of a world where love and marriage looked very different from our own. The gentle weight of history settles around you, like a comfortable blanket. Your breathing deepens further. The stars wheel slowly overhead, the same stars that watched over ancient Egypt, that will continue to watch over our world long after we're gone. There's comfort in that continuity, that connection across time. Your limbs feel pleasantly heavy, your thoughts growing slower and more dreamlike. The sounds of the village have faded to almost nothing now, just the occasional rustle of palm fronds in the night breeze. Your body feels at peace, sinking deeper into relaxation with each breath as the story of ancient Egyptian love and marriage continues to unfold in your mind, a timeless tale of human connection. The morning sun climbs higher over the mud brick houses, casting long shadows across the narrow streets. You've woken early, your body attuned to the rhythms of this ancient world, where most activity happens before the brutal midday heat sets in. The air still holds a hint of coolness from the night, a fleeting memory of the cool darkness, but it's already evaporating like a dream upon waking, replaced by the creeping warmth of the new day. You stretch, feeling your muscles loosen pleasantly, the last vestiges of sleep melting away. The reed mat beneath you crackles as you sit up, that same earthy smell of the Nile hanging in the air, mingled now with the scent of cooking fires and fresh bread. Your stomach rumbles, a gentle reminder that it's time to find something to eat. Outside, women are already lined up at the communal bread ovens, chatting as they wait for their loaves to bake, their voices a soft murmur. Children dart between houses, playing some game involving small clay tokens, their laughter echoing cheerfully. A couple walks past, their hands casually intertwined, and you remember what you learned yesterday about Egyptian attitudes toward affection and marriage, a refreshing openness you hadn't expected. Speaking of marriage, there's something fascinating about the actual process of finding a spouse in ancient Egypt. While parents often had significant input, acting as wise guides, young people weren't completely without choice. And the courtship process? Honestly, it wasn't that different from modern dating in some ways. Minus the dating apps, of course. You make your way to a small market that's sprung up in a wider section of the street. Vendors have laid out mats with goods for sale, vibrant vegetables, glistening fish from the Nile, colourful beads, simple tools, woven baskets, a tapestry of daily life. You accept a piece of flatbread from a smiling woman who seems to recognise you from yesterday's wedding celebration, her eyes twinkling with warmth. The bread is still warm, slightly chewy, with a nutty flavour that speaks of a simpler, purer grain than modern wheat. As you chew slowly, savouring the unfamiliar yet comforting taste, you notice a young man and woman standing near a stall, selling flowers and perfume oils. They're not touching, but the way they look at each other speaks volumes, a silent language of burgeoning affection. He purchases a small blue lotus flower and offers it to her. She accepts it with a shy smile, bringing it to her nose to inhale its delicate fragrance, a gesture of quiet delight. You're witnessing Egyptian courtship in action. Blue lotus flowers were powerful symbols of love and fertility, associated with rebirth and the sun. They were also mildly psychoactive, producing feelings of relaxation and euphoria when brewed into wine or tea. Not exactly a box of chocolates, but definitely a romantic gesture, and one with added benefits. Your body feels comfortable and at ease as you lean against a mud brick wall, observing this moment across the centuries. The rough texture of the bricks against your back is strangely soothing, grounding you in this ancient reality, connecting you to the very fabric of this past world. Courtship in ancient Egypt involved gifts like flowers, jewelry, or love poems written on papyrus or pottery shards. Young people might meet at religious festivals or family gatherings, or be introduced by their parents. There were no formal dating rituals with specific rules, but there were definitely ways to show interest and attraction, a subtle dance of signals and gestures. The couple has moved on now, walking close together without quite touching, a delicate intimacy. They stop occasionally to look at other market stalls, clearly enjoying this simple time together before marriage might formalize their relationship and the responsibilities of family life set in. You finish your bread and decide to follow them at a respectful distance, curious about this glimpse into ancient romance. Your feet move quietly on the packed earth of the street, your body feeling pleasantly heavy and relaxed despite the growing heat of the day. What's particularly interesting about Egyptian courtship is how straightforward it could be. If a young man was interested in a woman, he might send a female relative as a go-between to speak with her mother. If the initial response was positive, gifts would follow, and eventually the families would meet to discuss more practical matters, laying the groundwork for a stable union. The young couple has stopped again, this time at a stall selling amulets and small statues of the gods. The man points to a figure of Hathor, the goddess of love, beauty and music, often depicted with cow horns and a sun disk. The woman nods, her eyes bright, and he purchases the small statuette for her. Their choices are significant. Hathor wasn't just any goddess, she was specifically associated with feminine love, sexuality and motherhood. By giving her a Hathor amulet, he's making his intentions pretty clear. He sees her as a potential wife and mother, and hopes for a loving, fruitful union. You shift your weight from one foot to the other, feeling the pleasant heaviness in your limbs. The heat is building now, and you notice most people are beginning to seek shade, retreating from the sun's intensifying gaze. The couple does the same, moving beneath an awning where a vendor sells cool drinks, offering a brief respite. Now let's talk about what made a person attractive in ancient Egypt, because it's both familiar and strange to modern eyes. Beauty standards existed, of course, but they were different from what you might expect. For women, the ideal was slim, but with full hips, suggesting fertility, small breasts, and a symmetrical face. Men were ideally broad-shouldered with narrow hips, strong arms, and defined legs. Both genders preferred clear skin, bright eyes, and healthy white teeth. Sound familiar so far? Pretty standard stuff, right? But here's where it gets interesting. Both men and women wore makeup. Heavy black kohl around their eyes, green malachite eyeshadow, rouge for the cheeks, and henna for the lips and nails. This wasn't just for beauty. The heavy eye makeup helped protect against the glare of the sun, and even had antibacterial properties that prevented eye infections. Beauty with a practical purpose. Your gaze drifts to a woman arranging jewellery at a nearby stall. Her eyes are dramatically lined with thick black kohl, the lines extending out toward her temples, giving her an almost otherworldly look. The effect is striking against her warm brown skin. You notice that almost everyone around you wears some form of eye makeup, regardless of gender or social status. It's as common as brushing your teeth today. The heat is becoming intense now. You can feel sweat beading on your forehead and upper lip. You wipe it away, wishing you had some of that kohl to protect your eyes from the glare. Your body feels heavy in the heat, your movements becoming slower, more deliberate, almost languid. Egyptians also placed huge importance on scent. Both men and women wore perfumes and scented oils. The wealthier you were, the more complex and expensive your fragrance would be. Common scents included lotus, myrrh, frankincense, cinnamon, and various flowers and resins. Some wealthy people would even wear cones of scented fat on top of their wigs at parties. As the fat melted in the heat, it would release fragrance and condition their skin. Kind of gross by modern standards, but incredibly effective in the dry Egyptian climate. Imagine walking into a party and having scented fat drip onto your shoulders. A true sensory experience, certainly. The couple you've been observing is now seated in the shade, drinking what looks like beer from small pottery cups. They're talking animatedly, their faces bright with interest in each other, their conversation flowing easily. You feel a small surge of happiness for these two people who've been dust for thousands of years. In this moment, they're alive and falling in love. A timeless tableau. Your own body feels increasingly heavy in the midday heat. Your movements are slower, you're breathing deeper, adapting to the ancient rhythm. You find a spot in the shade and sink down, your back against a cool wall, the physical sensations of ancient Egypt, the heat, the scents, the textures, overwhelming but strangely comforting. A full sensory immersion. The domestic scene an eternal embrace. Let's talk about what happened after marriage, when the bride had moved into her husband's home and their life together began. The transition could be difficult, especially for young brides leaving their families for the first time, a bittersweet parting. But Egyptian households often included extended family, so a new wife might find herself living with her husband's parents, siblings and their families too, a built-in support system and a bustling household. The daily routine for a married couple would depend largely on their social status. For most ordinary Egyptians, dawn meant the beginning of the workday. Men would head to the fields, construction sites or workshops, while women typically managed the household. But here's an interesting thing. Women weren't confined to domestic duties. They could work outside the home as priestesses, mourners at funerals, dancers, musicians, or in various crafts. Some even worked alongside their husbands in family businesses or trades. Egyptian women had economic rights that wouldn't be seen again in Western civilization for thousands of years, a testament to their remarkably egalitarian society. Your eyelids feel heavy in the midday heat. Around you, the village has quieted as people retreat indoors for the hottest part of the day, a collective pause. The young couple has disappeared too, perhaps returning to their respective homes until evening brings cooler air and renewed energy. You decide to follow the local custom, finding a quiet, shaded spot to rest. Your body settles comfortably against the ground, the heat making your limbs feel wonderfully heavy and relaxed. Your breathing deepens naturally as you close your eyes, drifting into a light, ancient slumber. When you open them again, the quality of light has changed. The brutal midday sun has softened to the golden glow of late afternoon, painting everything in warm hues. You must have dozed off for a while, your body adapting to the Egyptian rhythm of work in the morning. Rest during the hottest hours and activity again in the evening. You rise, your muscles feeling loose and refreshed, the short rest revitalizing you. The village is coming alive again as people emerge from their homes, refreshed and ready for the cooler hours. The air is filled with conversation, laughter, the clatter of pottery being set out for the evening meal, a gentle reawakening. As the day cools, you notice more couples out walking together, talking and laughing. Public displays of affection were common and accepted in ancient Egypt. In tomb paintings and other artwork, spouses are often shown holding hands, embracing or with their arms around each other's shoulders or waists. This openness extended to their poetry as well. Love poems from ancient Egypt are surprisingly direct about desire and physical attraction. Here's one from the Chester Beatty papyrus that wouldn't feel out of place in a modern love letter. My heart flutters hastily when I think of my love, of you. It lets me not act sensibly. It leaps from its place. A truly universal sentiment. Your feet carry you toward the Nile, where people are gathering as the heat subsides. The great river gleams in the late afternoon light, a ribbon of molten gold winding through the green valley, reflecting the dying sun. Along its banks, couples stroll together, families set out simple picnics, and children splash in the shallows, their joyful shouts echoing across the water. You find a spot on the riverbank, the grass surprisingly soft beneath you. Your body settles comfortably, sinking into the natural contours of the ground. The air here is cooler, carrying the river's breath, and you feel your skin prickle pleasantly with the change in temperature. A welcome sensation. On a nearby blanket, a couple sits close together, sharing a meal from a single plate. They feed each other choice morsels, their heads bent close in conversation, an intimate dance of affection. There's an easy intimacy between them that speaks of a marriage built on genuine affection, not just social obligation. What you're seeing reflects the Egyptian ideal of marriage, a partnership based on mutual respect and, ideally, love. The ancient Egyptians believed that a good marriage should bring joy and comfort to both partners. This is reflected in their wisdom literature, where men are advised to love your wife with proper attention and make her heart glad as long as you live. A truly timeless piece of advice. Your body feels increasingly heavy and comfortable as you sit by the river, watching the life of ancient Egypt unfold around you. The rhythmic sound of the water lapping against the shore synchronizes with your breathing, which has grown deeper and more relaxed, a meditative rhythm. Women in Egyptian marriages had rights that were extraordinary for the ancient world. They could own property independently of their husbands, run businesses, testify in court, and initiate divorce. Marriage contracts protected their financial interests, ensuring they wouldn't be left destitute if the marriage ended. One marriage contract from around 200 BCE states, "If I divorce you, I will give you 20 pieces of silver and return to you all that you brought." Another specifies that the husband must provide a certain amount of grain, oil, and money each month for his wife's support. These were truly progressive legal safeguards. The sun is beginning to set now, painting the sky in shades of gold, orange, and deep blue, a breathtaking tableau. Along the riverbank, oil lamps are being lit, creating pools of warm light as darkness gathers. The couple you've been observing rises, gathering their belongings. They walk hand in hand back towards the village, their silhouettes merging with the growing shadows, two figures becoming one. Your own body feels wonderfully heavy now, sinking deeper into the soft grass. The gentle sounds of the river and distant voices create a soothing backdrop as night falls over ancient Egypt, enveloping you in its ancient embrace. Let's talk about the physical space of an Egyptian marriage. The home. For ordinary Egyptians, houses were typically made of mud brick, with few windows to keep out the heat. They were often simple, with a main room for cooking and daily activities, sleeping areas that might be divided by curtains, and perhaps a roof terrace where family members would sleep during hot nights, seeking cooler air. Furniture was minimal by modern standards. Reed mats served as seating during the day and bedding at night. Wealthier homes might have wooden chairs, stools, and bed frames with woven cord or leather straps supporting a thin mattress. Storage consisted of baskets, pottery jars, and wooden chests. The simplicity might seem austere to modern eyes, but these homes were functional, comfortable, and served as the heart of family life, built for the climate and the community. You imagine the subtle differences in each home, the unique smells of different cooking fires, the personalized arrangements of baskets and mats. The weight of the evening descends fully now, a soft blanket of darkness. Your eyes are heavy. The distant sounds of the village are fading, replaced by the gentle symphony of the night, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of palm fronds in a soft breeze. You feel your consciousness drifting, sinking into the earth beneath you, becoming part of this ancient landscape. The story of ancient Egyptian love and marriage continues to unfold in your mind, a timeless narrative of human connection, affection, and the surprising ways people found joy and meaning in a world so different from our own. You are here, now, in this ancient moment, utterly at peace. Welcome, weary traveller, to a journey not through sun-drenched vineyards or bustling market squares, but straight into the smoky, slightly too damp, and frankly, a bit too gossipy, back alleys of a medieval Romanian village. Tonight, you're a young woman. Let's call you Agnes, mostly because you seem to attract an alarming amount of uninvited, unsolicited advice from other Agneses. And you're not just any young woman. You're Agnes, who is currently trembling at the whispers of a virginity test looming over her betrothal. Yes, you heard that right. Not a pop quiz on medieval farming techniques, or a bake-off judged by the local baker, or even a spelling bee. No, it's a full-blown purity probe. A kind of prenuptial examination, if you will, but with considerably more personal space invasion and zero chance of a fancy champagne toast afterwards. More like a strong, slightly dubious plum brandy maybe, if you're lucky enough to afford it and brave enough to drink it. Picture yourself. It's just before dawn, standing by the village well. The air is sharp with the scent of damp earth, blooming hawthorn, and probably a distant, very active pig pen. A thick, oppressive mist still clings to the ground, making everything feel slightly damp and infinitely more ominous. Your patched wool dress is brushing your knees, already feeling itchy and restrictive, as you haul a creaky, splinter-prone bucket. Every groan of the rope, every splash of water, feels like a drumbeat counting down to your inevitable doom. The sun's barely up, a sliver of weak, indifferent light, struggling over the distant Carpathian foothills, casting long, distorted shadows that seem to mock your predicament. But the village isn't buzzing with market chatter, or the happy sounds of baby lambs frolicking in the fields. Oh no, it's buzzing with hushed, eager gossip about your upcoming marriage, and this dreaded test to prove your purity. Spoiler alert, you probably won't survive this hour without wishing you could magically transform into a squirrel and vanish into the nearest conveniently located, untestable forest. Or perhaps a particularly elusive badger, adept at digging holes and avoiding all forms of societal scrutiny. You even briefly consider attempting to spontaneously combust, but medieval clothing isn't quite that flammable, unfortunately. And besides, who wants to be remembered as Agnes, the one who exploded? Not you. So, before your metaphorical medieval self gets too comfortable, before the first drop of lead-infused makeup touches your skin, because yes, that was a beauty trend, truly an enlightened time, take a moment to hit that like button and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. No forced smiles, no awkward social contracts that might require a purity test of their own. Just pure, unadulterated enjoyment. And while you're at it, drop a comment with your location and local time. I'd love to know where you're drifting off from. Is it a cozy evening in Bucharest? Or a bright morning in some far-off land? Knowing where you are helps me feel less like I'm screaming into the void of history, though sometimes it certainly feels that way. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum of impending historical awkwardness, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Try not to think too hard about the cold bucket water, or the looming test, or the ceaseless unsolicited advice from every single Agnes you encounter. It's a lot, honestly, a veritable cacophony of good intentions and bad ideas. The weight of gossip and a barley betrothal. You're standing at the village's heart, a cluster of wattle and daub cottages huddled around the well, the morning mist clinging to your skin like a bad reputation you just can't shake, no matter how much you try to scrub it off with harsh lye soap. The bucket's rope bites into your palms, leaving angry red marks, but it's the women's whispers that sting sharper, cutting through the damp morning air with surgical precision. Another Agnes, because of course there are multiple Agneses, it's medieval Romania. Everyone's named Agnes or Georga, sometimes both, and sometimes with the same exact birthmark on their left earlobe. A neighbour with a basket of turnips so large they could be medieval bowling balls leans in conspiratorially, her breath smelling faintly of stale cabbage. Her voice is lower than a toad's belly, and considerably more slimy, like she's just swallowed a particularly damp slug. "They'll test you before the wedding," she stage whispers, her words hitting you like a carefully aimed pebble, right between the eyes, leaving a metaphorical bruise. It hints at the midwife's probing hands, the village's prying eyes, and the general loss of any semblance of personal space you once imagined you had. You realize, with a sinking feeling that makes your stomach do a frantic little dance, like a frightened mouse trapped in a bucket, that your body is about to become a public art exhibition, a gruesome curiosity for the entire village, whether you like it or not. Your privacy, a concept vaguely understood even in these times, is about to be utterly obliterated. You're betrothed to the miller's son, a match your parents sealed for a strip of barley. Yes, barley. Not a dowry of gold or a promise of a grand estate, but a simple, humble grain. Your entire future, your entire existence, your very soul, is literally tied to a humble grain, a testament to the brutal practicality of medieval life. Forget romantic notions of love or shared dreams. Your destiny is intrinsically linked to the yield of a field, and more specifically, the miller's perceived trustworthiness of your family and their desire for a steady supply of grain. It's less about mutual affection and more about mutual agricultural benefit, a purely transactional arrangement disguised as matrimony. More than that, it's linked to the miller's opinion of your family's trustworthiness and your family's opinion of your strict adherence to societal norms, norms that seem to have been invented by someone with a severe aversion to joy, fun, or any form of individual expression. But this test, meant to prove your chastity, looms like a spectre who forgot its sheet and decided to show up anyway, probably with a clipboard, a stern expression, and a rather judgmental look in its ethereal eyes. You're barely 17, a mere slip of a girl, your hands rough from spinning wool and hauling water. The thought of such scrutiny makes your stomach churn more violently than your mother's questionable gruel on a particularly damp morning, which is saying something, considering its usual consistency. You just want to hide in a barrel, or perhaps dig a very deep hole in the ground and pull it in after you, transforming into a mole, but you're pretty sure someone would check in there too. Nowhere is safe from the medieval gaze. It seems to penetrate every nook and cranny of your existence. In medieval Europe, and particularly in regions like Romania, virginity tests were a harsh, undeniable, and utterly humiliating reality. They weren't a whispered rumour, but a well-established, if unscientific, practice, especially by the 13th century, when the church and community demanded rigorous proof of a bride's purity to secure those oh-so-crucial marriage alliances, like your family's precious barley strip. These tests, often invasive and notoriously unreliable, were rooted in a culture that tied a woman's entire worth to her chastity. It was less about individual virtue and more about property rights and ensuring the legitimacy of heirs, as well as preserving family lineage and reputation within the tight-knit village structure. A woman's virginity was often seen as her family's most valuable asset, a commodity to be protected and presented, almost like a certificate of authenticity. A quirky tidbit, often whispered around the hearths in hushed, reverent tones, probably to scare the younger girls into compliance and keep them in line. Some villagers genuinely believed a truly pure bride cast a brighter shadow at dusk, or that her presence made the crops grow taller, or even that her tears turned to dew that fertilized the fields. You're desperately hoping yours sparkles, perhaps even glows with a faint halo, or makes the turnips grow to an unprecedented size. But Agnes's knowing smirk suggests otherwise, a silent condemnation. Historians still argue whether these tests were about genuine moral control, or simply an effective form of social leverage, a way to keep everyone in their place and maintain social cohesion, ensuring no one stepped outside the strict boundaries of tradition. But, as you hold that bucket, its weight suddenly unbearable, feeling as heavy as a mountain. The weight of the gossip feels less like a social slight, and more like a very heavy chain around your neck, dragging you down into the muddy depths of societal expectation with no escape in sight. You trudge back to your family's cottage, the water sloshing precariously, threatening to spill over your worn wooden bucket, a metaphor for your life on the verge of spilling out of control. The village's chatter, a cacophony of voices and animal sounds, the lowing of cattle, the squealing of pigs, the endless cackling of geese, fades behind you, replaced only by the ominous clucking of chickens, who seem to know more about your impending doom than they let on, their beady eyes following your every move. Your mother's at the hearth stirring thin porridge, her face tight with worry lines that weren't there yesterday. She looks like she's aged 10 years overnight, a roadmap of anxiety etched onto her features, a silent plea for your cooperation. Your younger brother, meanwhile, is merrily mending a net, blissfully oblivious to the existential dread radiating from your very pores. He's probably dreaming of catching a big fish, a feast for the village, while you're just dreaming of escaping this situation, perhaps by becoming a very good, very fast fish, capable of leaping out of nets and swimming to freedom. The cottage smells of smoke and damp straw, a familiar, comforting scent that now feels suffocating, pressing in on you, and the goat in the corner is currently chewing your best and only mat, which feels like a perfectly timed metaphor for your life right now. Everything is slowly being chewed away, dismantled, and consumed by forces beyond your control. You set the bucket down with a thud, trying to shake Agnes's warning, but it clings to you like damp wool in a perpetual fog, refusing to dissipate, leaving you feeling cold and exposed, vulnerable to every gust of societal disapproval. The test isn't just about you. It's about family honor, the miller's trust, and the village's approval. It's about securing your family's place in the pecking order of this tiny community, a position hard-won and easily lost. You've heard whispers of girls shamed, their marriages cancelled, their families scorned for failing. Their names became cautionary tales, their fates worse than a bad harvest, often leading to social ostracism, a forced life in a convent, or even worse, a lifetime of being the girl who failed the test, branded with a scarlet letter only visible to the judgmental. You're not even sure what the test entails. Midwives? Prayers? Something involving a very uncomfortable chair and possibly hot coals, or perhaps just a stern look and a highly subjective opinion from someone who last bathed a month ago. But the fear is very, very real, a cold, hard knot in your belly that tightens with every passing moment, threatening to strangle you from the inside out. Your mother glances up, catching your pale, drawn face, her eyes filled with a mirroring terror, a silent acknowledgement of the shared predicament, and asks about Agnes. You mumble vaguely about the test, trying to sound nonchalant, as if discussing the weather, but your voice cracks, betraying your terror, a fragile sound in the vast silence of your dread. Her eyes narrow, hardening with a desperate resolve, a steely determination to protect what little honor remains. She's heard the tales, too, of girls examined under harsh village scrutiny, their futures hinging on a midwife's arbitrary word, a word that could damn a family for generations, sending them plummeting down the social ladder into ignominy. This village is tiny, maybe 200 souls if you count the chickens, the aforementioned goat, that grumpy old man who never leaves his house, and the particularly ambitious mice who seem to run the grain storage. And gossip spreads faster than a runaway cartwheel downhill on market day, especially when it concerns something as scandalous as a virginity test. It's the village's main form of entertainment, apparently, a cruel spectator sport. You think about the market, where women trade stories of failed tests and broken betrothals, their voices hushed, but sharp enough to cut through solid oak, leaving splinters of doubt and judgment in their wake, scars that never fully heal. You're not even sure you're pure by their impossible, ever-shifting standards. Childhood games, a stolen kiss under the ancient oak tree with the shepherd's son who had surprisingly soft hands and smelled faintly of sheep, a scent you now find oddly comforting. A moment of curious exploration, fueled by youthful innocence and a complete lack of parental supervision, a tiny spark of rebellion in an otherwise controlled existence? Could that count against you? The absurdity of it all almost makes you laugh, a hysterical, shaky sound that dies in your throat, lost in the smoke and quiet dread that fills the small cottage. Joke number 1. If purity is a test, you're hoping for an open-book version with no trick questions, maybe a sympathetic proctor, and definitely a cheat sheet hidden in your wimple, preferably written by a very modern, understanding historian who believes in personal autonomy and perhaps invented time travel. You sit by the hearth, the fire's weak heat barely warming your hands, trying to focus on mundane chores, but your mind races like a frightened mouse in a maze, unable to find an exit, bouncing off invisible walls of societal expectation. Your brother hums a tuneless, carefree melody, seemingly oblivious to the storm. He's probably dreaming of a new fishing lure, or a particularly tasty worm, while you're dreaming of a portal to a different century, a place where such tests are a distant, horrifying memory. But you're picturing the midwife's stern, unyielding face, her eyes boring into your very soul, seeking out any hidden secrets, the villager's judging stares, and the miller's son, waiting patiently for proof as if you were a new breed of livestock being inspected before purchase, your value to be determined by a quick examination. The church says chastity is your sacred duty, a divine calling, a path to salvation, a heavenly virtue, a direct line to everlasting grace. But this test feels less like a blessing, and more like a public inquisition that you definitely didn't sign up for, a cruel medieval reality show with no prize money and only humiliation as a reward. You think about Agnes's warning, the villagers' whispers, and how the omnipresent fear of this test is as real and solid as the bucket at your feet, a tangible, suffocating presence. You're not sure how to face it, how to simply exist when every villager's eye is already on you, judging every single breath, every nervous twitch, every movement you make, scrutinizing your very being for any sign of deviation from the norm. Joke number 2. If gossip's a sport, this village deserves a crown for speed, endurance, and an Olympic gold in synchronized whispering. They're truly exceptional, a masterclass in character assassination and social condemnation. For now, you grab a broom to sweep the dirt floor, the well's ominous whispers echoing faintly in your mind, a haunting refrain, and brace for the test that could define or completely demolish your future in this little slice of medieval Romanian purgatory, where even the goats seem to be judging you with their inscrutable yellow eyes. You can almost feel the weight of centuries of patriarchal expectation pressing down on you, a burden heavier than any bucket of water or sack of barley. The priest's gaze and a sacred burden. You're still sweeping the cottage's dirt floor, the broom's bristles scratching a rhythm of relentless anxiety as the smoky air clings to your wool dress like a second skin, a suffocating shroud. Remember that heavy betrothal yoke and the looming virginity test. The hearth's faint embers cast a weak, struggling glow, barely illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, judgmental spirits. And your mother's porridge pot sits, a lonely monument to morning worry, its contents long cold and congealed. Her sharp words about the miller's family, expecting the test, still echoing like a persistent, slightly off-key burp from a particularly pious and equally flatulent cow. The village morning hums, carts rattling over cobblestones, voices bartering loudly, a dog barking somewhere in the distance, a sound that usually brings comfort, now feels like a countdown, filters through the open door, a mundane soundtrack to your growing dread. But now the church's moral scrutiny looms even larger, its demand for your purity awaiting you, heavier than the entire strip of barley your betrothal secures, heavier than any physical burden you could ever carry. Your hands grip the broom so tightly your knuckles are white, the thought of the priest's judgment chilling you more than the damp morning mist, creeping through the cracks in the wall, seeping into your very bones, filling you with an existential cold. And you're bracing for his inevitable, probably very long, and undoubtedly very stern lecture, as you're summoned to the church to face his stern, unblinking gaze, a gaze that seems to pierce through your very soul, seeking out any hidden imperfection, any speck of perceived sin. In medieval Europe, and particularly in regions like Romania, the Catholic Church wielded immense, all-encompassing power over marriage, and by extension, over individual lives, often dictating the very fabric of society, from the highest noble to the lowest peasant. Especially by the 13th century, it fiercely enforced virginity tests as a moral imperative, a divine mandate. This was to ensure brides like you were pure, aligning perfectly with its doctrine that tied chastity to salvation, making it a matter of eternal consequence, a direct path to heaven or hell. Priests often oversaw these rituals, their scrutiny rooted in strict biblical ideals of female virtue, making the test a spiritual trial as much as a physical one. It was less about your body and more about your eternal soul, apparently, and how it fit into the Church's grand, unyielding plan for moral order, a divine blueprint for human behaviour. A quirky tidbit, probably not meant to be humorous in the least, and certainly not to Agnes, who is currently contemplating her options. Some priests sprinkled holy dew, water blessed with herbs, or at least that's what they claimed, probably just some stagnant pond water with a bit of a prayer mumbled over it, on brides to cleanse their souls before testing, a symbolic purification before the actual probe. You're dreading a splash of it, imagining its cold, judgmental sting on your face, perhaps causing a sudden involuntary spasm of piety, or just a bad rash that would only add to your woes and make you even more unsightly in their unforgiving eyes. Historians still argue whether this scrutiny was about genuine spiritual purity or simply an effective form of social control, a way to maintain the rigid hierarchical order and prevent unsanctioned relationships that might challenge the established power structures and destabilize the community. But as you set the broom aside, its usefulness suddenly meaningless in the face of spiritual judgment, the priest's looming judgment feels less like a gentle hand of God and more like a very tight noose tightening around your neck, slowly but surely threatening to cut off your very breath. You step outside, the air sharp with wood smoke and damp earth, forcing yourself to trudge toward the cold, ancient stone chapel. Every step feels heavier than the last, as if you're walking through thick mud, each footfall dragging you closer to an uncomfortable destiny. Its bell tolls low, a mournful sound that could be a warning, or perhaps just a reminder that everyone else's day is probably better than yours, or that another hour has passed without incident, drawing you closer to your fate, a relentless tick-tock of doom. Your mother's voice trails behind you, thin and strained with anxiety, urging you to mind the priest, her fear of family shame driving her words sharper than a winter wind cutting across the plains, biting at your exposed skin, leaving you raw. The village paths buzz, neighbours hauling heavy baskets of produce, children dodging carts with reckless abandon, a stray dog chasing a particularly optimistic chicken, but you feel their eyes, 100 tiny pinpricks, already whispering about your betrothal and the test. "She's for the miller's boy," a woman mutters, her basket of leeks momentarily forgotten as she stares with an unsettling intensity, and you flush, the wool dress itching worse under their collective scrutiny, as if their gazes are literally burning your skin, leaving indelible marks of shame. You think back to the well, Agnes's warning about the midwife's hands, and realise the test's public nature enforced by the church. Is Father John's will amplified, a grand, uncomfortable stage for the entire village to judge your soul and your very mortal body, a spectacle of purity and public humiliation? The miller's son's flour-dusted grin at the market flashes in your mind, a fleeting image of naive kindness, a ghost of simpler times before this nightmare began. But now you dread his family's stiff, expectant presence at the church door, their subtle nods or sharp frowns sealing your worth, or lack thereof for all to see, a public declaration of your value, or lack of it. You're not even sure what pure means anymore, lost in a sea of definitions and expectations, a labyrinth of societal rules that seem designed to ensnare you. But the church's rules feel less like divine guidance and more like an inescapable, suffocating trap that tightens with every breath, every heartbeat. You push open the chapel's heavy wooden door, the ancient hinges groaning a welcome that sounds more like a mournful sigh, or perhaps the creak of a dungeon door opening for its next victim. The air inside is thick with incense and mildew, a potent mix of sanctity and dampness, cloying and heavy, pressing down on you. The stone floor is cold under your worn shoes, chilling you to the bone, sending shivers up your spine that have nothing to do with the temperature and everything to do with dread. Father John, a gaunt man with eyes like flint chips, stands by the altar, his prayer book clutched like a judge's gavel, ready to strike a final damning verdict. His stare pins you to the spot, a spiritual spear, and you instinctively drop your gaze, unable to meet his eyes, the wool dress itching worse under his intense scrutiny, as if it's suddenly a hair shirt, rough against your skin. "Chastity is God's command," he begins, his voice low but cutting, slicing through the air like a rusty blade, and you flinch, already dreading the inevitable, interminable sermon that will surely follow, each word a condemnation. He speaks of Eve's original sin, of how all women must constantly prove their purity to avoid her dreadful fate, a fate that apparently involves endless toil and judgment, passed down through generations, an ancestral curse. You want to roll your eyes so hard they get stuck, perhaps even spontaneously combust, from sheer exasperation at the sheer unfairness of it all, but you manage to keep a straight face, barely. Joke number 1. If Eve's the problem, you'd like a word with Adam about fairness in the Garden of Eden, preferably with a full, unedited transcript, and a good legal team who isn't afraid to challenge divine authority, even if it means negotiating with a talking snake. The test, he intones, his voice gaining volume, echoing off the stone walls, ensures your soul's worth for marriage, a sacred duty to the miller's son, and more importantly, to God. The priest paces, his robe swishing like a judgmental breeze, and warns that failing the test risks your salvation, your family's precious honor, and the village's trust. It's a terrifying trinity of doom, a three-pronged attack on your future. You think back to the cottage, your mother's desperate talk of the barley strip, and realize the church's rigorous scrutiny is her reluctant ally, pushing you relentlessly toward the midwife's table, a theological push backed by economic necessity and overwhelming societal pressure. You've heard tales from the market, girls shamed in church courts, their betrothals broken, their names cursed and whispered about for impurity, reduced to pariahs, forced to live on the fringes of society, stripped of all dignity. Father John's holy dew, a vial glinting in a small vial on the altar, waits to anoint you, but it feels less like a blessing and more like a final damning mark of judgment, a seal on your fate that you cannot escape, a brand of impurity. You're tempted for a fleeting moment to ask what men prove, what their tests entail, if they face such public scrutiny, such invasive examinations, but silence is definitely safer and probably wiser in this sacred patriarchal space where questions are not welcome. Joke number 2. If purity is a test, you're hoping men get a pop quiz too, maybe on not leaving their muddy boots in the hall, or perhaps on remembering their wedding anniversaries without a written reminder, or even how to properly churn butter without complaining. He hands you a candle to light at the Virgin's shrine, a gesture of mercy that feels suspiciously like a leash around your neck dragging you forward. You take it, the wax cold and unyielding in your trembling hands, and mutter a promise to pray, your mind racing, already plotting your escape plan to a life of quiet anonymity, perhaps as a hermit in the distant mountains, living off berries and the occasional lost sheep, far from judgmental eyes. The Church's rigid rules, chastity, obedience, submission, bind you tighter than the betrothal's pledge ribbon, and the test, the dreaded test, is their ultimate, undeniable tool, forged in doctrine and enforced by fear, a sword hanging over your head, ready to fall. You think about Agnes's warning, the village's pervasive gossip, and know the priest's scrutiny will follow you to the midwife's examination, his judgment a silent, heavy weight, far heavier than her hands. You step outside, the bell tolling behind you, its solemn sound echoing through the quiet village, the path seeming narrower, as if closing in around you, trapping you in this suffocating reality. You think about Agnes's sister's birth thread, a symbol of private, gentle care, and wish desperately for her compassion to shield you now, to wrap you in a protective embrace, to make you invisible to the prying eyes. Joke number 3. If God's watching this test, you're hoping he's got a softer, more understanding judge than Father John, preferably one who's seen a bit more of the world than just stained glass windows and dusty scripture, and perhaps has a good sense of humour about human imperfections. For now, you head home. The candle's flickering light, a grim reminder of the Church's suffocating moral grip, bracing for the test that could sear your soul as much as your innocent body, a test that promises to define your very existence. The midwife's hands and a private inquisition. You're trudging back from the church, the priest's stern lecture. Remember that holy dew and Eve's inconvenient, eternally lingering sin, still ringing in your ears like a persistent, utterly unwelcome doorbell that won't stop chiming, echoing off the ancient stone houses. Your wool dress is itching under the morning sun, already feeling too tight and constricting, a woolly cage, and the candle he gave you weighs heavy in your hand, its wax a solid, unforgiving reminder of the Church's moral scrutiny over your betrodhal's virginity test. The village paths hum, neighbours bartering loudly, a dog barking somewhere, chickens clucking their perpetual judgment, the distant bleating of sheep. But the weight of proving your purity to the miller's son and Father John presses harder now, a physical ache in your chest, a crushing burden that steals your breath. As you near your family's cottage, its familiar outline a beacon of false hope, a mirage of safety, you realize, with a fresh wave of dread, that you're directly facing the midwife's invasive role, her hand set to examine you in a ritual that's as much about satisfying the village's insatiable gossip as it is about your actual personal chastity. Your heart pounds, a frantic drum against your ribs, the dirt path rough under your worn shoes, threatening to trip you, sending you sprawling into the mud, and you're bracing for the humiliating moment your mother calls for the midwife to finally prepare for this ordeal, this private inquisition that will become a public spectacle. In medieval Europe, and particularly in regions like Romania, midwives often performed virginity tests, especially by the 13th century. They acted as the church's and community's direct agents to physically verify a bride's purity, a practice that was invasive and often painfully traumatic for women like you, due to crude methods and a distinct alarming lack of actual medical knowledge or understanding of female anatomy. These tests, rooted deeply in patriarchal assumptions about female anatomy and morality, were notoriously unreliable and fundamentally traumatic. Yet, they were absolutely critical to sealing marriage contracts and maintaining social order, serving as a public declaration of a woman's value and a family's honour, a stamp of societal approval, a brand of legitimacy. A quirky tidbit, which probably brought cold comfort at the time, and even less now, considering the context. Some midwives used a virtue salve, a herbal paste supposedly applied during tests to ease the process, a meagre attempt at comfort in the face of a terrifying ordeal. You're picturing it in Widow Agnes's basket, its scent sharp, probably smelling vaguely of pond water and regret, perhaps a hint of disappointment, or even a dash of dried toad, but offering precisely zero comfort against the very real impending pain and psychological intrusion. Historians still argue whether midwives were reluctant enforcers or willing gatekeepers of this system, navigating a complex role between women's health and societal demands, forced to compromise their compassion for tradition. But as you push open the cottage door, its familiar wood feeling foreign in your hand, heavy and unyielding, the midwife's role feels less like care and more like a profound betrayal, dressed up in the familiar, comforting guise of a woman's hands, making it all the more insidious and heartbreaking. The smoky air hits you, thick and cloying, stinging your eyes, making them water as if you're already crying. Your mother's at the hearth, stirring porridge, her glance sharp as she spots the candle, a symbol of your unwelcome journey to the chapel. "Father John spoke?" she asks, her voice tight with unspoken fear, a shared anxiety that binds you, a heavy, unspoken truth. You nod, mumbling vaguely about purity and prayer, expertly avoiding the test's more gruesome details, trying to gloss over the terrifying reality with vague platitudes. She sighs, a sound of resignation more than relief, setting the spoon down with a clatter that echoes in the sudden silence. Then she says with grim finality, "We'll call Widow Agnes tomorrow." Your stomach lurches, a sudden cold spasm, as if you've swallowed a block of ice that's melting slowly, painfully. Agnes's sister, the village midwife, is generally kind, known for her gentle hands during births, her experience bringing comfort in moments of crisis, her presence usually a source of calm and reassurance. But now she's bound by a different, harsher duty, a societal obligation that transcends personal kindness and empathy. Her skilled hands, once symbols of life and new beginnings, now carry the weight of tradition, tasked with probing your chastity, to determine your worth in the eyes of the village elders and the miller's family. You think back to the church, Father John's interminable lecture on your soul's worth, and realize the midwife's examination is his will made flesh, a brutal physical ritual designed to satisfy the miller's family and the village's relentless prying eyes, who will be waiting for the verdict with bated breath and sharpened tongues, ready to pounce on any sign of imperfection. Your brother, still merrily mending his net, looks up, oblivious to the storm brewing around you, his innocence a stark contrast to your turmoil. But you feel the test's shadow closing in, cold and inescapable, casting a pall over your entire existence, a dark cloud that promises no silver lining, only more grey. You sink onto a stool, the wool dress scratching your thighs, and picture Widow Agnes's cottage, its herb-scented air trying its best to hide the grim tools of her trade. Basins, cloths, perhaps that infamous chastity cloth, waiting like a shroud, ready to envelop you in judgment, to absorb your humiliation, to bear witness to your vulnerability. You've seen her at births, her hands gentle and firm, ushering new life into the world, a truly beautiful and awe-inspiring act. But this is different. This is a public verdict on your most private body, a moment of profound vulnerability and utter powerlessness, a public exhibition of your intimate self. You think back to the well, Agnes's warning about the test's probing hands, and imagine the pain, the cold, clinical intrusion, your privacy stripped bare for the miller's son's trust and the village's insatiable gossip, a sacrifice on the altar of societal expectation. The church says chastity is sacred, a divine gift, a path to spiritual enlightenment, a heavenly virtue, but the midwife's role feels less like a holy blessing and more like a profound violation, her hands carrying the entire weight of the village's judgment, a burden she is forced to wield. You're tempted to beg your mother to skip it, to concoct some elaborate excuse involving a sudden, mysterious fever, a plague that only affects young women about to be tested, or a sudden and very convincing appearance of the Black Death. But her grim talk of the barley strip silences you, chaining you to your fate, a prisoner of circumstances, a pawn in a larger game. Joke number 1. If purity is a cloth, you're hoping it's less scratchy and considerably more comfortable than this darn wool dress, and maybe made of silk, perhaps spun by fairies under a full moon. Definitely not by you. The cottage's air is thick, the smoke stinging your eyes as you think about the church's relentless scrutiny. Father John's lecture tying your chastity directly to your eternal salvation, effectively making Widow Agnes's hands his wholly unyielding enforcers. It's a terrifying thought, that your fate, both earthly and divine, rests in these hands, in this single terrifying moment, a moment that will define your future. You've heard market tales, girls bruised by tests, their pain dismissed as proof of guilt, their betrothals hanging by a thread, hinging entirely on a midwife's arbitrary nod, a slight movement of her head determining a lifetime of despair and social ruin. You're not sure what Widow Agnes will seek. Blood? Tightness? Some vague, unscientific sign that could mean anything or nothing, concocted from old wives' tales and superstitious beliefs that have no basis in reality, only in fear. But the fear's real, a solid, aching knot in your gut that won't loosen, no matter how hard you try to breathe, how much you try to calm yourself, how many deep breaths you take. You think about old Midge, shunned after her test failed, her body's scars a grim, visible village warning, a living testament to failure, her life a cautionary tale, and dread the moment you lie under the midwife's professional, unfeeling gaze, your entire honour in her very literal hands, your entire future decided in a moment, in a flash. You think about Agnes's sister's birth thread, a symbol of private, gentle care, and wish desperately it could somehow magically replace the cold, clinical chastity cloth, wrapping you in a cocoon of safety, a shield against the world's harshness. This entire process is pain. Its intrusion feels less like a medical examination, and more like a violation dressed up as sacred duty, a public performance of your most private self, for all to dissect and discuss, to judge and condemn. You stand, stepping to the door, the air cooler but heavy with the ubiquitous wood smoke and damp straw. The village paths buzz, men mending fences, women trading gossip with alarming speed, children playing games you no longer understand. But you're a ghost among them, the test's painful process a spectre you can't outrun, no matter how fast you might dream of running. How far you might wish to escape, there's no hiding place. Your mother's voice follows, thin and strained, calling you to help with chores, but her tone betrays her deeper fear of the test's inevitable verdict, shaming your kin, bringing disgrace upon their name for generations, a stain that can never be washed away, a mark of shame. You've heard of girls crying during these examinations, their bodies sore for days, some never quite the same, bearing the physical and emotional scars for life, silent reminders of their ordeal, etched into their very souls. The virtue salve, meant to ease it, sounds like a cruel jest. A medieval version of rub some dirt on it when your arm is broken and bone is protruding through the skin. How can a few herbs soften such a profound, soul-searing trial? You think about the miller's son, his simple grin at the market, and wonder if he'd flinch at your pain, or just demand the midwife's cold, impersonal seal of approval, prioritizing social standing over human suffering, his own comfort over your dignity and well-being. You think about the honor cord above the hearth, its frayed weave, and fear failing it. Fear watching your family's reputation unravel like a cheap garment, leaving them exposed and vulnerable to the villagers' scorn, their legacy ruined. Joke number 2. If tests are supposed to be gentle, you'd honestly rather face a dragon's fiery breath than this virtue salve, and the hands that apply it. At least the dragon would be quick, and the pain would be over faster, and you'd have a cool story to tell if you survived. Your sister returns, her bucket sloshing, her glance meeting yours, and you see her fear mirror your own, a silent understanding passing between you, a shared burden, a bond forged in mutual dread. The village's stares, the church's unyielding rules, your family's desperate honour, they're all pushing you inexorably toward Widow Agnes's hands, and you are so not ready for what tomorrow holds, for the morning that promises to change everything, to define your entire life.